Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. My daughter Callie is only 5 years old, and that afternoon she was upstairs in her bedroom, sitting on the floor surrounded by her Barbies and Bratz dolls, happily chattering away as she played. From downstairs I could hear her voice drifting down, and I just assumed she was making her dolls talk to each other like she always does, giving them little lives and arguments and adventures in that funny way kids do. I was in the main room by the bay window, half lost in my own thoughts as I watched my husband Andy backing out of the driveway, heading off to help his mother move into her new house. As his car disappeared down the street, and the house settled into that quiet that comes when one person leaves, our dog Kyo suddenly started barking like crazy at the corner of the office. Kyo hardly ever barks. He's a calm dog, and when he does bark it's because something is wrong, so my heart jumped a little even before I moved. I rushed over to him, tapped him lightly on the nose and scolded him, sending him outside because he knows he isn't supposed to bark in the house. To me there was nothing there, just the usual wall and corner and quiet room, so I told myself he must be overreacting to something small. Still, curiosity got the better of me, so once he was out in the yard I slowly walked toward that corner he'd been barking at, feeling a little silly, as if I was about to prove to myself it was just a spider web or a dust bunny. I reached my hand out toward the wall, fingers spread, thinking maybe a draft was coming from somewhere or there was some physical reason he'd been fixated on that spot. But as soon as my hand went near the wall a blast of ice-cold air hit me, so sudden and sharp that I jerked back with a little yelp before I even knew what I was doing. The rest of the room felt normal, but that one space felt like the inside of a freezer. My heart started to pound harder in my chest, and for a few seconds I just stood there staring at the corner, skin prickling, aware that Kyo was still outside, barking now at the back door, frantic to get in as if whatever had bothered him inside was still bothering him through the glass. At that point my nerves were frayed, and instead of feeling comforted by the idea of letting him back in I got irritated, more from fear than anything, and I rushed to the back door and slammed it shut so he couldn't see into the house and his barking became just a muffled sound. I leaned my back against the door, pressing my palms flat against the cool wood, and forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm down and tell myself I was overreacting, that it was just a cold draft and a jumpy dog and my imagination doing the rest. After a few moments, when my breathing had steadied a little and I was starting to feel foolish for being so spooked, I heard Callie's little voice shout from upstairs. "Mommy, where's my mermaid Barbie?" Her tone was just normal and whiny, like a child who can't find their favorite toy, and that pulled me away from the office and the cold air. As I started up the stairs I called back, "Darlin', it should be in your bathtub toys bucket," because that's where she usually kept that doll. Callie came out of her room as I reached the top of the stairs, her face a little confused, and said, "No, Mom. I brought her in my room to play with." I followed her into her bedroom and stood in the doorway, looking at the explosion of dolls and accessories spread all over the floor. There were Barbies and Bratz, shoes, tiny hairbrushes, clothes, everything you'd expect, but I didn't see the mermaid Barbie anywhere among the mess. "Callie, are you sure you brought it in here?" I asked again, walking farther into the room and scanning the floor, under the bed, around the toy bucket, expecting any second to spot that little plastic tail. Before I could say anything else, I heard Callie gasp behind me, the kind of gasp that sounds excited rather than scared, and I turned my head quickly toward her. She was standing near the doorway, eyes wide, finger pointing straight up. "Up there, Mommy." "She's up there," she said, almost laughing. I followed the direction of her finger and looked up at the ceiling, and my entire body went cold. There, not stuck to anything, not hanging from a string, but simply floating against the flat, white ceiling, was her mermaid Barbie doll. It was as if gravity didn't apply to it. It hovered there, pressed to the plaster but not attached, the long plastic tail and blonde hair perfectly recognizable. For a heartbeat my mind refused to understand what my eyes were seeing, and then everything crashed into place at once and I let out a scream from somewhere deep inside me, a raw, panic sound I didn't know I could make. Instinct took over. I lunged toward Callie and pushed her out of the room ahead of me, my hands gripping her shoulders, and we ran into the hallway. Just as we crossed the threshold, there was a small thud behind us, and I glanced back long enough to see the doll dropping from the ceiling to the floor like something had let go of it. That made me yelp again, and I didn't wait to see where it landed or if it moved again. I just tightened my hands on Callie and half dragged, half carried her down the stairs, my mind focused on getting us out of the house. At the bottom I told her in a shaky voice to put her shoes on, trying to sound calm and failing, while I grabbed Kyo's leash from its hook with trembling fingers. I rushed to the back door, opened it just enough to hook the leash onto his collar, and then yanked him inside for a second only to lead him back out and clip him to the outdoor ring so he'd be ready to go with us. I slammed the door behind me again, so whatever was in the house would stay inside for as long as possible, then ran back toward the front where Callie was waiting, tears starting to swell in her eyes even though she hadn't yet started crying. As I reached for my shoes by the door I suddenly heard 5 loud bangs from somewhere inside the house. Bang, 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 each one like a heavy fist slamming into a wall or a door, vibrating through the floor and into my bones. The sound made me nearly jump out of my skin. I fumbled my way into my shoes, and just as I was bending down to shove my feet in, there were 2 more violent bangs. Bang, bang. So close together they sounded almost like one long crash, and that was it. Whatever lingering doubt or hope that this was all something normal evaporated in that moment. I grabbed my purse from the hook without even checking what was inside, picked up Kyo's leash with one hand and took Callie's small hand with the other, pulling her out the door with me. We ran to the car, Kyo trotting beside us, still tense and alert, and once we were all inside I locked the doors, started the engine with shaky hands, and drove away from the house as fast as I safely could. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst, and my mind was racing, replaying the floating doll, the cold corner, the bangs, everything, while beside me Callie finally let go and started sobbing, terrified by the noise and the way I had reacted, asking me over and over what was happening. I tried to soothe her while driving, telling her it was okay now, that we were going to Auntie's house, but my voice wobbled and I don't think I convinced either of us. I drove straight to my sister's place and stayed there for the rest of the day, refusing to even think about going back. When Auntie finally came home later and didn't find us, he called my cell phone, confused and a little annoyed, and asked where we were. I told him everything that had happened, from Kyo barking at the invisible corner to the icy blast of air, to Callie's doll floating on the ceiling and dropping when we ran, to the series of violent bangs that echoed through the house as we were leaving. I could hear the disbelief in his voice as he told me I was being ridiculous, that there had to be some logical explanation, and he insisted that I come home with Callie and the dog, that everything was fine. I refused. There was no way I was going back there that night, or any time soon, so I told him I would be staying at my sister's for the rest of the week with Kyo and Callie and that he was welcome to stay at the house by himself if he really thought nothing was wrong. Even now, thinking back over it, I can still see that doll on the ceiling and feel that cold air on my hand, and I know exactly why I reacted the way I did, because I have never been so scared in my life and I had never experienced anything like that before. In 2006 my mother and I moved into an old barn house that had been turned into a duplex, with a newer living room and bedroom built on the back, and right away the place had a strange feeling even though I tried to ignore it because it was our new home and we had no choice but to settle in. My bedroom was upstairs in the original part of the house, and my mother's was on the main floor in the newer section at the back. So at night we were on different levels, and when we first moved in there, was this old bed left in my room that was so big and awkward it wouldn't even fit back down the steep, narrow stairs, so we had to literally break and destroy it piece by piece to get it out, and I remember noticing that whoever had used it before me had it sitting about a foot away from the wall, leaving this strange narrow gap. but when I moved in I pushed my bed right up against that wall because I liked the feeling of being tucked in, and didn't think much of why someone else might not have wanted to sleep so close to it. Before I got pregnant I saw small odd things in the house like the lights flickering, or going off and on by themselves, and sometimes one room would go dark and then light up again even though the switch hadn't been touched. But I always told myself it was just old wiring in an old building and tried not to let my imagination run away with me. It was an old barn after all, converted into a home, and old buildings creak and misbehave. Then about 4 years ago, when I was pregnant with my son, things started happening that were harder to brush off, because I began waking up in the middle of the night, always somehow between 2:45 and 3:30 in the morning, with this uneasy feeling and the sound of a woman murmuring coming from the vacant second bedroom upstairs, a soft, low voice like someone talking to themselves or praying behind a closed door. And each time I would lie there frozen in my bed listening, telling myself it was just the house shifting or wind in the walls, trying to force myself back to sleep and convincing myself that old houses make weird noises and that it was just my nerves because I was pregnant. The first time I saw the elderly woman felt so real that even now I can't say for sure if it was a dream or if I had actually woken up, because in it I was in my bed in my room just like every other night, lying on my side trying to get comfortable with my big pregnant belly, when I heard a noise at my door, and I sat up, still thick with sleep, and in the doorway there she was, a short, round, stumpy woman, older, with a heavy shape and a strange jerky way of moving, like she was taking stiff, staggered steps or was trying to move quickly but her body was fighting her. One moment she was just standing there in the doorway and the next she was suddenly right in front of my face, leaning over me with her arms raised like she was trying to swat at me or hit me, and I panicked and jerked back in terror. Except instead of just leaning back on my pillows I somehow fell backward into the narrow 1-foot space between the wall and where the old bed used to be. A gap that shouldn't even have existed because my bed was pressed tight against the wall in real life. As I fell I snapped fully awake and came to myself shaking and gasping, my heart pounding, in my actual bed, with no gap behind me at all, and the clock glowed a little after 3 a.m., that same time window, and there was no one at the door and no one in my face, just the heavy darkness and silence of the old house pressing in around me. That experience rattled me so badly that I no longer felt safe or comfortable sleeping in that upstairs room. I felt watched and tense just walking up those stairs, so I stopped using my bedroom altogether and moved myself and my pillows out to the couch downstairs in the newer part of the house, closer to my mother's room and far from the old creaky rooms of the barn. About a month later, after I had settled into my new routine of sleeping on the couch, I woke up again in the middle of the night, that same strange feeling in my chest, and when I sat up I could see straight through into the kitchen, which was part of the original house, and there, sitting at the table like a person who lived there, was the same round, stubby elderly woman, just sitting and staring straight at me. Watching me from the dim kitchen light and the shadows, she didn't move, she didn't speak, she just stared, and my whole body went cold, so I lay back down, pulled the blanket up over my face, and when I peered out again a few seconds later she was gone, the chair empty and the kitchen perfectly normal. The strange thing is that before I was pregnant I had never seen anything like that in my life, never had a ghostly vision or a dream that felt so real it made me change where I slept, and then after my son was born, once the pregnancy was over, those kinds of experiences stopped happening to me. I still remembered them and felt uneasy thinking about them, but nothing like that came back to bother me directly. My son, however, is almost 3 now and very talkative for his age, and he has started hearing and seeing things and telling me all about them in his own little voice, and the things he describes make it harder and harder for me to keep telling myself that none of this is real. We've moved since then into another older home, and he has told me on 2 different occasions that there is a man knocking on the door downstairs, even when we are alone in the house and no one has come by. The first time he said it I thought maybe he had heard something outside, but he keeps mentioning it in such a matter-of-fact way, like, "Mommy, the man is knocking on the door." And when I check there is nobody there, yet strangely those visits don't seem to scare him much, and he still happily goes downstairs to play with his toys, as if the knocking man doesn't bother him. What does terrify him is something he calls Ghost Bunny. A rabbit, he insists, is there even though I can't see it. He will cling to me and say in his tiny, serious voice, "Ghost Bunny's upstairs." Or, "Ghost Bunny is hiding in the corner." And he will point to a specific spot and refuse to go near it, his eyes wide and his little body trembling. And I can tell it isn't just a game or an imaginary friend, because he is really afraid and sometimes even cries. On top of that, I was very close to my grandmother, my Mimir B, who passed away in 2004, and my mother and I have not really talked about her around my son, partly because the loss is still painful and we tend to avoid the subject, so he has never really been told stories about her or heard her name in everyday conversation. Then about a month ago, while we were out shopping, totally out of the blue with no prompting, he looked up at me with his big eyes and said very clearly, "Mimir B is in your heart, and she misses you." And I felt my heart drop into my stomach because I knew he had never heard that name from us in that way, and it was exactly the kind of comforting thing my grandmother would have said, so I swallowed hard and gently asked him if he had seen Mimir B somewhere, if she had talked to him, but he just kept patting my chest and saying, "Mimir here," while pointing at my heart, like he wasn't scared of her at all, just sure of what he was telling me, and I was left standing there in the store trying not to cry. Just last night he asked me if he could keep the light on in his room when he went to bed, which is unusual because most nights he's fine with it being dark, and when I asked him why he needed the light, thinking maybe he was just going through a normal "afraid of the dark" phase, he told me in a small, worried voice that someone keeps saying "hello" to him when the lights are off and it scares him. He didn't say it like it was a funny story or like he was trying to get attention, he said it like it was something that had really been happening over and over, and his face looked truly frightened. I still tell people when the subject comes up that I don't believe in ghosts, because that is what I've always said, and there is part of me that clings to logic and wants everything to have a simple explanation like old wiring or house noises or an overactive imagination. But with everything I've seen and felt myself in that old barn house, and everything I am now hearing from my son, about the man knocking on the basement door, the ghost bunny hiding in corners, Mimir B being in my heart, and the voice that says hello in the dark, it is getting harder and harder to tell my little boy with a straight face that none of it is real and there is nothing there. When I think back to how all of this really started for me, my mind always returns to those first few months of grade 9, when I was still figuring out high school, still figuring out who my real friends were going to be, and I had no idea that the town I grew up in, Amherst, Ontario, was going to drag me into a lifelong fascination with paranormal things that I could never quite laugh off or dismiss again. Because Amherst wasn't just any town, it was a place built on old battlefields and tangled history, with war stories and rumors of hauntings seeping into almost every corner, whether you wanted them to or not. Back then, in the early 90s, horror movies and slasher flicks were everywhere, playing at the theaters all summer, and a lot of us were obsessed with Halloween, with scaring each other, with telling ghost stories at sleepovers or in the back of the school bus. And so when my new friend from history class suggested that we volunteer at the local haunted house, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. I loved the idea of designing creepy scenes, putting on makeup and costumes, and jumping out at people in the dark just to hear them scream and laugh and stumble away, adrenaline pumping. And we spent hours working there, helping set things up and hanging around with other kids who also liked that kind of thing. Our history teacher happened to be involved with the haunted house too, and he was one of those teachers who really loved local history and could turn what might have been a boring lesson about dates and names into a story about soldiers marching through the fields where you now rode your bike, or families living and dying in houses you still saw every day along the main roads. And once he realized that we were genuinely interested, not just pretending to listen, he started mentioning some of the town's darker stories and rumors, pointing out local hotspots that people had whispered about for years, like haunted roads, strange lights in old barns, and of course this one particular dead tree that people said was cursed. At that time our little group really was just me and that friend. We hadn't yet drawn in the others who would join later after more things happened, but we were already intrigued and stubborn. And as soon as we started hearing details about the cursed tree, the old family murders, the nearby graveyard, and the stories of dead animals and black sap. We decided we had to see it for ourselves and either prove that it was just a creepy old tree or admit that something about the rumors might be true. The cursed tree stood on the outskirts of town in this low, shallow ravine that ran like a scar along the back of Amherst, the kind of place that would flood in rainy seasons so that the grass turned to mud and water pooled in uneven patches. And there was a main road that cut across the ravine on a little land bridge so you could drive right over it without realizing what was below. On one side of that main road there was forest, thick and a little wild, and on the other side a dirt road branched off, rough and often washed out, barely maintained, just 2 ruts and some gravel leading between old trees and marshy ground, and it was along that dirt road that the cursed tree stood, not too far in, maybe 1/8 of a mile from the main pavement. So not exactly hidden but still far enough away that it felt like you were stepping out of the everyday world and into some cut-off pocket of land where things could be different. Right across from that dirt road, on the other side of it, was the oldest section of the Amherst graveyard, the part with the really old stones that had turned white and soft with age, names and dates half worn away by time and weather, and behind the cursed tree itself there was a grass field cut through by a small stream, and then beyond that a hill rose, and on top of the hill, facing each other in a cluster like they were still sharing some long-forgotten conversation, sat several old farmhouses, small and weathered, except for one larger house that clearly had been the main home back in the day. Those houses were in bad shape when we first saw them, sagging porches and peeling paint, broken windows, roofs that looked like you could punch a hole straight through them if you jumped hard enough, and the local story was that the family who had lived up there had experienced several murders within their own walls, that things had ended so badly, and so violently that the whole place had just been abandoned and left to rot, with no one willing to move in afterward because they were too afraid of what might still linger there. The forest wrapped around the hill and encircled the houses and the field by the trees so that the whole little area felt like its own isolated world, with the cursed tree standing right at the edge of the grass near the dirt road, like a crooked guard or a marker for something that nobody properly understood. The tree itself looked like something straight out of a horror movie even before you knew any of the stories. It was tall and dead and bone white, the bark long gone so that it was smooth and bleached, with twisted branches that no longer had the finer twigs or leaves, only the thick, swollen limbs, some of them bulging and knotted like they had grown tumors, giving it a humped, distorted shape that looked wrong from every angle. And people said there were holes in the trunk that oozed black sap like tears, that the ground around it was bare because nothing would grow there, not even weeds, and that dead animals were often found under its branches as if they had come there to die or had been somehow drawn in and drained of life. On top of all that, the legend said that the spirit of one of the murdered family members from the hilltop farmstead had attached itself to the tree and stayed near it, haunting anyone who came too close, especially late in the day or at night, and that if you touched the tree itself you'd be cursed with bad luck, sickness, or worse. With all of this building up in our heads, our curiosity about the tree turned into something like an obsession, and so just after the haunted house season ended, in the first couple of days of November when the air was getting colder, and the leaves were mostly down, we finally decided to go, the 2 of us, and see the place for ourselves, partly to prove that we weren't scared and partly to maybe catch even a hint of something unusual. The cursed tree turned out to be as easy to find as everyone had said. As soon as we turned onto the dirt road and walked a little way in, we saw it standing there alone near the field, looming and pale against the darker background of the trees and the hill beyond. And even though it was the middle of the day and the sun was still up, I felt this little tightening in my chest just looking at it. Something that made me want to laugh at myself, and keep walking at the same time. Up close the tree was even stranger, all those knotted branches and the smooth, almost polished-looking trunk full of small rounded holes that looked like someone had drilled into it, and then left it alone. And under those holes you could see old brown stains that streaked down toward the roots.
Dried trails where the black sap had once run and collected. The ground around it was exactly as described, hard-packed and bare. Not a single blade of grass or patch of moss, just dirt and bits of old bark and fallen branches, like the tree had poisoned the soil or sucked all the life out of it. And standing there staring up at it, I remember thinking that even if nothing else ever happened there, This tree alone would have been enough to fuel some rumors. After a while though, the novelty of just staring at a dead tree wore off, especially because nothing obvious was happening. No chill wind, no strange sounds, just us and the quiet and the distant murmur of traffic from the main road. So we started to get bored and drifted across to the other side of the dirt road to explore the old graveyard instead, walking between the rows of stones and reading names from the 1800s, some of them barely visible, some of them broken and leaning, some wrapped in creeping ivy. It was the kind of place that made you think about how many people had lived and died in the town long before we were even thought of, how many stories had been forgotten. We spent a couple of hours there just wandering and talking and joking and occasionally going quiet when a particularly old stone caught our attention, and the sun slid lower and lower, turning the light more golden and then more gray, until we both realized it was getting late and that we should probably start heading back before it got dark, because as curious as we were, neither of us really felt like being stranded by that tree and those empty houses after sunset. Still, before we left, we decided we had to take one last look at the tree now that the light was different, maybe just to give ourselves something to talk about on the walk home. So we crossed back over from the graveyard and headed toward it again. The angle from the graveyard lined the tree up perfectly with the hill behind it, so as we walked, the old farmhouses rose like a backdrop behind those crooked branches, and the whole scene looked like a painting or like the opening shot of a horror film, the kind that makes your stomach tighten before anything even happens. And as I was looking up toward those houses, I caught movement along the tree line, just a hint at first, and my brain automatically thought deer because the area was full of them. But as it moved closer to the open patch near the houses, I realized it wasn't the shape of an animal at all. It was a figure, a person, and as the details sharpened I could see it was a girl, slender, with long hair and a light-colored summer dress that seemed out of place in the chilly autumn air. She moved with this strange drifting walk, graceful but somehow also not quite right, and I nudged my friend and told him to look, and he saw her too, so I knew I wasn't imagining it. At first we assumed she had to be a local girl from one of the houses on the hill or maybe from a home further back in the woods, and because we were teenage boys, full of curiosity and bravado, we joked about going up to talk to her, maybe introduce ourselves, maybe ask if she knew the stories about the tree and the murders. And the distance didn't seem that far, just the field between us and the hill, so we set off with that idea in mind. But as we passed close to the tree on our way across the field, my friend stopped suddenly and told me to look. And that's when we saw the holes in the trunk starting to darken and glisten as fresh sap began to well up and run down in slow, shiny trails, except it wasn't the amber resin I had expected. It was thin and so dark it was almost black, more like dirty oil than anything a tree should bleed, and it ran down the trunk in long streaks that looked disturbingly like tears or like something wounded. Within minutes, every hole we could see had started to produce that black sap until it glistened all over the front of the tree, and the streaks turned the base of the trunk into a messy ring of dried and fresh stains and sticky patches. I remember being both fascinated and unsettled, because it was one thing to hear that the tree bled, and another thing entirely to stand there and watch it start on its own just because we had come near. For a moment the girl on the hill slipped completely out of our minds because our attention was glued to that weird, unnatural sap, and by the time we remembered to look up again she was gone. No trace of her anywhere near the houses or the edge of the woods. We told ourselves she had just gone inside or walked around behind the buildings where we couldn't see her, and still buzzing from the sight of the tree we kept going, crossing the field and climbing the slope up to the cluster of old farmhouses. Being up there felt immediately different, like we had passed some invisible line. Everything had the air of being frozen in time, as if someone had just walked away one day and never come back, and the world had decided to leave it all untouched. Farming tools leaned against the sides of the barn and sheds, rusted and half swallowed by weeds. The barn doors hung crooked but still ajar, and inside you could see the shadowy outlines of old equipment and beams, while outside an axe was still buried in a stump so rotten that when you touched it pieces would come away in your hand. The grass and weeds had grown high around everything, wrapping around the legs of chairs left on a porch, pushing through cracks and steps, and the boards of that porch were so weak and soft that when I dared step onto it my foot went right through one of the planks, sending a jolt of fear through me that had nothing to do with ghosts and everything to do with the possibility of breaking my ankle. What struck both of us was how untouched the place looked by teenagers or vandals. Nearly every kid in town knew the stories, knew where the tree and the houses were, but there was no graffiti, no signs of smashed furniture inside, no beer bottles or leftover junk, just the slow, natural rot of things left alone, and that somehow made the whole place feel even heavier, like people were afraid to really hang around there. We poked around a bit, calling out half-jokingly to the girl, expecting to hear a door shut or see her slip out from behind a corner, but we found no trace of her anywhere, and even the tracks in the dirt looked old and faded, nothing fresh to suggest someone had been there ahead of us that day. The odd trail of little discoveries continued as we wandered a bit into the trees behind the farmstead. We found an old pair of leather boots lying almost buried under leaves, stiff and cracked, like someone had taken them off and never come back, and a couple of wooden rain barrels that had fallen on their sides and decayed, staves splaying outward like broken ribs. And we followed these little finds until the trees started to thin and we could see another field beyond. Right before the forest broke open into that next field, we came across a small pile of stones arranged in an oval mound, not high but clearly deliberate, set there a long time ago, and when we stood there looking at it in the dimming light, with the trees creaking around us and the dead leaves shifting under our feet,
the hair on the backs of our necks stood up because it looked exactly like a grave, the kind you might throw together quickly for someone who died far from town, and it felt wrong to be standing over it. We looked at each other, both of us thinking the same thing, without needing to say it. We shouldn't be here after dark, not near this grave-like pile of stones, not near those houses with their violent stories, and not down the hill with that tree that bled black sap. So we turned back, picking our way through the woods until we were once again behind the farmhouses, and as we came out where we could see the field and the road beyond, we had this clear view of the cursed tree standing alone in front of the graveyard, outlined by the fading light, and in that moment, just for a second or two, we both saw her again, the girl in the light dress standing under the branches like she belonged there. Like she had been tied to that spot for years, and then the angle shifted as we stepped past some trees and lost sight of her, and when we hurried to get out into the open field where she would have had nowhere to hide, she was gone. The road was long and straight, and the tree stood alone with nothing beside it but the bare patch of ground and then open grass, and yet there was no sign of anyone walking away, no movement, no flash of white dress, and we stopped in that field for a moment, both breathing a little faster, both knowing suddenly and quietly that the girl we had been trying to rationalize away was not alive, that she was something else entirely. On the walk home, with the sky growing darker and our feet crunching on the gravel, we talked less about the girl and more about the tree, circling back over how the sap had started running only when we passed close, how it had looked more like blood than anything a tree should bleed, and somehow the idea of that dead wood reacting to something or someone, maybe reacting to her presence, bothered us more than the sight of the ghost itself. We decided, almost half seriously and half to soothe ourselves with some kind of explanation, that the girl must be connected to the tree, that it bled when she was near, that she had been under it when we were walking back and that was why it started streaming with black sap, and that thought stuck in my mind for a long time afterward, especially as more stories gathered around that tree. On its own, that visit might have become just a creepy memory, one more odd story to tell at parties, but the years that followed seemed determined to underline that there was something deeply wrong with that spot. The year after we first went there, 2 senior kids from the high school were involved in a fatal accident on that very stretch of dirt road near the tree. The newspapers and the adults in town said that they had been drinking and walking home late at night and had, for reasons no one could really explain, decided to lie down in the middle of the road to sleep or rest. And a truck had come along in the dark and run over them before the driver could stop. One of the kids died and the other was badly injured, and the whole town was shaken by it, teachers and parents and students all grieving and trying to understand how something like that could have happened, how 2 teenagers could have decided to lie down on a road they knew was used by vehicles, even if it was just a dirt road on the outskirts of town. For me, the official explanation never quite settled right. It felt like there was a missing piece, like something else had drawn them into that spot or clouded their judgment in a way that alcohol alone couldn't account for, and it gnawed at me that it had happened so close to that cursed tree, the same one that bled black sap when we walked past and stood under the girl in the summer dress. A couple of years later, after I was out of high school, another tragedy happened even more directly tied to the tree. A man was driving home late at night, and for reasons his passenger would later describe, he suddenly swerved off the road and slammed straight into the cursed tree itself. The impact knocked the tree down onto the car, crushing the driver and killing him. while the passenger somehow survived and later told people that right before the car veered off course they both saw a girl standing in the middle of the road, and the driver had jerked the wheel to avoid hitting her. When I heard that detail, my stomach flipped, because in my mind's eye I saw again the image of the girl in the light dress, first drifting along the tree line by the hill, then standing beneath the twisted branches of the tree, and I couldn't help wondering if it was the same figure they had seen that night, the same spirit stepping into the path of yet another person, drawing them toward that dead tree like it was some kind of magnet for pain and death. Nowadays, when I pass that area, it looks very different. The cursed tree is gone, cut down or removed after the accident. The dirt road has been built up and paved so that cars can drive smoothly over what used to be rough and rutted. New subdivisions have expanded to fill the old farmland behind the graveyard, and the once abandoned farmhouses on the hill have been bought, cleaned up, and turned back into homes, with fresh paint and tidy yards that would make it easy, if you didn't know better, to forget that anything bad had ever happened there. But no matter how much the landscape changes, every time I drive by that stretch, especially at night when the headlights sweep over the spot where the tree once stood and the shadows of the graveyard stones flicker past, in my mind I still see the bleached, twisted branches, the bare circle of dirt, and the pale figure of a girl standing under it, and I still feel the same uneasy shiver along my spine that I felt as a teenager, realizing that not all of Amherst's big stories were just rumors. After all, I believe something might be attached to me, like a ghost or some kind of spirit, and it has been bothering me for a long time. When I look back, I think it all really started when I was about 15 years old, and ever since then things have never felt completely normal again. Sometimes I try to tell myself that it is all in my head, that I am just imagining things or having weird dreams, but deep down it feels too real to ignore. Even now, almost 4 years later, I can still remember so clearly the first night it really scared me, and everything that has happened since then has made me more and more unsure about what is going on with me. Back when I was 15, I was staying over at a friend's house. Her family had a spare room, and that night I was sleeping in there alone. I remember getting ready for bed in a pretty normal way. I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and then sat on the bed for a bit, scrolling through my phone. After a while my phone battery died completely, like it shut off and the screen went black. I knew it was totally dead because it wouldn't turn back on when I pressed the buttons, so I just put it on the night table beside the bed and decided to go to sleep. The room was quiet and a little unfamiliar, but nothing felt strange yet. I got under the covers, lay down, and closed my eyes, thinking it would just be another regular night. Only a few seconds after I shut my eyes, my phone suddenly started ringing. The ringtone was loud and clear, and it shocked me because I knew the phone had been completely dead. I hadn't plugged it in, and it hadn't magically charged itself. My first reaction was confusion, and I quickly reached over to grab my phone from the night table. But as soon as my hand moved and I looked toward the table, I realized there was something above me. Hanging right over the bed, right over my body, was a solid black figure floating in the air. The shape was dark and heavy, like a shadow that had turned solid, and it was directly above me, close enough that I felt trapped. I didn't see a face or eyes, but I could feel that it was focused on me. For a split second my brain tried to make sense of it, and then panic hit me. I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as I could and jumped out of the bed, my heart racing. I could feel my body shaking as I stumbled toward the door. I grabbed the doorknob and tried to open the door, but when I twisted it, it wouldn't move. It felt like the knob was locked in place, or like something stronger than me was holding it still from the other side. The more I tried, the more it refused to turn. My fear turned into full-blown terror at that point. I started screaming for my friend, yelling for her to let me out. It felt like I was stuck in there with that dark thing still behind me, and the door refusing to open made everything worse. Finally, after what felt like forever, she came to the door and opened it, and I rushed out, breathless and shaking. After that night, as time passed and I got a little older, I kept trying to convince myself that maybe it had just been a nightmare, or that my imagination had been out of control. I told myself I might have been half asleep, dreaming with my eyes open, or that the dead phone ringing was just some weird glitch that had nothing to do with anything supernatural. I wanted to believe that the black figure was only something I thought I saw in the dark, or something my mind created because I was in a strange room. For a while, I tried to push it away and not think about it too much. Now I'm almost 19, and for a long time I had put that memory in the back of my mind. I tried to just focus on normal life and pretend everything was okay. But in the last few months, strange things have started happening again, and they feel different this time. They feel closer, more personal, and harder to brush off as dreams or stress. It is like whatever was there that night never really left me, and now it has started to show itself in new ways. One of the things that really scared me happened not too long ago. I was just sitting there, doing something normal, not thinking about ghosts or spirits at all. I wasn't in bed, I wasn't asleep, and I wasn't trying to fall asleep. I was awake and conscious, and then everything around me suddenly started to feel strange. My vision began to tilt, like I was seeing the room sideways. It was as if the whole world was leaning, and I felt like my body was falling even though I wasn't moving. The feeling was so sudden that it took my breath away. In that moment, I remember having one clear thought: I'm going to pass out. It was like a warning from my own mind. After that, everything went strange. I don't remember falling over, and I don't remember closing my eyes. It was like something just erased a piece of time. When I came back to myself, I was in exactly the same position I had been in before. I was sitting there like nothing had changed, but I knew something had happened. It felt like I had disappeared for a while and then returned. One of the things that really proved that time had passed was the cigarette I had left burning in the ashtray. Before everything went weird, it had barely been lit. When I came to again, half of it was gone, burned away. That meant that several minutes must have gone by while I wasn't fully aware of anything. I hadn't moved, I hadn't fallen, and nothing around me looked disturbed, but my memory was missing that time. My aunt was there with me, and when I asked her what I had been doing, she said I had just looked like I was watching TV. She said my eyes had been open the whole time and I didn't look like I had fainted. I hadn't talked to her or reacted to anything, but I was just sitting there, staring. She said it looked totally normal from the outside, but on the inside I know I wasn't there. It was like my body was sitting there, but my mind had gone somewhere else. That thought really unsettled me. It made me feel like I wasn't in control of myself, like something else could just step in when it wanted to. Then, a few weeks after that, another terrifying thing happened. This time it was at night again, when I was in bed trying to sleep. I was lying there, not quite asleep yet, just drifting and thinking. Suddenly I felt my pillow move under my head, like someone or something had pushed or pulled it. At first I thought it was my cat. My cat sometimes comes onto the bed and nudges things or curls up near my pillow, so I assumed it was just him. I opened my eyes and looked down by my feet, and there he was, lying peacefully near the end of the bed. He was nowhere near my head or my pillow. Before I even had time to fully process that, I felt something heavy settle on my body. This weight was strong and pressing, pinning me down. It started on my legs and then seemed to spread over my whole body until I felt completely trapped. I tried to move, to sit up, or even lift a hand, but I couldn't. My body just wouldn't respond. It was like I was awake inside but locked in place. On top of that, I couldn't open my eyes anymore. It was like my eyelids had turned into stone. No matter how hard I tried, nothing moved. The worst part was the feeling that this weight wasn't just random pressure. It felt like it had an intention behind it. It felt like something was pressing into me on purpose, trying to force its way inside me. In my head, I kept repeating the words, "Go away, go away, go away," begging whatever it was to stop, even though I couldn't speak out loud. I felt this overwhelming sense that it wanted to get into my body, like it was pushing itself through my skin and bones, trying to replace me or attach itself to me even more than it already had. The struggle seemed to last forever. My mind was panicking, my heart was pounding, and I felt completely helpless. Finally, after what felt like several minutes of fighting against it in my mind, the pressure started to lift. I could move again. I could open my eyes. I lay there for a moment, breathing heavily, feeling like I had just survived something awful. The room looked the same, but I didn't feel the same. I felt like some invisible boundary had been crossed. After that night, more strange things started piling up. I began noticing little signs around me that made me feel like something dark was always nearby. For example, I kept seeing certain numbers and messages that felt like warnings. On the TV, sometimes words would pop up that felt aimed at me, like, "Your time is running out." It didn't always make sense in the context of what I was watching, but it stood out in my mind like a personal threat. When I was working at the till, the number 6.66 would show up on the screen more often than felt normal, like someone was trying to get my attention through the prices. Every time that happened, a cold shiver would run up my spine. It didn't feel like a simple coincidence anymore. It felt like a pattern, like something that wanted to remind me that it was still there. Random chills would hit me, even when the room was warm, and sometimes I would just know that I wasn't alone, even if no one else was in sight. Things got even worse when I started having really bad nightmares, the kind that feel more real than real life. One of those nightmares is still stuck in my head, and I can't stop thinking about it, because it didn't feel like a regular dream at all. It felt like something was really happening to me on another level. In this dream, I was in my own bed, sleeping, just like in real life. It didn't feel like my usual dreams where everything is strange or out of place. Everything looked exactly the same, my room, my bed, the way my blanket felt. I could feel myself lying there, and somewhere in the dream I became aware that I wasn't alone. I could sense something hovering above me before I saw it. When I looked up, I saw that same kind of black figure over me again. It wasn't just a simple shadow on the wall or in the corner. It was right above me, as if it was pressing down from the air. Even though it was just darkness, with no face that I could clearly see, I knew it was not a good presence. Everything in me was screaming that this thing was bad, that it was not a friend, that it was not something there to protect me or watch over me. It felt evil, like pure heavy negativity focused on me. In the dream, I tried to scream for my mom. I tried over and over. I could hear myself trying to call out, "Mom! Mom!" But it felt like my voice was being crushed in my throat. I could feel my mouth trying to form the words, but no sound came out, or if it did, it was weak and muffled. At the same time, that black figure pushed down on me again, hard, like it had in real life. Only this time the feeling that it wanted to enter my body was even stronger. It was like it was trying to merge with me, to take me over completely. I could feel myself struggling against it, but I had almost no control. The whole dream was one long, horrible struggle. I fought and fought inside my own head, trying to scream, trying to move, trying to shove it away. I kept repeating again and again that it wasn't allowed to have me, that it couldn't come with me, that it couldn't stay. But it just kept pushing down, trying to force its way inside. Even in the dream I remember thinking that if I let go even a little, if I stopped resisting, it would win and I would lose myself. Then, suddenly, the scene changed. One moment I was in my bed with this dark thing above me. The next moment I was in my mother's room, watching her sleep. I could see her clearly, lying there with her eyes closed and the blankets pulled up. The room looked exactly as it does in real life. The strange thing was that I wasn't in my own body anymore. I was just there, floating in the space, looking at her. I didn't feel my own physical body, and I knew I wasn't actually standing on the floor. I was just present, without weight, watching. I realized in that moment that I was outside of myself, like my spirit or consciousness had left my body and gone into her room. It was the weirdest feeling, because I knew that my actual body had to still be in my own bed, but I was standing in my mom's room anyway. It felt disconnected and wrong, like I had been pulled away from where I belonged. Then, just as suddenly as before, I snapped back into my body. It was like someone had yanked me on an invisible string. I was back in my own room, in my own bed, in my own body. I woke up for real at that point, shaking and breathing hard. My heart was pounding, and I was terrified. The fear felt exactly like the fear in the dream, and for a while I couldn't tell where the dream ended and reality began. I lay there for a long time before I could even think about moving, trying to convince myself that I was awake and that my room was real and solid. Even after I woke up fully, the feelings from the dream didn't fade the way normal dreams do. It didn't feel random or meaningless. It felt like something had actually tried to get inside of me, and like I had actually left my body and gone into my mom's room for a short time. It scared me so much that I didn't want to go back to sleep. I kept replaying everything over and over in my head, wondering if it had really just been a dream or if something darker had happened. Putting all of these things together, the black figure floating over me at 15, the phone ringing while dead, the door that wouldn't open, the time I felt like I vanished while my aunt said I was just staring at the TV, the heavy pressure pinning me in bed, the strange numbers and messages, the chills, and that nightmare where something tried to push into my body. I can't help thinking that something might actually be attached to me. It doesn't feel like these are just simple coincidences or random dreams anymore. It feels like a chain of events connected to one presence that hasn't let go. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know if it is a ghost, a bad spirit, a demon, or something else completely. All I know is that it feels dark, heavy, and intrusive. It feels like it has been following me for years, showing up at night, slipping into my dreams, making my body freeze when I should be safe in bed. Sometimes I try to tell myself that maybe I'm just stressed or tired, that maybe my brain is playing tricks on me, but then I remember how real it all feels in the moment, and how other people have seen parts of it too, like my aunt noticing that I was gone even while my eyes were open. Right now, I am scared and confused and I don't always know what to do. I don't want anything to be attached to me. I don't want something dark pushing on me or trying to get inside my body or messing with my sleep and my mind. I just want to feel normal and safe again, like my body belongs only to me and my mind is my own. But instead I keep wondering when it will show up next, if it will come again when I close my eyes, or when I'm alone, or when I let my guard down. And that thought alone is enough to keep me lying awake at night, afraid of what might be waiting in the dark right above me. It all started on a day that was almost too beautiful to feel frightening. The sky was clear, the air was fresh, and everything around Pine Ridge Cabins and campsite looked like something taken right out of a postcard. The campsite was about 2 hours away from Ottawa, tucked among trees and quiet dirt roads, far enough from the city that you could really feel the silence. I had already been traveling for a while before we arrived there. First I went to Quebec, then Nova Scotia, because I was visiting relatives and attending my second cousin's wedding, which was being held on a blueberry farm. The whole trip was meant to be happy and exciting, full of family, food, and laughter. I never imagined that in the middle of all that, I'd have an experience that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. The reason we were staying in cabins was that my uncle, who helped organize everything, had booked them for both families, the bride's side and the groom's side. He thought it would be a nice way for everyone to get to know each other before the wedding day. Instead of just seeing each other at the ceremony for the first time and exchanging awkward small talk, we'd all be gathered in one place for a few days, cooking together, sitting around, talking, and settling into the area. It sounded like a good idea. I was actually pretty excited at first, because I liked the mix of nature and comfort. Cabins sounded fun and cozy. I like fashion and dressing up, but I also like that feeling of being surrounded by trees and quiet, as long as I have my clothes, my jewelry, and my creature comforts with me. At first, there were only a few of us staying in one of the cabins, the one called the 1820. My second cousin and her husband were there, my uncle and his wife's sister and her father, my grandfather, and me. The rest of the family was supposed to arrive later, so until then, we all shared this one cabin together. From the outside, the 1820 looked old but charming, like something out of a history book. Inside, it was very spacious, with plenty of room for all of us. The floors creaked a little, the walls were made of old wood, and there was that faint smell of age mixed with cleaning products, like something had been there for a long time and people kept trying to freshen it up. Most of the furniture in the cabin was clearly very old. There were heavy wooden chairs with carved legs, an old dining table that must have seen countless meals and conversations, and big, solid wardrobes and dressers. The only things that really stood out as modern were the appliances in the kitchen and the television in the living room. The fridge, stove, and microwave were clearly installed later, and the TV looked almost out of place sitting on its stand, surrounded by all this older furniture. It was like stepping into the past, but with little reminders of the present tucked into the corners. When we first arrived and started unloading our luggage, I quickly realized that I, of course, had brought the most stuff. I've always loved clothes, shoes, and accessories, and I like to be prepared for every kind of outfit situation, so my suitcase was huge and heavy. Everyone joked about it, and I laughed along, but it didn't change the fact that I had to drag that monster of a suitcase up the stairs to the top floor by myself. The staircase was narrow and steep, the wooden steps smooth from years of use. I could hear each step creak under the weight as I pulled my suitcase up, one step at a time, slightly out of breath by the time I reached the top. When I finally got to the upper floor, the first thing I noticed was how dim the lighting was. There were a few small lamps and one main light, but even with those on, the hallway seemed gloomy, as if the light didn't quite reach all the corners. The walls were lined with doors to different rooms, and the corridor felt just a little too long and a little too quiet. As soon as I stepped into that space, I got a strange feeling, like the air changed around me. It wasn't just that it was an old house. It was something else, something I couldn't put into words at that moment. It felt like the kind of place where you automatically lower your voice without knowing why. I quickly picked one of the rooms, pushed my suitcase inside without really looking around, and then almost rushed back down the stairs. I didn't want to linger up there. I told myself it was just because the lighting was dim and I was tired from traveling, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. There was a creepy vibe I couldn't ignore. The kind that makes the tiny hairs on your arms stand up and makes you feel like you shouldn't turn your back on the hallway for too long. When I got back to the main floor, into the living room, I tried to relax. The downstairs area felt friendlier, maybe because everyone else was hanging around there, talking and unpacking. That's when I noticed the portrait. It was hanging on one of the living room walls, in a spot where you could hardly avoid seeing it. It was a large, old-fashioned painting of a woman who looked like she was in her mid-30s. She had a stern expression, the kind of face that looks like it doesn't soften easily, even when she smiles. Her eyes were dark and serious, her hair pinned up in a style that looked like it belonged to another time. She wore a dress that was simple but formal, something that hinted at the past rather than the present. The moment I really looked at her, I felt uncomfortable. The painting itself was nicely done from a technical point of view, but there was something about her expression and her eyes that made me uneasy. It felt like she was watching me, like no matter where I moved in the room, her gaze followed me across the space. I know people often say that about portraits, but this felt stronger than usual. I didn't like having my back exposed in that room, but at the same time, sitting facing her felt even worse. I decided to sit down on the sofa with my back turned to the portrait, pretending to watch what everyone was doing. I felt a bit silly, but it was the only way I could calm myself down. Sitting with my back to her made me feel slightly better, like if I couldn't see her, maybe she couldn't see me either. My phone buzzed, and I saw I had a text from my mom. She wanted to know how the cabin was and how everything was going. I texted her back, something like, "It's great, but there's this picture of a woman on the wall, and it's giving me the heebie-jeebies." I used those exact words because that is exactly what it felt like. Creepy, strange, and just wrong in a way I couldn't explain. From that moment on, I noticed that I didn't really feel comfortable going upstairs unless someone else was up there too. I didn't say anything about it at first, because I didn't want everyone to think I was being dramatic or silly. It was supposed to be a happy trip. We were there for a wedding, not for ghost stories. Still, deep inside I already had a feeling that this cabin had more to it than just old wood and antique furniture. The first night in the cabin, I got lucky when it came to sleeping arrangements. There was one room upstairs with a particularly comfortable bed, and I got to sleep in that room. Being inside a proper room with a door, instead of out in the hallway, made me feel a lot safer. The room itself didn't feel as creepy as the corridor did. Once I was inside and the door was closed, it was easier to forget about the dark hallway and the strange feelings. The bed was soft and warm, and for that night, I actually slept quite well. I remember feeling relieved that at least I didn't have to sleep right out in the open space. But this comfort didn't last long. The plan was that my grandfather and I would move to another cabin once the rest of the family arrived, to make space in the 1820 cabin. I thought we would be moving the next day, but I found out that the new cabin wasn't booked until the night after that. That meant one more night in the 1820 cabin, and this time, I wouldn't be in the comfortable room. I had to sleep in the corridor, right by the top of the stairs. And those stairs led directly down to the living room, where the portrait of the woman hung on the wall beneath us. The idea of sleeping in that corridor made my stomach twist. The upstairs hallway that had already made me feel uncomfortable now became my sleeping space. The corridor was narrow, and the railing looked down onto the stairs. Lying there meant that the darkness of the staircase, and the knowledge that the painted woman was just beneath me would be on my mind all night. I tried to tell myself I was being silly, that it was just an old painting and an old house, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of dread. During the next day, maybe because we were all curious or maybe because I kept talking about the portrait, we decided to ask the people who ran the campsite about the history of the cabin. It felt like the best way to make sense of the feelings we had. The staff at Pine Ridge were friendly and welcoming, and they seemed happy to talk about the place. They told us that the 1820 cabin had originally come from Algonquin Park, which was about 3 hours away from Ottawa. It hadn't always stood where it was now. They actually took it down piece by piece from its original location and moved it to the campsite. Once they rebuilt it on the new spot, they gave it the name 1820. We asked about the portrait of the woman, because that was what bothered me the most. One of the ladies who worked there told us that the portrait came with the cabin. It had already been there when they acquired the structure. No one knew who the woman in the painting was. There were no records, no name, no story behind it, at least none that they had been able to find. It was just there, hanging on the wall, as if it belonged to the house itself. Hearing that somehow made the painting feel even more mysterious. It was one thing to think it was just a random picture someone had hung there, but another to know that the painting had traveled with the cabin from another place where it had already been hanging for who knows how long. The staff member also mentioned something that made me feel both uneasy and strangely relieved. She said that when she came to clean the cabin and get it ready for the next guests, she sometimes felt like the woman's eyes followed her around the room too. She laughed nervously as she said it, as if she didn't want to sound superstitious, but I could tell she really meant it. She told us that she would sometimes get this strong feeling of being watched while she dusted and swept, and that whenever she glanced at the portrait, the woman's eyes would seem to be right on her. Hearing this made me feel less crazy. It wasn't just me imagining things. Someone else had felt it too, in the same place, with the same painting. That night, though, this little bit of comfort didn't help me sleep. In fact, it made me even more frightened, because now the strange feeling had been confirmed by someone else. As bedtime came, I tried to be calm, but my nerves were already raw. Everyone settled down where they were meant to sleep, and I prepared to spend my night in the corridor. The lights were turned off one by one, and the cabin slowly became quiet. Only soft sounds remained, like someone turning over in their sleep or a floorboard letting out a small creak. I lay there in the corridor, right beside the top of the stairs. I knew that just below the stairs, directly under where I was lying, the portrait of the woman hung on the wall. I imagined her eyes looking up through the ceiling, watching me. I tried to shake that feeling off. I told myself to think of something else, anything else. I tried to focus on my phone, on the comfort of my blankets, on the thought that we would be moving to another cabin the next day. But no matter what I did, I couldn't completely calm down. Around 1 in the morning, the cabin felt especially still. The night outside pressed in against the windows, and the air in the corridor felt heavy. My iPhone, which I had been using earlier, had switched off, probably from low battery. I still couldn't sleep, so I turned it back on to see if I could watch something I had downloaded. There was an episode of a show I liked, Gossip Girl, stored on my phone, so I decided to watch that to distract myself. The bright screen was a small comfort in the dark, and the familiar voices and drama made the hallway feel a little less alone, at least for a short while. I had just settled into the show when something happened that I still struggled to fully describe. I was lying there, my phone close to my face, the light of the screen reflecting in my eyes, when suddenly I became aware that something was right in front of me. My brain took a moment to catch up to what I was seeing. It was a face. A woman's face. Hovering about 2 inches away from mine. It wasn't just any face. It was her face. The same stern woman from the portrait downstairs. The same eyes, the same expression, the same features I had tried to avoid looking at on the wall. Now she was not in a frame. She was right there, floating in front of me in the dark corridor. She had no body, at least not one I could see. Just her face, close enough that if I had reached out a hand, I felt like I would have touched her. For a moment, my mind refused to accept what was happening. It was too strange, too terrifying. Then the fear hit me all at once, like a wave crashing over my whole body. I wanted to scream, but when I tried to open my mouth and let out a sound, nothing came. My throat felt painfully dry, as if someone had poured sand down it. My voice was stuck, locked somewhere inside me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my hands trembling, and my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. The face just stayed there, hovering, as if watching my reaction. I did the only thing I could think of. I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as possible, trying to block her out, trying to make her disappear. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a few seconds. When I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes again, the face was gone. There was nothing in front of me except the dim light from my phone and the shadows of the corridor. The show was still playing on the screen, as if nothing had happened. I was still in the same place, surrounded by the same dark wood and silence, but everything felt different now, because I knew what I had just seen.
I didn't dare turn off the phone after that. I pulled the covers up over my head, creating a small tent of blankets and light around me, trying to hide inside it like a child. I left the episode running, not really watching it anymore, but using the noise and moving images as a shield against the darkness I knew was just outside the blanket. I stayed like that for a long time, until I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open any longer. Even then, when I finally drifted off, my sleep was shallow and full of uneasy half-dreams. The next day, I did everything I could to stay out of the cabin. I woke up feeling tired and shaken, but I also felt strangely relieved that morning had come. Daylight made everything seem more normal. The portrait was still in its place on the wall, looking just as serious and mysterious as ever, but it didn't move, and the face didn't appear in front of me again. Still, I avoided looking directly at it. I went outside as much as I could, walking around the campsite, playing with my puppy and staying close to other people. Every time I thought of that hovering face, I felt a tight knot in my stomach. At around 3 in the afternoon, my grandfather and I finally moved to our new cabin. As soon as we settled into the new place, I felt the difference. The atmosphere was lighter. There were no heavy portraits watching from the walls, no dim halls that felt like they were hiding secrets. The creepy feeling that had hung around me like a shadow in the 1820 cabin slowly lifted. I didn't feel watched anymore. I could move around freely without feeling like someone's eyes were following me. That first night in the new cabin, I slept much better, even though I still woke up once or twice, just out of habit, expecting something to be there. But nothing came. The silence was just silence again. The last time I set foot in the 1820 cabin was for something completely different and much happier. I wanted to show some of my other family members the puppy I had gotten as a gift for graduating high school. We went inside for a short visit so they could see him and pet him. I avoided looking too long at the portrait, but I felt like the woman in it was still just as present as ever. Her face stayed in the frame that time, and nothing else happened. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that she knew I was there, that she remembered me. Even now, when I think back to those days at Pine Ridge and the 1820 cabin, I still wonder why she chose to show herself to me in that way. Was it because I felt nervous about her from the moment I saw the portrait? Was it because I talked about her, told my mom she gave me the creeps, and let her presence bother me? Did that somehow draw her to me more than to the others? Or was it something else entirely? Something about me that she noticed or didn't like? Sometimes I wonder if she didn't want me there in her space, in her house that had been taken from one place and put into another. Maybe she didn't like that new people kept coming in, laughing, sleeping, and living in the rooms she once knew. Maybe she just wanted to be seen, to remind someone that she was still there. The truth is, I don't know. Maybe I never will. All I know is that the memory of that hovering face, so close to mine that I could see every detail, will probably stay with me for the rest of my life. It turned a beautiful trip in the middle of nature and family and celebration into something else. Something strange and unexplainable that still lingers in the back of my mind, waiting quietly, like the eyes of a painted woman watching from a wall in an old cabin.
When I think back to how all of this started, it always takes me back to when we first moved into this house. I was around 10 years old then, still a kid, not really thinking about ghosts or anything serious. The house itself was over 100 years old, the kind of place people usually point at and say, "That must be haunted," half as a joke. It had belonged to my mom's boyfriend's family for years and years. His whole family had lived there at one point or another. His grandparents, uncles, aunts, everyone, it seemed, had some memory of this house. His grandmother and grandfather had both lived there, and I later found out that at least one of them had died inside its walls. Back when we first moved in though, all I really noticed was how big it felt and how old the floors were, with that creak under your feet that you get in old houses. At first, everything seemed normal. The house had that old smell, a mix of wood, dust, and something like old books. The stairs were a bit steep, the windows a little crooked, and the doors sometimes stuck in their frames, but nothing too strange. I got used to the layout, where my room was, where my brother's room was, the kitchen, the shoe room by the back door, all of that. My mom's boyfriend, who I'll call John, had just started dating her not long before we moved in, so it felt like we were adjusting to him and the house at the same time. For a while, life was just life. School, TV, dinners, the usual. Then one night something happened that I still remember clearly, even though I was only about 10 at the time. My mom and John went out on a date together, leaving my older brother in charge of me. He was babysitting, which mostly meant he stayed upstairs in his room or in the living room, and I was downstairs watching TV. Everything was quiet and normal. The house had that nighttime feel, slightly dim, with the TV light flickering on the walls, and the rest of the rooms lying in shadows. For some reason, I decided to go into the shoe room. I honestly don't remember why. Maybe I wanted to check something, or grab something by the back door, or maybe I just wandered in there without thinking. The shoe room was that small, in between space you passed through before stepping outside. I opened the door from the hallway and walked into the shoe room. The light in there was either off or very dim. I just remember it not being very bright. I was about to open the door that led outside when I noticed something in the corner. At first, it was just a shape, a presence, something that didn't fit in with the coats and shoes stacked around. I squinted, trying to make sense of it in the half-light. Then I realized I could make out a face. It was a man's face, pale and kind of fuzzy, like I was seeing it through a haze. I could hardly make it out, but I knew it was there, and it was looking at me. Before I had time to think, it said something, loudly. I don't even remember exactly what the words were, only that it was a loud sound, a man's voice right there in that small room. It didn't feel like it was coming from outside or from another part of the house. It felt like it came from the face in the corner. I screamed. It wasn't a little startled noise, it was a full-on, terrified scream that came out of me before I could stop it. I turned and ran as fast as I could, my heart in my throat, my feet pounding on the floor as I rushed up the stairs to my brother. I told him there was someone in the shoe room, that I'd seen a man, that he said something. My brother came down with me to check, trying to act calm and older brother-like, but when we got there, the corner was empty. There was no one. The house was quiet again, like nothing had happened. He looked around, shrugged, and told me I probably imagined it, or that maybe it was a shadow or noise from outside. After that, life went on, and for a while, nothing else too strange happened. But that moment stuck with me, and I never fully forgot that face in the corner of the shoe room. A few years passed. Things were mostly normal, at least on the surface. This strange memory just became one of those things I tried not to think too much about. Then, last Christmas, something happened that turned everything up a level. My brother gave me a Ouija board as a present. By then I had already turned 13, and now I'm almost 14. I had gotten interested in ghosts and paranormal stuff after the shoe room incident, and I already knew a bit about Ouija boards. I knew that people said they were dangerous, that you could open doors you didn't know how to close. But I was curious. I thought, if I'm careful, it'll be fine. I was also stubborn and a bit too brave for my own good. I took the board upstairs to my room to try it out. I shut the door and turned off the lights so the room was dark, except maybe for a bit of glow from outside or an electronic. It felt like the kind of atmosphere you're supposed to have when you do something like that. I set the board out in front of me, placed my fingers on the planchette and started. "Is anyone there?" I asked. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. The board was silent. I tried again. "Is anyone here who wants to talk to me?" Still nothing. I kept this up for a long time, maybe 20 minutes, maybe more, asking different questions and getting no answer at all. I was beginning to feel a bit foolish sitting in the dark talking to a wooden board. Then, finally, the planchette began to move. At first I thought I was moving it myself by accident, but it felt different, like it was being pulled. I asked questions and the answer I got to everything was no. It was like whoever or whatever was there only wanted to say that one word. No, no, no. It would slide over to N, then to O, and then stop. After a while of getting nothing but no over and over, I felt uncomfortable. It didn't feel like a friendly presence or even a talkative one. I remembered the rule I had read that you're supposed to say goodbye when you're done, so I did. I moved the planchette to goodbye and took my hands off it. I put the board away, thinking that was it, but then I got this sudden, awful feeling. My head started to pound like someone had hit me, and my skin began to feel hot and sticky. Sweat broke out across my forehead and down my neck. I felt weak and heavy, like my body was made of lead. I tried to move, but I couldn't. It was like I was stuck to the spot, trapped in my own body. My legs felt locked in place and my arms wouldn't respond when I told them to move. I stared around the room, not sure what was happening, and panic started to rise in my chest. At some point, my brother came into the room and asked me something that had nothing to do with any of this. His question doesn't really matter to the story, but just the fact that he came and broke the moment. I don't know if I managed to answer him properly or if I just looked at him like I was dazed. After a while, the heavy feeling slowly faded, and I could move again. My head still hurt, and I felt shaken and off, but I could at least stand and walk. Not long after that, something strange happened with one of my dolls. It was one of those dolls where there's a smaller doll nested inside a bigger one, and then another inside that, like those Russian nesting dolls. I had it in my room with the rest of my stuff. One day, I noticed that its head started moving. Not a lot, not like in a horror movie where it spins around completely, but enough that I saw it turn slightly on its own. No one was touching it. There was no breeze in the room, no one walking close enough to bump it. Yet its head moved. It creeped me out so much that I could hardly look at it after that. A few months went by, and then I had a dream that felt different from normal dreams, like it wasn't just my brain making things up, but something more. I know some people don't like hearing about dreams and stories like this, but this one felt connected to everything else, and later events made it feel even more important to me. In the dream, I saw a man. I knew he was dead, even though he didn't look like a ghost in the way we usually imagine them. He was standing near my brother's room, right outside my own room, like he was lingering there, watching or waiting. Then the scene suddenly changed. I was downstairs in the house, and so was John. The clock must have been around midnight, because in the dream I felt that it was late, like the middle of the night. My mom was upstairs sleeping, and John was in the bathroom downstairs, brushing his teeth with the door wide open. The light from the bathroom spilled out into the hallway, making the rest of the downstairs look darker in contrast. I was sitting somewhere nearby, maybe in the living room or at the bottom of the stairs. Then I got up to go to my room. As I walked, I suddenly saw a dog in front of me, right there in the house. We didn't have a dog. There was no reason for a dog to be standing in the hallway, just calmly looking at me. I turned towards the bathroom where John was, his toothbrush in his mouth, foam at the corners, and I said, "Do you see it?" He replied, "What?" "The dog. We don't have one." "Where did it come from?" I asked, feeling both confused and scared. "What dog?" he said back, sounding genuinely confused. I looked at him, backlit by the bathroom light, and then I turned my head to look at the dog again, but it was gone. The hallway was empty. The space where the dog had stood just moments before was now nothing but air and shadows. Then the dream shifted again, almost like a movie changing scenes. Now I saw the dog and the old man together in my brother's room. The old man looked like someone in his later years, maybe a grandfather age. Standing nearby was an old woman dressed all in black. She was crying, deeply sad, mourning. I didn't need anyone to tell me she was his wife. Her whole body seemed wrapped in grief, from her slumped shoulders to the lines on her face. She was crying for their deaths, for losing him and the dog, and the sorrow in the dream felt heavy and real. Then, just like that, I woke up. The dream stayed with me. It didn't feel like just a random story my mind made up. It felt like I had seen something real that belonged to another time. I didn't tell many people about it. In fact, I only told one person at first, a friend of mine whose family on her dad's side had a reputation for sensing things like natural disasters before they happened. Her name is Mary, at least that's what I'll call her here. I thought, if anyone would understand, it might be her. After I told her about the dream and some of the other things that had happened, we decided to use the Ouija board together. We went up to my room and set it out. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette and started. "Hello, is there anyone here?" we asked. The planchette moved to "Yes." We asked more questions. At one point, there was a question about whether it was connected to something like the sun or the moon, but I honestly can't remember exactly what answer it gave to that part. We kept talking to it, asking who it was, if it knew the house, if it was with us. One of the questions was, "Are you here with us now?" The answer was, "Yes." At that point, Mary was getting nervous. You could hear it in her voice when she asked, "Can we stop?" The planchette moved to "Goodbye." We took our hands off and sat back. Mary went and sat on the bed, and I went back over to my desk. The room felt tense, like the air itself was waiting for something. Then Mary said, "Chelsea?" "Yeah?" I replied. "There's something touching my leg," she said, her voice small and shaky. I walked over to where she was, trying to see if maybe she had gotten tangled in a blanket, or if there was something on the bed. As I did, the light next to my bed started flickering. It wasn't a soft flicker either. It was the kind of flicker you get when something is interfering with the power, fast and sharp. My heart sped up, and I told her to run downstairs. She did, not arguing, just bolting out of the room. I stood there for a moment, looking around, feeling like something was watching us. Then I turned off the light, shut my door, and went downstairs too. Most of the time, when we had used the Ouija board before, nothing much happened. It would sit there silent, or the answers would feel random. But this time was different. This time, it felt like something actually came through. Over the next few months, I started seeing something more and more often. It wasn't a full shape at first, not like the face in the shoe-room. It was like a shadow, black and low to the ground, about the size of a dog. It would dart past quickly, always at the edge of my vision. I'd see it on the floor, moving fast, like something running by. I'd turn my head to look at it directly, and it would already be gone. I realized that I had actually seen something like it before, back when I was 10, but back then I had ignored it or told myself it was just a trick of the light. Now, it was happening often enough that I couldn't just brush it off. Even now, I still see it sometimes, the quick black shape of a dog-sized shadow moving across the floor. Then, just recently, something happened that made everything feel more intense. A friend of mine came over, a girl I'll call Ally. She is clairvoyant, which means she can see or sense things others can't, like spirits or energies. When she first arrived, we brought milk up to my room in glasses so we could drink while we talked. We had barely started settling down when she suddenly said, in a scared voice, "Chelsea, did you just drop your milk?" "No," I said, confused. She looked down at her foot and around the floor, but nothing had spilled. There was no milk anywhere. She looked shaken. "I felt something cold around my foot," she said, "but it wasn't like cold air. It was different. It felt as if something had actually touched her, wrapping around her foot, but nothing was visible." Later, I told her about the shadow dog and what I had seen. Ally came prepared. Before we used the Ouija board, she set up some traps, as she called them. She took a small piece of paper and wedged it into the closet door in a way that if the door moved even a little, the paper would fold or fall. She did this so we'd know if something had opened the door when we weren't looking. We also set up my iPod as a camera to record us. Even though, as we later found out, it was pointed in the wrong direction at first. The room was dark, candlelit, door closed, lights off, the kind of setting that makes every sound and shadow feel more important. We started the Ouija session again. Fingers on the planchette, candle flickering, camera recording, laptop nearby. We asked questions. "Is anyone here? Do you want to talk to us?" For a long time, nothing happened. The planchette didn't move at all. The room stayed quiet. We eventually stopped and went to check the camera. The video was too dark to see much, and it was pointing slightly away from us, so it didn't show what we had hoped. Still, when we listened carefully to the recording, we noticed something strange. There was a light tapping sound in the background during the session, like someone tapping lightly, which we hadn't heard while we were actually sitting there. It only showed up on the recording. We tried again, this time setting up my laptop as an audio recorder and placing the camera closer, facing us and the closet. We did another session, asking questions. Again, there was no movement from the planchette. It was like no one wanted to speak through the board itself this time. When we finished, we listened back to the audio recording on my laptop. At first, it was just my voice, asking questions in the dark. "Is anyone here? Are you with us? Do you want to talk?" In the silent parts where either of us spoke, I decided to amplify the sound, turning the volume way up so we could hear even the tiniest noise. That's when we heard it. A man's voice, whispering. It wasn't loud enough to hear normally, but with the sound boosted, it was clear. It wasn't anyone from upstairs, and it didn't match the voices of anyone in the house. There was nothing on in my room that could have made that sound. The voice said things like, "She is very close to me," and answered yes, in a soft whisper in places where it was completely silent for us. It felt like the spirit couldn't or wouldn't move the planchette that time, but it found another way to talk. We went downstairs and played the audio for my mom. At first, she didn't believe us. She thought it might be a trick of the recording, or maybe some noise from outside. Then she looked over at John, and there was a strange look on her face, like she was thinking about something she hadn't told us yet. John finally spoke up. "My grandmother and grandfather lived here," he said quietly. "He died in this house." I felt a cold wave go through me. The old man in my dream, standing near my brother's room. I took a breath and asked, "Did they have a dog that died here too?" "Yes," he said. I looked at Ally, and then back at my mom and John. I told them the full dream then, the old man, the dog, the old woman in black crying. I told them about the shadow dog I kept seeing, about the face in the shoe room years ago, everything. It all suddenly felt connected, like pieces of a puzzle sliding into place. We went back upstairs to my room to check Ally's traps. I noticed that the piece of paper in the closet door, which she had placed so carefully, had been folded over at the end. The door must have moved enough to bend it. It wasn't how she had left it. Then we checked the video we had recorded that second time. The camera this time was pointed towards us and the closet. What we saw made us both freeze. Right beside me, in front of the closet, there were shapes that looked like arms and fingers. They weren't like solid arms, more like glowing outlines or lit-up shapes, pale against the dark background. They were not reflections, because there was nothing in the room that could have reflected in that way, and they moved. The fingers curled and shifted slowly as if something was reaching out or hovering there. As soon as we finished the session and I moved a little, the shapes vanished. They were there for part of the recording and then gone the moment I shifted. We replayed it over and over. It was amazing and terrifying at the same time. When we showed my mom and John that too, the room went quiet. The next day, Ally left, and my mom, my brother, and I had to go to Nova Scotia to visit family. John went off with his friends to Magic Mountain. Before we left, I prepared everything for my cat, Calicia. She's a total glutton normally, always ready to eat anything in her bowl and then look for more. I left 2 bowls full of cat food for her, filled up her water dish, and cleaned and refreshed her litter box. I wanted to make sure she had everything she needed while we were gone. When we came back, something was wrong. Her food bowl looked untouched. It didn't look like she had eaten anything. The water dish was still full, like no one had taken a sip. The litter box, which should have had at least something in it, especially after a couple of days, was completely clean. No poop, no pee, nothing. And Calicia herself looked strange. She wasn't her usual greedy, relaxed self. Instead, she looked tense and scared, her eyes wide and alert, her body low as if she was expecting something bad. She refused to walk on the floor. She only stayed up on side tables, coffee tables, or the couch. If she had to move, she would jump from one high surface to another, like the floor was dangerous. The only time she would touch anything near the ground was when she ran to the window ledge in the kitchen, and even then she moved fast, like she was trying to escape something chasing her. She meowed a lot, in a way that sounded more like crying than normal meowing. The first night we were back, my mom fell asleep on the couch in the living room. In the middle of the night, my cat started making loud, distressed noises, meowing like crazy. It was so intense that it woke up my mom, my brother, and me. We all went downstairs to see what was wrong. Calicia was on the couch or a table, looking around like she was seeing things we couldn't see. We pet her for a few minutes, trying to calm her down. She purred a little, but she still seemed on edge. When we tried to carry her upstairs to sleep in one of our rooms, she broke free, ran back down, and hid on the couch again, her eyes big and scared, her body pressed into the cushions like she wanted to disappear. It felt like something in the house was scaring her to death, something we couldn't see. Just today, while I was cleaning my room, I felt something that made my skin crawl. I was picking things up off the floor, moving stuff around like normal, when I felt something brush past me at about leg height. It was that exact feeling of an animal walking by, the air moving, the sense of a body passing close. I didn't see anything, but I knew, as clearly as if I had actually seen it, that it was the dog. The same dog from my dream, the same black shadow shape I had seen so many times. Right after that, I heard banging sounds from the attic. Not soft creaks, but actual banging, like something or someone was up there moving things around. All of this scares me, and what scares me even more is that it seems to focus on me. For some reason, it only really makes itself noticed around me. I'm the only one who hears the banging in the house when no one else does. I'm the only one who hears footsteps at night when everyone else is asleep. During the day, I'm often home alone, and at night I'm usually the last one to fall asleep, so I hear and see things other people miss. I'm the only one who sees the black shadow that's the size of a dog racing past my feet almost every day. I'm the only one who sees the white mist that's about the size and shape of an old man near my brother's room or in the hallway. Sometimes it's just the smallest flicker at the edge of my vision, but I know it's there. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. The other night, I cried because I could hear my cat crying inside the house while I was outside, and I felt helpless. I thought of how scared she looked, how she wouldn't walk on the floor, and I had this horrible feeling that something might happen to her, that something I couldn't control, or even fully see might hurt her. I also felt so alone because I'm the only one who sees and hears these things regularly. Everyone else can brush it off as imagination, or coincidence, or the house settling. For me, it doesn't feel like that. It feels real. They seem to be attached to me, especially the dog. I can feel it. It's like wherever I go in the house, there's this invisible presence not far behind me, watching, waiting, maybe even trying to communicate. I know that if it really wanted to hurt us, it probably would have by now. That thought doesn't exactly make me feel safe, but it does make me think that hurting us is not what it wants. Deep down, I feel like it wants help. Like the man and his dog and maybe even the old woman are somehow stuck and they need something from me. I've read that spirits often get attached to people who have psychic abilities or sensitivities. I don't know how psychic I am, but I do have dreams that come true sometimes, like glimpses of things before they happen. I also have this weird thing in my head where I can sometimes see a quick picture of where something is when we've lost it, and when I go look there, that's where it is. It's not all the time, but enough that I've noticed it. Maybe that's why they're drawn to me. Maybe they see me as the one person in the house who can feel them, see them, hear them. Maybe they think I'm the only one who can help them move on or get their message across. The worst part is that I'm only 13. I still feel like a kid in a lot of ways. I'm not some experienced ghost hunter or psychic medium. I'm scared. I'm scared for myself, for my cat, for my family, even while I keep telling myself that they don't want to hurt us. I try to talk to my mom about some of the things that happen, usually in a text, because it's easier to type it out than to say it face to face. I tell her about the banging, the shadows, the mist, the way the cat acts. She always replies with something like, "It's okay, smiley face," with a smiley face at the end. I know she's trying to comfort me and not make it a big, scary thing, but sometimes it feels like no one really understands how intense it is for me. So here I am, almost 14, living in a house that has seen over 100 years of life and death, feeling like I'm caught between the living and the dead. There is a dog-shaped shadow that keeps me company when I don't want it, an old man who appears in my dreams, an old woman crying in black, a voice that whispers on recordings but not in the room, and a cat who refuses to touch the floor. I don't know exactly what they want or how I'm supposed to help them, but I can feel that connection, like an invisible thread tying us together. And as much as it terrifies me, a part of me is starting to understand that running from it won't make it go away. It's with me, and it's real, and I have to find a way to live with it, at least until I can figure out what they need and why they chose me. When I was a young kid growing up in Amherstburg, Ontario, it was almost impossible not to hear about Old Texas Road. If you lived anywhere nearby, you would eventually hear at least one of the many ghost stories people told about that place. Some of the stories were silly, some were dark, and some were so detailed that you could almost see the scenes in your mind. By the early 1990s, when I was in high school, a small group of us had formed this habit of going out to check some of these places for ourselves. We were curious, a bit reckless, and more than a little excited by the idea of scaring ourselves. Texas Road and the Texas Road Graveyard were some of the first places we decided to investigate, and over our years in high school we went back there several times. The events that happened there stuck with me so clearly that even now I can remember the sounds, the smells, and the feeling of the air on my skin during those nights. Back then we learned quickly that you couldn't really talk about Texas Road without also hearing about its history. People said that long before there were houses and farms there, the road had started as a Wyandot Indian trail. It supposedly led to a sacred Indian burial ground near the river. Later, in the 1700s, when the British began to settle the area, the trail turned into a proper road. It became a link between the river road that ran between Fort Amherstburg and Old Sandwich, what is now West Windsor, and the farmlands up toward McGregor. It was during that time, people said, that some of the oldest stories took place. One of those stories told of British soldiers who were fleeing along Texas Road from the American army after the fort had been burned. According to the story, their own Indian allies betrayed them, slaughtered them, and then sold their scalps to the Americans who had taken over the area. There was confusion in the stories, too, because some people said the Indian cemetery was actually at the end of Middleside Road, one concession north of Texas Road. But when you are young and hungry for scary tales, you don't worry too much about exact maps. You just listen, and the images stick. Over time the stories piled up. People talked about an Indian massacre and a mass grave. They talked about British soldiers dying in the dark. Others swore that witches had been burned at the stake near the road, and that people had practiced witchcraft and even satanic rituals along that stretch of land. The details changed from storyteller to storyteller, but one thing stayed the same. Everyone agreed Texas Road was not just an ordinary country road. For our group, it was the witch stories that caught our attention most. We were teenagers, and anything that mixed history, danger, and the supernatural sounded like exactly the kind of place we wanted to see. The version of the witch story that we heard most often went like this. After Fort Amherstburg was rebuilt as Fort Malden in the early 1800s, the town was under heavy control and the local indigenous people were forced into smaller and smaller territories. As new land agreements were made, the local tribes were left with less hunting ground and fewer ways to live off the land. Times were hard, and some of the people came to rely on trade with the town to survive. Somewhere in those years, people said, some young indigenous women started to provide services to the men in town. Some said it was the town's men who encouraged it. Others said it was done out of desperation. No one seemed to know for sure, but everyone agreed that this caused trouble. Maybe the wives and other women in town were angry that their husbands were paying these women. Maybe some of the men were not paying fairly, or were mistreating the women. Either way, bad blood grew. The story went on to say that the local tribes raided the town in anger, and that soon the American authorities and the church stepped in. According to the tale, several of these women were arrested and tried for witchcraft, not because they were real witches but because people wanted a reason to punish them. The story claimed that they were taken to Texas Road, tied to stakes, and burned as witches. Their bodies, it said, were left hanging for a while as a warning to anyone else who might try to trade in the same way. Whether that story was true or not, it left a deep mark on the area's reputation. In the early 1900s, different groups were said to have used parts of Texas Road as a place to practice witchcraft and Satanism. People whispered about hidden ceremonies in the woods, secret meetings late at night, and strange symbols painted under bridges or carved into stones. Every couple of generations, the stories said, these kinds of activities would pick up again. Strange things would start happening. People would see fires in the ravine or hear chanting in the dark, and then the town and the police would crack down on it until it quieted down again. By the time we were teenagers, in the late 80s and early 90s, people were saying that the activity had picked up again. Someone told us that the original ceremonial area, the place where some of these old rituals were done, had eroded and partly fallen into the ravine at the end of Texas Road. People claimed that some of it still remained, especially a large stone that was used as a sacrificial altar. They said that if you walked far enough down the ravine, you could still find that altar stone. Naturally, that was where we decided to start. At that time, our group was still small, only 2 of us who were serious about investigating. Later more friends would join, but for this early adventure it was mostly just me and one close friend. This was actually our second investigation together. The first had been at a place we called the Curse Tree, and we had already scared ourselves enough there to want more. For Texas Road, we knew we had to be careful, not just because of ghosts or weird stories, but because the local police kept a close eye on the area. They were tired of teens partying there, breaking things, or trying to hold their own strange rituals. So instead of going at night like you might expect, we chose to go in the early afternoon on a Saturday during the summer. The light would still be good, and the police were less likely to bother us if we were just 2 kids walking around in broad daylight. We parked our car a little ways up the road and walked toward the old bridge that crossed the ravine. The bridge had a big square cement foundation underneath it, about 10 feet wide, almost like a low tunnel, which you could walk through at the bottom. When we climbed down into the ravine near the bridge, the first thing we noticed was the graffiti. There were pentagrams painted on the cement, upside-down crosses, and strange phrases scribbled in red or black. There were also plenty of signs that other people had been there: old tires, rusty bits of metal, broken bottles, and barbed wire. It felt less like a mysterious ancient site and more like a dumping ground mixed with a hangout spot for bored kids with spray cans. Still, there was something heavy about the air under that bridge, something that made you aware that people had come there for reasons other than just having fun. After a while, we got bored of the mess around the bridge and decided to keep walking down the ravine. As we moved away from the road and deeper into the trees, the mood changed. The ravine twisted and turned, with slopes on either side and a canopy of trees overhead. The further we walked, the more the sound of the road faded behind us. The light became softer and dimmer, broken up by leaves and branches. The air felt cooler and older somehow, like this part of the land remembered things that the rest of the town had forgotten. It was actually peaceful there, in a strange way. The ground was covered with old leaves, and the sides of the ravine grew steeper and then wider as we followed its winding path behind the Sutton Creek forest. We walked for about a mile, maybe a mile and a half, until we finally saw something that made us stop. Scattered around us were several large stones that had clearly fallen from higher up. They were big, rounded rocks, the size of giant pumpkins or even larger. When we looked up at the ground above the ravine, we saw more stones like them, half buried in the soil and surrounded by roots. They looked almost like they had once been arranged in a loose circle or ring, and over time the earth had shifted and some of them had rolled down into the ravine. Right away we thought of the stories. We were sure this must be the spot where people used to meet. In the middle of this rough circle was a large, flat slab of rock that was half buried in the side of the ravine. At first we didn't see anything special about it, but when we looked closer we noticed a small opening behind it where the soil had fallen away. Through that opening we could see more of the side of the stone, and that was when our hearts sped up. Carved into the side of the stone were pentagrams, crosses, letters, and other symbols. Some of them were deep and clear, others were half covered by dirt and roots, worn down by time and weather. They didn't look recent. These carvings looked like they had been there for many years. We realized that we had found it. The stories were true. We were standing in front of the altar stone. We were excited and a bit nervous. It was cool to find proof that the stories about the altar stone were real, but there was no denying that the whole place felt a bit eerie with those symbols etched into the rock, hidden among the trees and away from the road. We started talking right away about coming back with a camera to get pictures. This was back when everyone still used film cameras most of the time, so we imagined taking pictures and showing them to our friends at school, proving that the altar stone was not just an old rumor. We made our way back down the ravine toward the bridge, talking about the carvings and all the possible things people might have done there in the past. But as we came out from under the bridge and started to climb back up toward the road, we saw something that made our stomachs drop. A police car was parked there, waiting. The officer had clearly seen our car parked up the road and decided to check what we were doing. He asked us calmly what we had been doing down there, and we decided that lying would only make things worse, so we told him the truth. We said we were just exploring and looking around. He wasn't amused. He told us we were trespassing, that we shouldn't be down in the ravine, and that if he saw us there again he would arrest us. That was our first run-in with the police on one of our investigations, but it would not be the last. For that summer though, his warning was enough to keep us away from Texas Road. We still wanted those photos, but getting arrested didn't sound like a fun adventure, so we backed off and waited. Later that fall, close to Halloween, the urge to go back became too strong. We told ourselves we were just going to try once more, and we were sure that if we were careful there would be no trouble. It was a Saturday morning when we first tried. We drove to the bridge area and were about to park when we saw another police car. Not wanting to cause trouble, we turned the car around and left, only to realize that the entire area seemed to be crawling with cops. Every time we came back that day, there was yet another squad car nearby, sometimes with spotlights sweeping over the bridge and the graveyard close by. We guessed that with Halloween and Devil's Night so close, the police had decided to stay on top of things and stop people from causing trouble. So once again, we left Texas Road behind and went back to my friend's house. That evening we had a party with a larger group of friends. At some point, as usually happened, the conversation turned to the strange places around town and our past adventures. We brought up the altar stone, excited as always, and told them about the carvings, the location, the way the stones seemed to form a circle. Many of them didn't believe us. They said we were making it up or exaggerating. But a few were interested, their eyes lighting up when we described how hidden away it was. Eventually the idea came up, why not go back that very night, in the dark, and get a picture of the altar? With Halloween close by and our confidence high from being in a group, it started to sound like a great idea. Even though part of me knew it might not be smart, I didn't push too hard against it. I was young and didn't want to be the one who backed out. Around midnight, 5 of us piled into my friend's car. One of our friends had a Kodak instant camera, the kind where the picture slides out and you shake it while it develops. That was our main goal, one good shot of the altar stone that we could bring back as proof. We drove slowly down Texas Road toward the bridge, but as soon as we were close, we saw that the place was still full of police cars. They were shining big spotlights around the bridge area and near the graveyard, probably checking for kids like us. We didn't even try to stop. We just kept going, pretending we were just passing through. For the next 2 hours we drove around the area, waiting, hoping the police would leave. Finally, sometime around 2 in the morning, we decided to try again. We told ourselves they had to be gone by now. This time, as we approached the bridge area, the cops were indeed gone. The road was dark, quiet, and empty. The only light came from our headlights. It should have felt like a relief, but instead it made the whole scene feel much more creepy. The night was darker than before, and that stretch of road always seemed to hold shadows deeper than other places. We slowed down as we passed the bridge, shining the headlights over the trees and ravine to see if there was anyone else there. That was when we saw it. Standing in the bushes by the side of the road was a dark figure. It was cloaked all in black, from head to toe, like somebody wearing a long robe or cape. Its face was pale and greenish, with a long, extended nose like a twisted mask. It looked like something straight out of a nightmare or a horror movie, and for a second all of us stopped breathing. The driver hit the brake and the car jerked to a stop. As soon as we stopped, the figure jumped out of the bushes and landed right in front of the car, blocking our path. At almost the same moment, 2 more figures sprang out of the shadows and jumped onto the trunk and roof of the car. They hit the metal with a loud bang, screaming and pounding with their fists. Their voices were wild, like they were trying as hard as they could to scare us. We all screamed at once, some of us ducking down, some grabbing onto the seats. The driver slammed his hand on the horn, the sound blaring in the quiet night, and stomped his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, and for a second the cloaked figure in front grabbed onto the hood and clung there. As we sped up, all 3 figures jumped away, rolling onto the road in the red glow of our taillights. As we drove off, I caught a glimpse of one of them on the ground. He was wearing Nike running shoes. The big white swoosh logo stood out clearly even in the half-light. It was then that we understood. They were not ghosts or demons. They were just kids like us, dressed up in creepy outfits, playing a prank on whoever happened to drive by. Even though they were just misfits or pranksters, they had done their job well. We were rattled, our hearts pounding from the shock. We figured they were probably the reason the police had been there earlier, since their behavior could easily scare or bother people. We didn't turn around or stop. We just headed back to my friend's house and told ourselves we would come back another time, after Halloween, when all the pranksters had had their fun and gone home. About a week later, in early November, we tried again. Once more, we were at my friend's house late at night, hanging out and eating fast food. There were 5 of us again, 4 guys and 1 girl. It was around 2 in the morning, and we had just come back from one of our first late-night trips through the drive-thru at Taco Bell. The idea came up again, the altar stone. We still wanted that picture. We decided on a plan that sounded clever at the time. We would do a drive-by drop-off. 2 of the guys and the girl would go down into the ravine to find the altar stone. The driver and our most easily frightened friend would stay in the car and circle around. The driver would give us 45 minutes to walk down the ravine, take some pictures, and get back to the bridge. He'd drive past slowly around that time to pick us up. If we missed him, he'd come back 20 minutes later for another pass. If we missed him again, he would park near an old farmhouse at the far end of the road and wait there until we came to him. On paper it seemed like a good, careful plan. In reality, it meant 3 of us would be deep in the ravine at 3 in the morning while others drove a car somewhere far away. We drove toward Texas Road and past the graveyard first. A police car was parked there again, though this time just sitting quietly. We kept going, not stopping, and decided to come back later. Around 3 in the morning, we returned. This time, the police car was gone. The road felt empty and dead. The driver slowed down near the bridge and 3 of us jumped out as quickly as we could, running toward the edge before anyone could see us from the road. We climbed down into the ravine, and right away the temperature seemed to drop. The cold air collected at the bottom of the ravine like a bowl, and a thin layer of fog hugged the ground around the trees. In some places, the fog even spilled slowly over the edges of the ravine, like smoke pouring down into a hollow. The moon that night was bright, and the sky was clear, so we had enough light to see the outlines of trees and stones. But with the fog and the shadows, everything looked half hidden and distorted. We started walking along the ravine floor, and every step we took sent a crunch of dry leaves echoing through the trees. The forest itself was silent. No insects buzzing, no birds calling, no wind rustling the branches. It felt like the whole area was holding its breath, listening to our footsteps. We knew from our daytime trip that the altar stones were about 1.5 miles down the ravine, and we quickly realized that walking that distance in the dark, with slippery ground and roots underfoot, would take longer than it did in the daylight. We were worried about making it back in time for the 45-minute pickup, so we started to jog, then run, our feet sliding and catching on the uneven ground. About 10 minutes into our run, something exploded out of the leaves right in front of me. There was a loud thrashing sound and a burst of movement that scared us so much we all froze where we were. I jumped to the far side of the ravine, my heart pounding, as 2 bright yellow eyes shot up the trunk of a tree. It took us a second to understand what we were seeing. It was just a raccoon, startled by us and racing up the tree for safety. It was such a simple, ordinary thing, but because of the time, the place, and our own nerves, it felt like a jump scare. We all stood there for a few seconds catching our breath, laughing a little to calm down, and thinking about turning back. But we really wanted that picture, and we were stubborn, so we pushed on, telling ourselves the stones had to be close. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and we slowed our pace again, figuring we must be getting near. We began walking more carefully, scanning the sides of the ravine for the familiar shape of the big stones we had seen before. But for some reason, we couldn't find them. The fog and the darkness made everything look different. We kept going and soon realized we had probably gone past where the stones should have been. As we were trying to decide what to do, we heard something new, footsteps above us, up on one side of the ravine. They weren't right beside us but close enough that we could clearly hear leaves crunching and twigs snapping. We all stopped at once. We became like statues, backs straight, heads tilted, eyes wide. My whole body went quiet except for my ears. I strained to catch the direction of the sound, ready to run if I had to. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, about 40 feet away, a shape stepped out from the shadows. It was a white horse. It moved slowly, calmly, through the trees, its pale body almost glowing in the moonlight. The air around it felt thick and strange. The horse's head turned as if it were listening or smelling something in the air, and then it passed through a cluster of trees and vanished from sight. It didn't bolt or crash away like a frightened animal. It simply slipped out of our view as if it had never been there. We had heard of this horse before. People in town told stories about a ghostly white horse that roamed the area around Texas Road and the graveyard, especially near Sutton Creek. Seeing it with our own eyes was both beautiful and unsettling. The scene felt unreal and calm, but the eeriness of it made our skin tingle. I had actually seen that same horse once when I was younger, back when Sutton Creek Farm still offered horseback riding. The instructor had taken us on a trail ride that led into the forest. At one point, we all saw a white horse at the edge of the trees, standing just where it shouldn't be. The instructor turned pale and immediately turned the group around, bringing us back to the barn. When we got back, all the horses were restless, pressing themselves close to the building and away from the trees. That memory floated back to me now, in the ravine, as the horse disappeared into the fog and trees ahead. We all stood there for several seconds, not saying anything, just feeling that strange mix of awe and fear. By then, with all the stopping and staring, we had already used up more time than we should have. There was no way we could keep looking for the altar stone and still make it back in time. So we accepted that we would not get our picture that night and turned around to head back toward the bridge. The trip back was even harder than the way in. The fog had grown thicker, especially closer to the bridge end of the ravine, and the moonlight could no longer cut through the trees as clearly as before. The shapes of the ravine walls and the trees blurred together, and it became easier to trip over branches and hidden stones. The three of us stuck close together, none of us wanting to get even a few steps ahead or behind. After about 20 minutes of walking and stumbling, we realized that we had been in the ravine for at least 45 minutes, maybe more. We were probably going to miss our first chance to be picked up. Our legs ached, our lungs burned from running, and the fog made it hard to tell how far we still had to go. I tried to reassure myself by remembering that the closer we got to the bridge, the steeper the sides of the ravine became, so we just had to watch for those higher walls. Eventually, we started to notice the slopes growing steeper, and we knew we were somewhere within a quarter-mile of the bridge. We stopped for a moment to catch our breath. We told each other that we still had time before the second pickup and that if we moved carefully, we would make it. For a few seconds, all we could hear were our own breaths and the soft drip of moisture from leaves. Then, out of nowhere, a loud, deep laugh echoed through the trees. It was a man's voice, low and cruel, the kind of laugh that seems to vibrate in your bones. "Ha ha ha ha! We have guests!" he called out. The words bounced around the ravine, coming from somewhere above us, but the echoes made it hard to tell from exactly where. Every hair on my body stood up. In that instant, I knew we were not alone in the woods. It wasn't a ghostly whisper or a distant sound. It was a very real, very loud voice of someone who was trying to scare us. We understood right away that whoever this was knew we were there, and he sounded like he was enjoying it. The idea that some strangers were in the forest with us, in the fog, at 3 a.m, laughing like that, felt even more dangerous than any ghost story. I knew that if they wanted to find us, they had a better chance than we did. They probably knew the forest and ravine much better. We didn't wait. Without saying much, we bolted up the side of the ravine opposite from where the voice had seemed to come from. We clawed our way up the incline, grabbing at roots and rocks, and then we ran straight into the trees. I led the way, because I knew there was a cornfield not too far from the forest. I figured if we could reach it, we could use it to hide. Even though cornfields are not exactly comforting places either, especially if you have ever seen a movie like Children of the Corn. It sounded better than being trapped down in the ravine with unknown people closing in. As we ran, we could hear more than one person behind us. There were several sets of footsteps, branches breaking, leaves crunching, and voices calling out to each other, though I couldn't make out the words. One of my friends, the girl in our group, was close to panic. I could hear her breathing fast, almost hyperventilating, and I worried that she might not be able to keep running much longer. I thought about stopping and hiding behind a tree, hoping the pursuers would run past us. But with her labored breathing and our tracks in the soft ground, it felt like they would find us easily. Soon we reached the edge of the cornfield. Without thinking too much, we crashed through the first few rows, the dry stalks whipping against our arms and legs. After a few steps in, I realized our mistake. Looking down, I could see the clear path we were leaving behind, broken stalks and flattened plants in a straight line. It would be like an arrow pointing right to us. I stopped and motioned for my friends to follow me back out to the narrow strip of land between the cornfield and the forest. We crouched low and started to move along that narrow, muddy edge. From there, we could still hear the people behind us crash into the forest. After a moment, we heard them enter the cornfield farther away, their feet stomping down the rows. They were clearly following where they thought we had gone in, and for a brief moment we felt a small sense of relief. We walked quietly along the strip between the trees and the corn, trying to be slower and quieter so they would not hear us. The mud was soft and heavy, clinging to our boots and making each step feel like we were lifting weights. Our legs were tired, and the fear was still sitting heavy in our chests, but we forced ourselves to keep going. The road was still some distance ahead, and our friend with the car would be waiting near the old farmhouse past that. After some minutes, we heard the voices of our pursuers again. They were still in the cornfield, their footsteps heavy as they crashed through the rows. They shouted something to each other about how we might not be in the field at all. The sound got closer for a moment, and then we felt it was too risky to stay on the outside edge. We decided to take a different approach. We re-entered the cornfield quietly and began walking along the rows instead of across them. Every now and then, we would cross a few rows, then return to walking along them again. In this way, we tried to weave a confusing path, so that anyone tracking us by the bent plants might be thrown off. It felt like forever, but after about 20 minutes of this careful movement through the corn, we finally saw a change in the darkness ahead. The rustling stalks ended, and we stepped out at the far edge of the cornfield. In front of us was a deep ditch, and beyond that, the faint outline of the road. We stopped for a moment, scraping thick clumps of mud off our boots with sticks. Our legs were shaking from the effort, and our lungs still burned from running in fear. We didn't know where our pursuers were anymore. They had gone quiet, or maybe we were just too far away to hear them. We began walking along the ditch, following it toward the place where we thought we could cross and reach the road safely. As we did, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, moving slowly down the road toward us. At first I hoped it was our friend's car, but as it got closer, I saw that the headlights were large and square, like those on a truck, not the smaller lights of a car or a police cruiser. The girl in our group thought maybe we should flag the truck down and ask for help, but both of us guys immediately felt that it was a bad idea. We had no idea who was in that truck. It could be friendly people, but it could also be the same ones who were chasing us or someone just as bad. We stopped and watched as the truck came closer along the dirt road. When it reached the area near the bridge, it came to a grinding halt, the tires kicking up dirt and dust. Several people spilled out of the truck, moving through its headlights. Even from that distance, we could hear their laughing and shouting. It didn't take long to realize this was the same group that had been chasing us in the forest and through the corn. The way they moved, the way they talked, it all matched. We scrambled back up from the ditch and into the cornfield again, crouching low as the truck roared past where we had been. We could see the beam of the truck's floodlights swinging over the edge of the cornfield, searching. We heard the clink of empty beer cans being tossed out of the truck and landing in the field. They were laughing loudly, clearly having fun with whatever they thought they were doing that night. We stayed as still as we could, pressed into the dirt between the corn rows, waiting for them to move on. Eventually the truck accelerated, spinning its tires, and raced down the road again. We did not wait long. As soon as it was out of direct sight, we got up and started moving along the edge of the field once more, heading toward where we knew our friend should be. None of us wanted to risk stepping out onto the road too early. There was always the chance the truck had stopped with its lights off, waiting for us. So we stayed just inside the corn, close enough to see the faint lighter strip of the road beyond the ditch, but far enough in that we were masked by the plants. Finally, we reached the end of the cornfield and stepped into the open area of a farmyard. There, on the farmer's access drive, we saw our friend's car. It was parked a little way in from the road, partly hidden. We broke into a run, stumbling over clumps of dirt and stones, and rushed to the car, banging on the doors. Our friend and the one who had stayed with him jumped in their seats from the shock, then quickly unlocked the doors and let us in. We tumbled inside and began talking at once, breathless, trying to explain about the men in the forest, the laughter, the chase, the truck, everything. Within seconds, the engine was started and we were pulling out of the farm drive and back onto the road, heading away from Texas Road and all the strange things we had just witnessed. We never did get our picture of the altar stone. After that night, the idea of going back there in the dark didn't seem exciting anymore. It seemed foolish. The next spring, heavy rains came, and the whole area around Texas Road flooded. Many of the side roads were washed out for days. Construction crews were brought in to work on the drainage in the Texas Road area and the nearby concessions. They used large machines to dig out and reshape the ravine, changing its natural curves and slopes. By the following summer, when we went back in the daytime to walk along the edge, we could no longer find the altar stone. The ravine looked different, and whatever stones had once been there were either moved, buried, or taken away. The only disturbing things we saw were dead animals tied to some of the trees near the bridge. A few days later, the local paper reported that several dead or near-dead animals had been found tied to trees and telephone poles along Texas Road and another nearby road. Most of them were roadkill, but there were also some cats and dogs and even birds. It was a horrible, sick thing to read about. About a year after that, the town closed Texas Road altogether for bridge repairs. The work was done, but the road was never reopened to regular traffic. Over the next few years, we tried to see if we could find where the stones from the ravine had been moved to, but we never found the altar stone again. A couple of years ago, I walked along the old road on foot. The bridge still looked almost the same, but the ravine below was thick with brush, impossible to see into clearly. The forest seemed smaller than it had in my memories, probably because farmers had cleared more land for fields. The graveyard now had a metal fence around it, and Sutton Creek Farm, which had been full of life and horses when I was young, had long since closed, leaving the land quiet and empty. Even though the physical place has changed, the memories of those nights on Texas Road have not. I still remember the sound of the man's laugh echoing through the trees, the sight of the white horse slipping through the fog, the feel of mud pulling at my boots as we tried to escape, and the strange, carved symbols on the altar stone hidden in the ravine. Whether you believe in ghosts, curses, or witches or not, there is no denying that something about that place draws out the darkest stories people can tell and leaves them hanging in the air, waiting for the next group of curious kids to come along and listen. I grew up in the small historic town of Amherst, a place where the streets, fields, and rivers always seemed to carry stories. By the time I got to high school, those stories were like a second language. Everyone had heard something about an old battlefield, a haunted road, or a strange house at the edge of town. Instead of just listening to those tales, a group of friends and I decided that we wanted to see how much of it was actually true. It really began in grade 9, when a friend and I joined the local haunted house project. That haunted house was supposed to be just for fun, something for Halloween, but it opened a door for us. We started hearing about real places in and around Amherstburg that people claimed were haunted. We went to see a cursed tree first, and what we found there scared us but also left us amazed that something so eerie could actually match the stories. After that we explored a place with a so-called satanic altar stone, and that experience was frightening enough that it stayed with us for a long time. Those first 2 trips made us realize that if we were going to keep doing this, we needed to be a little more serious and organized. We did not want to keep stumbling into these places at 3 in the morning just because we were bored or had been drinking. So the few of us who were most interested started talking about making an actual plan. We would pick locations, go mostly sober, and really try to observe what was out there instead of just running around in the dark trying to scare ourselves. The first step was to make a list of known hot spots. That part was easy, because in a small town the rumors travel fast. Nearly everyone had heard some version of the Texas Road stories and the stories about the Texas Road Cemetery. But because we had just spooked ourselves near the bridge there not long before, we thought it might be smarter to start somewhere else. We chose the River Canard graveyard. It was well known in its own quiet way, and one of the people in our little group had a personal reason to go there. By the time we got serious about River Canard, our group had changed a bit. We were now in grade 10. There were 3 guys, including me, and a new girl from art class who had joined us. The girl who had come along with us on the Texas Road Bridge adventure still came to our parties, but after what we had gone through there, she refused to go anywhere with us after dark. I could not really blame her. The new girl was different. She was curious, artistic, and had a connection to River Canard because she had a relative buried there. She had never actually visited that grave and wanted to find the headstone, so when we suggested a trip, she agreed. River Canard itself was a small settlement with a peaceful look that hid a very strange little graveyard. A narrow river ran between 2 large swampy areas. On one end it opened toward Lake Erie, and on the other the swampland stretched and ended not far from Texas Road. In the middle of this area there was an old cement bridge crossing the river. On one side of the river stood a big red brick church, old and solid, with its tall shape watching over the road. On the other side, opposite the church, there was a small row of houses and open fields. Just across from the church, on the far side of the river, was the little graveyard we had heard so much about. The cemetery at River Canard was not large, but it had a reputation. It was old and, for many years, had been poorly cared for. Weeds had taken over many of the graves, some stones leaned or had fallen, and because the graveyard sat on very low ground close to the river, it had a serious problem with water. There were small dirt roads on both sides of the river back then. The side with the graveyard sat so low that during wet seasons the river would sometimes rise over the road. When the water got too high, the ground in the cemetery would become soaked and soft. People said that in those times, coffins sometimes floated up. The idea of walking into a graveyard and seeing a coffin corner sticking out of the ground was both disgusting and fascinating to us as teenagers. It sounded like something out of a horror movie, and of course that made us want to see it even more. We first went to the River Canard Cemetery during the day. We wanted to find the grave of the new girl's relative, and see what the place looked like with the sun up. When we arrived, the sky was bright and the air was cool, but even in daylight the graveyard had a strange feel to it. The fence around it was made of old wrought iron, rusted in many places, crooked and broken in others. It looked like it had been there forever, holding in not just the graves, but the history and sadness of the place. The grass was patchy. Thick roots pushed up through the soil, twisting underfoot. Many of the gravestones were tilted or broken, some broken pieces propped up against the remaining stumps. It did not take long before I started looking for the thing I was secretly most curious about, the unearthed coffins. I know it sounds sick to say it, but when you are a teenager and you have heard repeatedly that you can actually see exposed coffins in a place, you feel almost forced to look. We walked around the graves, reading some of the older stones, searching for the relative's name. As we moved along, I saw what I had expected, the cement slab of a grave tilted at an angle, its corner pushed up out of the ground. There was a dark space under that corner, a void filled with muddy water and shadows, where the earth had washed away. A bit farther there was another grave like that, and then a third. One of these had a larger gap, and when I looked into it I could see only darkness and water. I could not see the coffin clearly, but knowing it was there, floating somewhere just under the surface, made my skin crawl. We eventually found the grave of the new girl's relative. The stone was worn, the letters not as clear as they had once been, but she could still read the name. She pulled out paper and a soft pencil and did something I had never seen done in person before. She made a rubbing. She pressed the paper flat over the carved letters and carefully rubbed the pencil across it until the name and dates appeared in gray. I remember thinking what a simple but powerful way it was to save the memory of a grave without taking anything from it. After we had spent some time there, we talked about coming back later with more of our friends. We wanted to show them the unearthed coffins and let them see the strange ground for themselves. The graveyard in daylight was already unsettling, and I think a part of us wanted to push that feeling further, to see what it would be like at night when we could not see clearly and our minds were more open to fear. But we did not go back right away. We left the cemetery that afternoon with a mix of curiosity and discomfort. That same evening, our plan to return started to form more clearly. Once we finished at the graveyard, we left River Canard and drove into the city, to downtown Windsor, to catch a movie at the Palace Theatre, which was a popular place for teenagers at that time. On the drive there, we kept talking about the cemetery, the crooked stones, the broken fence, the coffins pushing up, the smell of damp earth. At the theater, we joked about it in between previews, sometimes falling quiet as images from the graveyard would flash back into our minds. Even after the movie started, there were moments when the story on the screen lost our full attention, and River Canard took over in our thoughts again. When the movie finally ended, it was late, close to midnight. We stepped out of the theater, and saw that it had started to rain. It was not a heavy thunderstorm, but a steady, wet rain that covered everything in a thin shining layer and blurred the streetlights. The air was cool, and the wet pavement reflected the city lights. Standing there in the rain, the graveyard came back into the conversation right away. Someone said that if we were really brave, we would go back right then and see what it was like in the dark and the rain. Another said we should test our courage and look for ghosts. There was something about the idea of that old graveyard, with coffins already trying to rise up during wet seasons, being hit with fresh rain at night, that made the challenge feel both stupid and irresistible. So we decided to do it. We drove out of the city and back toward River Canard. The rain kept falling, steady and cold. By the time we reached the small bridge and parked near the cemetery, it had been raining for some time. It was fully dark now. There was no bright moon to light the way, just the glow of distant lamps and the hazy spread of light from the church. There was no lightning, no loud winds, just a quiet, wet darkness. The rain made a soft but constant tapping sound on the car roof. We got out and walked to the entrance of the graveyard. As soon as we stepped off the road, we could feel the ground give a little under our shoes. It was soft and muddy, full of small puddles. The rain made the grass heavy and slick. Only one of us had brought a flashlight, and even with it, our vision was limited. The rain and the darkness combined to cut our sight down to maybe 40 feet in any direction. Beyond that, everything faded into black. We moved a little bit further into the graveyard. The old iron fence was behind us now, and in front of us, we could see the shape of the graves and, in the middle of it all, the tall statue of the angel. In the daylight the angel had already been striking, but now, in the dim, washed-out light, it looked almost alive. The rain ran down the statue's face, along its cheeks and chin, like tears. Water slid off its raised hands and dripped in long lines from the tips of its fingers. The stone, which had looked dull before, now seemed to show lines and patterns as the wetness brought out the grain in the material. For a moment we all fell quiet, just staring at it. The sight of the angel in the rain, towering over the graves with what looked like a sad, wet face, felt like something meant to be seen only once. The air smelled strongly of mud and wet plants. The kind of heavy clay soil in that area releases a particular smell when soaked, a mix of earth and something slightly sour. The rain muffled many of the usual night sounds too. We could not hear crickets, or birds, or the rustling of small animals. When we spoke to each other, our voices carried only a short distance before being swallowed by the sound of the rain falling on leaves, grass, and stone. We spread out a little to look around, though none of us went too far from the group. As I walked, my shoes splashed softly in the puddles, but I also heard another sound. It was a thick, slopping noise like mud being stirred. At first I thought it was just my own footsteps sounding strange in the water, but then I noticed that the noise did not quite match my steps. Even when I stopped, I could still hear it. It was faint, but as the rain kept falling and the ground took in more water, the slopping grew louder. Then, mixed with that sound, I started to hear little popping noises, like bubbles bursting. Since I didn't have a flashlight, I went over to one of my friends who did. I told him about the strange sounds and led him back to the area where I'd heard them most clearly. He shined the light down at the ground. The beam cut through the rain and showed us just how flooded the area was. The water was now a few inches deep in some places, covering the grass and pooling in the lower spots around certain graves. As we watched, we saw small bubbles rise up through the muddy water here and there, making that soft popping noise as they reached the surface. The ground in the graveyard was releasing air trapped in the soil as more water poured in. We moved closer to the graves with the tilted cement slabs. In the dark, they looked even more unsettling. The flashlight beams slid over one where the corner of the slab was lifted, leaving a gap. We could hear water trickling into that open space, sounding just like a garden hose filling a bucket. As we walked around, the burping and trickling noises seemed to come from several spots at once. The whole graveyard felt like it was breathing through the mud. Then we approached the grave with the largest visible gap, the one where, in the daylight, we had seen the dark void under the slab. As we got closer, the popping sounds faded, and the trickling became louder and faster, like a stream pouring into an underground hole. We stared at the opening, listening. Suddenly, there was a deep, hollow bump from somewhere inside the ground. It echoed in a way that did not sound like just shifting dirt or a falling rock. It sounded like something solid had hit the underside of the cement slab from below. We realized at once what it must be. The water slowly filling the grave from the surrounding soil had probably lifted the old coffin, causing it to float upward until it hit the cement from underneath. The sound we had just heard was the coffin bumping against the slab. It is hard to describe how that made us feel. We knew we were standing near a grave, of course. We knew that under every stone there was a body in a box, long dead and gone. But hearing the coffin itself move, feeling the earth shift under our feet as water tried to push that coffin up, made the whole thing much more real. We all took a step back. None of us wanted to think too much about what was inside that coffin, or what the water was washing over before it spilled back out through the gap. Dirty water began to slowly pour out from the opening and run along the low ground, carrying bits of soil and who knew what else with it. We were careful after that not to stand in any place where the water seemed to be flowing from a grave. We moved away from that part of the cemetery, circling back toward the center where the angel statue stood. The water was deeper in some areas now, and the field behind the graveyard seemed to be draining straight through the cemetery on its way to the river. It became clear that the graveyard sat directly in a natural runoff path. That explained why, during wet seasons, coffins would sometimes rise or slabs would shift. It also explained why we were now seeing and hearing so much movement in the ground. We gathered in front of the angel statue again. The rain ran steadily down its stone face, and in the flashlight beam we could see little streams of water tracing paths down its chest and arms. We were cold, wet, and a little overwhelmed by what we had just seen and heard. One of us said that we had probably had enough for one night. We were talking about leaving, getting back into the car, warming up, when someone said they thought they saw movement near the area with the open grave. We all turned to look, leaning slightly into the rain and trying to see past the closest stones. At first, I thought it might be a neighbor from one of the houses across the way, coming to check on what we were doing there so late. Or maybe a caretaker of the cemetery. We had heard there was someone who looked after the place, but we had never seen them in person. Because our vision was limited, we decided to sweep the area carefully with the flashlight. The light moved across the wet stones, flickered past the weeds and low roots, and then swung over the area near the open grave. For a split second, we all saw what looked like a hunched figure near the grave, leaning over it. The shape was dark and not very tall, maybe bent over, and then it was gone. The flashlight had passed too quickly. Two of us had seen it clearly enough to know it had been there. We told the person holding the flashlight to move the beam back to that spot, and he did, but when the light returned to the place where the figure had been, there was nothing there. The area was empty. Just the tilted slab, the dark gap, and the muddy water. We decided to search the area more carefully, partly because we were scared and partly because we wanted to be sure that what we had seen was not just a trick of the eyes. We walked a little closer again, the flashlight beam moving slowly across the ground, up the stones, then back down toward the open grave. For a few seconds we saw nothing unusual. Then, as the light settled directly on the cavity beneath the raised slab, we all saw it at the same time. Inside the dark void of the grave opening, where before there had only been shadows and water, there was now a face. It looked old, with deep lines and a kind of pale, sunken quality. The eyes, or where the eyes should have been, seemed to be in shadow, but the shape of the face was definitely there. It did not last long. For a few seconds, maybe just 2 or 3 heartbeats, we stared at that old face looking back at us from under the ground. Then, as the beam of the flashlight trembled and shifted slightly, the face seemed to fade or vanish. The darkness under the slab returned to what it had been before. It felt like the breath had been knocked out of our chests. None of us said anything for a moment. The rain kept falling, pattering on our jackets and the tops of the gravestones. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel it in my throat. Even though every instinct told us that this was the moment to leave, to run back to the car and drive away, we could not help ourselves. We kept glancing back toward that grave as we slowly made our way toward the gate. The person with the flashlight kept shining it over his shoulder, trying to see if the face would appear again. As we reached the edge of the cemetery, near the broken fence, we turned one last time. Even as we climbed into the car, someone leaned out with the flashlight and aimed it toward the area of the open grave. The beam cut across the rain and lit up the angel, then moved down toward the tilted slab. The face did not appear again. There was only darkness and water. After a few long seconds of staring, we shut the door, turned on the engine, and left River Canard behind us for the night. In the years that followed, the River Canard graveyard changed a lot. The whole stretch of road along the low side of the river was built up higher, so that the river would not flood over it as easily. A new drainage route was made to the east, guiding water from the farm fields behind the graveyard through a controlled path and out to a field on the other side. The community around River Canard took more interest in the cemetery. People cleaned it up, cut back the weeds, and repaired what they could. The church helped fund the reburial of several graves that had been disturbed by water over the years. The old rusted wrought iron fence was removed, and even the weathered angel statue in the middle of the graveyard was taken away. Now, if you drive past it, the cemetery looks quiet and neat. The ground is even, the stones better kept. It is still small, still close to the river, but it does not immediately look like the spooky place it once was. I have not walked inside the graveyard since that rainy night. I only pass by in a car now and then. But every time I drive along that road and glance over at the graveyard, I remember wading through the mud and puddles, hearing the air bubbles burp from the flooded ground, listening to the dull bump of a coffin hitting the slab above it, and seeing that old face in the darkness of the open grave. No matter how clean or normal it looks now, that night will always live in my memory when I think of River Canard. About 10 years ago my family and I moved to Alberta from British Columbia. At the time it felt like one of those big life changes that you know you are supposed to be excited about, but deep down you feel a little scared and a little sad too. We were leaving behind familiar streets, old friends, and the places I had grown up knowing. My parents left ahead of my sister and me so they could find a house, settle in, and get everything ready. Before they left, I remember asking them for something that must have sounded a bit funny to them. I told them, very clearly, "Please reserve the room that is the farthest down the hall for me." I asked this before I had even seen the house, before I knew what it looked like or how many rooms it had. I just wanted the room at the very end, the one tucked furthest away. I don't know why I wanted that so badly, but I did. Maybe I liked the idea of having a quiet space away from everyone else, a little corner that would feel like my own world. A couple of months later, after they had moved and settled in a bit, my sister and I finally arrived at our new house in Alberta. It was strange stepping out of the car and seeing this place that was supposed to be home now. The sky looked a little different, the air felt a little drier, and the street was unfamiliar. But my parents had remembered my request. When we walked inside and they showed us around, they took me down the hallway and pointed to the very last room. "This one is yours," they said. They had kept it empty for me, just like I asked. When I stepped inside, I loved it right away, even though it was the smallest bedroom in the house. It was in a corner, but what made it special was how the 2 windows were placed. Instead of being on separate walls like in most rooms, the windows met at the corner, forming a glass angle that looked out onto the yard and the street. I had never seen a room like that before. In the daytime, the lights spilled in from both sides and made the room feel bigger than it really was. I could imagine myself reading there, decorating the walls, arranging my bed and my things exactly the way I wanted. For a while, everything was fine. We unpacked boxes, learned where everything was in town, and slowly settled into a new routine. My room felt cozy and quiet. At night I would lie in bed and stare out at the sky through my corner windows, watching the orange glow of the streetlights and the faint shapes of trees and houses. I didn't feel afraid or uneasy. I didn't see or sense anything strange at all. It was just a new house that I was learning to get used to. Not long after we moved in, though, something happened that I didn't actually witness but that my parents later told me about. One day, both of them saw the ghost of my Aunt Donna. She had passed away about 8 years before we moved, and she was buried back in BC, far away from this new Alberta town. Yet my parents said they saw her clearly at the front sidewalk of our house. They described seeing her standing there, not angry or frightening, just present. They recognized her face, her hair, the way she used to look. The idea that my aunt, who was buried in another province, had appeared at the front of this new house was unsettling, but also strangely comforting, like maybe she was checking in on us or watching over us in this unfamiliar place. They told me about it in a calm way, not to scare me, but to share what they had seen. I didn't know exactly what to think, but I trusted that they believed what they saw. For the first couple of years, nothing else seemed strange. I slept in my room without any real worries. Sometimes I heard normal house sounds, like pipes or the furnace, or the floor creaking when someone walked by, but I never felt threatened. Life carried on. I went to school, made new friends, and slowly got used to living in Alberta. My room became my little world, filled with my posters, my books, my clothes, and all the small things I had brought from BC that reminded me of my old life. It wasn't until about 2 or 3 years after we moved in that I began to notice certain things. They were small at first, easy to ignore if I wanted to. The first thing I remember clearly is the smell of cigarette smoke. Now, both of my parents smoked, but they had a very firm rule. They always smoked outside. They never smoked in the house. I had seen them go out onto the porch or the backyard, even in the cold, to have a cigarette. So the house itself never smelled like smoke. My window, especially, was almost always closed when I was in my room. But sometimes, when I was alone in my room, I would catch a very clear, very strong smell of cigarette smoke. It wasn't faint, like a leftover smell caught in fabric or furniture. It was sharp and fresh, as if someone had just taken a drag and exhaled nearby. It came only in my room and only when I was alone. I would pause whatever I was doing, reading, writing, listening to music, and sniff the air, trying to figure out where it was coming from. I would open the door and step into the hallway, but the smell would disappear there. I would check the window to see if maybe smoke had drifted up from outside, but the glass was closed, and the smell didn't seem stronger near the window. It was just there, around me, then gone. I am a night owl, so I often stayed up late, sometimes until 1 or 2 in the morning reading in bed or listening to my radio quietly. There were nights when, long after I knew everyone else in the house was fast asleep, I would suddenly smell that cigarette smoke again. It would come out of nowhere, hang in the air for a few moments, then slowly fade. Every time it happened, I would feel a little shiver of unease. I knew my parents would not be smoking inside at that hour. I also knew the man renting the basement suite smoked sometimes, but he never did it inside either. My parents were clear about that rule. I asked them more than once to be sure, and they always told me the same thing: no one smoked inside. Along with the strange smell, there was another thing I noticed over time. My room started to feel colder than the rest of the house, especially at night. Of course, in the winter almost everything feels cold at some point, and my room was at the far end of the hallway. It made sense to think that maybe less heat reached it, or that the vents weren't as strong in that corner. I also kept my door closed most of the time, because I liked playing my radio at night, and I didn't want the sound to travel down the hallway and bother anyone else. Because of all that, It was easy to explain the cold to myself. Still, as the years went by, it seemed like my room was always just a bit colder than it should be, even compared to the other bedrooms. My parents noticed it too. They would come in to talk to me or bring something to my room and say, "It's freezing in here," rubbing their arms or shivering a little. We all thought the same thing. The room was at the end of the house, the door was usually closed, so the heat didn't circulate well. It was a simple explanation that made sense, so we accepted it. It was one of those cold nights when I first felt something touch my blankets. I remember it very clearly. I had 2 blankets on my bed, one lighter one that hugged my body and a heavier one over the top for extra warmth. I liked to wrap the top blanket around myself and tuck it in tightly at my sides while I lay on my back, almost like I was wrapping myself into a little cocoon. That particular night, the air in the room felt especially cold. The kind of cold where your nose and cheeks feel icy when they stick out above the covers, and your hands sting a bit if they come out from under the blankets for too long. I had just finished pulling the blankets up and tucking the top one firmly around my sides. I settled back against my pillow, trying to get comfortable and waiting for the warmth of my own body to slowly heat the space under the covers. I was staring up into the darkness, eyes half closed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I suddenly felt a small tug on the blanket. It was not a large, strong yank. It felt more like someone had pinched a bit of the blanket between their thumb and forefinger and given it a quick little pull, just enough to make me feel the movement against my body. The tug came from somewhere near the side of the bed, at about waist level. Immediately, my eyes flew open. The room was too dark for me to see clearly, but I could still make out the faint outline of the furniture and the light from outside slipping in around the curtains. I stared into the darkness, my heart beating fast, listening for any other sound, but I heard nothing. I lay there for a long moment, not breathing too loudly, wondering if the blanket had just slipped on its own or if maybe I had twitched and made it move without realizing it. But deep down, I knew it had felt like a deliberate pull, like fingers had gripped the fabric. I could not shake that thought. After a while, I worked up the courage to move. I slid my hand out from under the blankets, reached over, and flicked on the lamp on my bedside table. The soft light filled the room and made everything look normal again. My dresser was where it had always been, my posters were on the walls, my desk sat in the corner. Nothing was out of place. There was no one there. I got out of bed and checked around the room anyway. I looked under the bed, opened my closet door, peered into the corners. There was nothing and no one. Eventually, I turned off the light and went back to bed, but it took me a long time to fall asleep that night. Every time the blanket shifted even a little, I tensed up, waiting for another tug that never came. Over the next 5 years, I still did not see anything with my eyes, not clearly, not like a solid shape standing in front of me. I never saw a full figure walking across my room or anything like that. But the room remained cold, especially at night, colder than anywhere else in the house. The smell of cigarette smoke kept appearing from time to time, always when I was alone, always inside my room, never in the hallway or the other rooms. I kept asking my parents and even the tenant downstairs if anyone had started smoking inside, but the answer was always no. I believed them. It felt like the smell was meant only for me, like it was tied to that room in some way. Then something new began to happen, something that scared me even more than the blanket being tugged. It started slowly, with just a faint feeling, then grew clearer over time. It would always happen at night, when I was lying in bed alone in the dark. Sometimes I would be on my back, sometimes on my side, sometimes almost asleep, sometimes wide awake. Out of nowhere, I would feel a strange sensation on my face. At first it was just a hint of coldness, like a draft. But it was not the kind of cold you feel from a window or a door. It was more focused and more intense. Then, as it happened again on different nights, I realized it felt like someone breathing right into my face. The air was cold, much colder than the regular air in the room, and it came in fast, short puffs, like someone breathing quickly through their nose just a few inches away from my own nose. The sensation was always strongest over my nose and mouth. It wasn't like a soft, warm breath from a living person. It was icy, thin, and fast, almost like the air itself was shivering. Each time it happened, it made my heart race. I would open my eyes, expecting to see someone, or something, leaning over me, but the room looked empty. I could see the faint outline of my ceiling, the shape of the curtains, the glow of streetlights from outside. Nothing else. Yet the feeling of that cold, quick breathing against my face was so real that I could not convince myself it was just my imagination. Sometimes, when it happened, I would hold my breath to make sure I wasn't feeling my own breathing bouncing off the blankets or something. But even when I did that, I could still feel it, the cold air pulsing against my skin, as if another presence was there, inches away from me, breathing rapidly. It felt like whoever or whatever it was staring straight at me, even though I could not see any face. This continued for years. It did not happen every night, but often enough that I began to dread going to sleep. I still kept the radio on low, because I hated sleeping in silence. The soft sound of music or talking helped calm me a little, but the cold air on my face never matched the rhythm of the song or the voice on the radio. It came on its own time. Sometimes I would whisper in my head, please stop, not daring to say it out loud. I was afraid that if I spoke to it, it might answer back or do something even worse. While all this was happening to me, I didn't share every detail with everyone. I mentioned the cold and the smell and the blanket tug once in a while, but I didn't describe the breathing to many people, because it felt too personal and too strange. I also knew that my family couldn't really afford to move out. This was our home now, and even if I was scared sometimes, we didn't have the money to just pick up and leave. That made me feel trapped at times, like I had to learn to live with whatever was there. One night, though, something happened that involved someone else, and that made me feel a little less crazy. My boyfriend came over and spent time in my room. He was not someone who scared easily. He liked to tease me a little about ghost stories and strange sounds, but he didn't really expect to feel anything himself. On that particular visit, he was sitting or lying in my room, and later he told me that he suddenly felt something. He didn't describe it in detail, but he said it felt like some sort of presence that was bothering him. He told it, out loud, to leave him alone. And then, according to him, it did. Whatever he felt went away after that. For me, that was both comforting and frightening. Comforting, because it meant it was not just in my head, someone else had sensed something in that room. Frightening, because it meant there really was something there that listened and responded, at least sometimes. But even after hearing what he said, I still chose not to speak directly to it myself. I was too afraid of what might happen if I broke the silence. My room continued to be cold. I continued to smell smoke when no one was smoking. I continued to feel the cold breath on my face at night from time to time. All those years, I slept with the radio on, curled under my blankets, trying not to freak myself out too much before falling asleep. Eventually, I moved out of that house. It was about a year before I started telling this whole story fully. Leaving should have felt like leaving all of that behind, like walking out of a shadow into a brighter, safer place. In some ways it did. In other ways it didn't. Even after I moved, there were moments when I still felt hints of that same kind of activity around me, as if something had followed me or still knew where I was. It wasn't as strong or as constant as it had been in that room at the end of the hallway, but every now and then I would catch a faint smell of cigarette smoke when no one nearby smoked, or feel a sudden, sharp drop in temperature in a small area around me, like a pocket of cold air that had no clear explanation. Sometimes, late at night, I would be lying in a new bed in a different place, far from that old house in Alberta, and I would feel a tiny stirring in the air close to my face. My heart would immediately jump, expecting the rush of cold breath I knew so well. Sometimes it came, faint and brief, and sometimes it didn't. Even when it did, I told myself that maybe it was just my mind remembering and recreating old sensations. But deep down, a part of me wondered if something from that house, something that had stayed close to me for all those years, had not entirely let go. I still don't know exactly what it was. Maybe it was connected to my Aunt Donna, who my parents saw at the front sidewalk when we first moved in, Or maybe it was someone else entirely, someone who had lived in that house long before us, someone who smoked and liked to stand close to people while they slept. Maybe it was just a restless piece of energy, neither kind nor cruel, that had attached itself to that small, cold room at the end of the hall and to the girl who had asked for it before she had ever seen it. What I do know is that those years left a mark on me. The smell, the cold, the tug on the blankets, the breath on my face, none of it has ever fully faded from my memory. Even now, when I think about that house in Alberta and the little room with the corner windows, I can almost feel a chill rise up from the floor, as if the air there still knows my name. My husband and I decided that year that we were long overdue for a proper vacation, just the two of us, with no rush and no real schedule. We had heard so much about Kingston, Ontario, the old limestone buildings, the water, the Thousand Islands, and the history, that we finally settled on going there for 2 weeks. We both liked the idea of somewhere that had pretty scenery, but also some interesting places to explore, and Kingston seemed to have both. The plan was simple. We would drive down, find a nice place to stay, maybe even a cozy bed and breakfast if we could, and then spend our days going on boat trips, walking around the city, and visiting old sites like Fort Henry. It sounded peaceful and a bit romantic, and we were really looking forward to it. On the way there we talked about what kind of place we might stay in. I told my husband that I liked the idea of a bed and breakfast. I pictured an old historic house with wooden floors and a friendly owner who served home-cooked breakfasts in the morning. He agreed at first, and we both decided that we wouldn't book ahead. Instead, we would wait until we arrived in Kingston and then see what was available. It felt a bit adventurous, not having every little thing planned. As we got closer to the city, though, my husband began to change his mind about the whole bed and breakfast idea. I could tell from his voice that he wasn't really in the mood to stay in somebody's private home with strangers nearby. He finally said he would rather stay at a proper hotel. I didn't argue with him. I just said, "Sure, that's fine." And we turned our attention to finding a hotel in the city instead. We had heard about a place called the Prince George Hotel. Someone had mentioned that it was nice and that it was older and had character, which sounded good to me. Once we got into Kingston and found our bearings, we decided to go and check it out. The building looked interesting from the outside. It had that older style that matched the limestone city feel, and I was curious to see what it looked like inside. We parked and headed in, pulling our bags behind us, already imagining what our room might look like if we decided to stay there. As soon as we stepped inside the hotel lobby, I felt something strange, although I didn't know how to put it into words at first. The front area wasn't very busy. In fact, it was almost empty. There were no other guests coming or going, no staff cleaning or carrying things, no sounds of people talking in the halls. It was very quiet. Behind the front desk there was a woman standing there, and she was dressed in an old-fashioned Victorian-style outfit. That was the first thing that caught my eye. It wasn't just a modern uniform designed to look old. It looked like something that belonged to another time completely. The dress was long and dark, with a high collar and old-style buttons, and her hair was pulled back in a way that matched the clothes. At first I just thought, "Oh, they really play up the historic look here." It made a certain kind of sense. Kingston is an old city, after all, and some hotels like to give a period feel. But as I looked at her more closely, I started to feel that something about her didn't seem quite right. I leaned slightly toward my husband and quietly mentioned that she looked a little strange to me, though I couldn't explain why. She didn't say hello out loud. Instead, she just nodded her head slightly in our direction, as if to greet us without speaking. There was something about her face too. It seemed almost too still, as though her expression didn't change much, and her eyes didn't have the same kind of life and movement that you usually see when you look at someone. We walked up to the counter and asked if it would be possible to see one of the rooms before we made a decision. She nodded again and said yes, and then she came out from behind the desk to lead us upstairs. As we followed her, I kept noticing how quiet the entire place was. There were no voices, no distant doors closing, no music playing anywhere. It was just the three of us walking across the floor. The staircase up to the third floor was wooden and very creaky. Every step we took made a long groaning sound in the wood, and each creak seemed louder in the silence of the building. As we climbed higher, I began to feel more and more uncomfortable, and later my husband told me he felt the same way. It wasn't that the building was dirty or run down. It just had a heavy feeling, like the air itself was thicker, and I couldn't relax. Still, I didn't want to overreact. We were just going to look at a room, and then we would decide. When we got to the third floor, the woman led us to one of the rooms, opened the door, and stepped aside so we could look in. The room itself seemed ordinary enough at first glance. It had a bed, a window, some furniture, and the usual things you'd expect in a hotel room. But even there, something felt off. I can't really describe it better than that. It was as if the warmth you expect in a place where people sleep and rest just wasn't there. Before either of us could say much, the woman had already turned to leave. She moved away very quickly, so quietly that we didn't hear her footsteps at all. That struck me as very odd, because the stairs and floors had been creaking loudly under our own weight the entire time. I made a little joke to my husband, trying to lighten the mood. I said, "Maybe she floated down the stairs." He gave a short laugh, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that comes from finding something genuinely funny. It was more nervous than that. He turned and looked at me and said that she didn't look real to him either. We both stood there for a moment, looking around the room, and neither of us felt comfortable staying there. We decided very quickly that this was not the place we wanted to spend the next 2 weeks. The feeling in the building, the strange quiet, the creaking, the odd woman who moved without sound, it all added up to a very unsettling first impression. We left the room and went back down the stairs, and again we didn't hear her going ahead of us or behind us. When we reached the lobby, she was already back behind the front desk, standing there with a faint grin on her face. That grin made me even more uneasy for some reason. It didn't reach her eyes. It was just there, almost like something painted on. We thanked her politely, said we would think about it, and then we left the hotel as calmly as we could. As soon as we stepped outside and the doors shut behind us, both of us let out a breath at the same time, as though we'd been holding it in the whole time we were inside. We looked at each other, and almost said in unison that we were not staying there. We walked away from the building and headed down the street, feeling lighter with each step we took. A little way down the street, we found the Holiday Inn on the harbor. It was more modern, with big windows overlooking the water, and several people were coming and going through the front doors. The lobby was bright, with staff at the desk and guests chatting quietly. Right away the atmosphere felt completely different. It felt normal. We checked in there, and both of us were relieved to know we would be spending our 2 weeks in a place that felt open and comfortable. When we went up to our room, we admired the view out over the harbor. The bed was neatly made, and there was a little travel magazine placed in the center of it, as hotels often do to show local attractions. I picked up the magazine and began flipping through it. On one of the first pages I opened to, in big clear letters, was the headline, "The Haunted Prince George Hotel." Under the headline was a write-up about the place we had just come from. My eyes went wide, and I turned the magazine toward my husband. "Look at this," I said. He leaned over and read the title and some of the article. We looked at each other and both said, "See? It was haunted." We were very glad, in that moment, that we had trusted our feelings and decided not to stay there for the whole 2 weeks. The strange woman, the heavy feeling, the silence, it all made more sense once we saw that article. It was still a bit funny that the first thing we read in the hotel room was about a haunted hotel we almost stayed in. The next day, we decided to visit Fort Henry. We had the option of going with a guided tour, but both of us agreed that we preferred walking around by ourselves so we could take our time, read signs, and wander wherever we liked. It was a bright and sunny day when we arrived. The sky was clear, and the light made the stone walls of the fort stand out sharply. Fort Henry is a large stone structure, very old and solid, sitting on a hill overlooking the water. It has tunnels and rooms underground where soldiers and prisoners once stayed. There's a certain weight to places like that, just from the history alone. At one point during our visit, my husband decided to go down into the lower areas, where the prisoners had once been kept. They are deep in the ground, and the passages are narrow, with thick stone walls. I watched him as he walked carefully down some stairs and disappeared into the shadowy areas below. To be honest, I thought he was a little bit crazy for wanting to go down there alone. I stayed up in the brighter parts of the fort. I walked around the open areas, looked at the cannons and old structures, and waited for him to come back up. I was a little uneasy about him being down there, but he enjoys that kind of historical exploring, so I tried not to worry. After a while he came back up, and we continued climbing around the fort, reading information boards and looking at the view. Eventually we ended up on a hill area, standing near the edge of a bluff that looked out over the water and the land around the fort. We were just standing there together, enjoying the scenery, when something very strange happened. Without any warning at all, a very cold breeze swept over us. It wasn't like a normal gust of wind on a cool day. The sun was shining, and the air had been perfectly pleasant just a moment before. This blast of air was icy. It hit us both at the same time, from behind and around us, and it was so cold that it made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I felt it on the back of my neck too, and a wave of goosebumps ran across my skin. My husband felt it as well. He immediately said he had the same feeling, and we both just stood there for a moment, stunned. It was such a clear change from the warm sun that it didn't feel natural. It felt like something had moved right through us. It only lasted a short while before the warmth of the day returned, but the effect stayed with us. I looked at him and half-jokingly said, "Maybe you disturbed someone down there," meaning in the underground prison area he had just visited. He didn't laugh very much. We both knew Fort Henry was known for ghost stories and hauntings. People have said for years that the fort is haunted, and many visitors report strange cold spots, sounds, or feelings. After that sudden icy breeze, neither of us really felt like staying much longer. We walked a bit more, but the mood had changed. We decided to leave the fort and head back into town. Maybe we were being a bit chicken, but we couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen had brushed past us when we were standing on that bluff. I had taken a lot of pictures while we were there, and I was still excited about having those to look back on when we got home, but at that moment I was happy to get back to the car and drive away from the fort. The following day we decided to join a tour of the old city hall. Kingston has a beautiful city hall with a lot of history, and I was looking forward to seeing the inside. When we arrived, a guide met the group and began leading us through the halls, telling us about when the building was constructed, what it had been used for, and some of the important events that had happened there over the years. We walked past tall doors, long corridors, and large rooms with high ceilings. The stone and wood everywhere gave the building a very solid, serious feel, like a place where important decisions had been made. On one of the walls hung a large painting of Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald. It was not a small portrait. It was almost as tall as he had been in real life. In fact, they explained that the painting showed his exact height, so when you stood next to it, you could get a sense of how tall he was. The painting was done in a detailed, realistic style. He stood there in old-fashioned clothes, looking directly out of the frame. The guide pointed out that many people said his eyes seemed to follow you as you moved around the room. I tested it myself, walking slowly from one side of the room to another, and it truly did feel like his gaze stayed fixed on me no matter where I went. I took a few pictures of that painting because I thought it was something I would like to have a copy of later. I imagined maybe enlarging one of the photos and framing it at home. It was fascinating to stand in front of that image, knowing he had been such an important figure in Canadian history, and to feel like he was still watching over the room in some way. The guide also mentioned that the City Hall building is considered to be haunted too. There have been reports of footsteps, voices, and unexplained sounds in the halls, especially at night when hardly anyone is around. Hearing that, combined with everything else we had experienced, made me feel like the entire city was full of places where the past still lingered very strongly. Kingston is often called the Limestone City because of all the limestone buildings and the way the stone is used throughout the city. There is also water all around, lakes, rivers, the harbor. I have heard people say that when you have limestone and water together, it can increase paranormal activity, or make it easier for energy to stay around. I don't know if that is truly the reason, but after hearing so many ghost stories and visiting so many old places there, it didn't seem completely impossible. It felt like a place where history doesn't always stay quiet. All through our vacation I kept taking pictures. At Fort Henry, in the city hall, around the harbor, of the old buildings, and even of the Prince George Hotel from the outside. I wanted to capture the memories of the trip and the beautiful old architecture. I was especially curious to see if any of the photos from the haunted places would show anything unusual. Even if they didn't, I knew I would enjoy looking at the pictures later and remembering the trip. Finally, our 2 weeks came to an end, and it was time to go home. As soon as we were back, I took the roll of film to be developed. This was before we used digital cameras for everything, so I had to wait for the photos to be processed. They told me it would take about a week. I was impatient and excited, checking the days and thinking about the different shots I had taken, especially the ones at the fort, City Hall, and the outside of the Prince George Hotel. I wondered if anything odd would show up in the background or in the shadows. When the photos were finally ready, I went to pick them up and brought the envelope home. I sat down and opened it, expecting to see a stack of colorful pictures from our vacation. As I pulled the prints out and started flipping through them, my excitement quickly turned into confusion. Every single picture was blank or ruined. Not one photo had turned out properly. There were no clear images of the fort, no painting of Sir John A. Macdonald, no harbor, no hotel, nothing. It was as if the entire roll had been wiped clean or damaged in a way that erased everything. I felt a huge wave of disappointment. I had been looking forward to those pictures so much, and now there was nothing to show for all the moments I had tried to capture. It was also very strange. It's one thing if a couple of photos don't turn out. That can happen. Maybe the lighting wasn't right, or the camera moved. But for an entire roll to come back with nothing usable at all seemed very odd, especially when I knew I had taken pictures in all different places and lighting conditions. At first I thought something must have happened to my camera. Maybe there was something wrong inside it. Maybe the film hadn't advanced properly or had been exposed somehow. To test that idea, I put in a new roll of film and took some pictures at home, just of ordinary things. My house, my dog, a few objects, just to see what would happen. When I had those photos developed, they turned out perfectly normal. The images were clear, and there was nothing wrong with them at all. That told me that the camera itself was working just fine. So I was left with a mystery. Why had the entire roll of film from Kingston failed? Why had none of those pictures turned out, when my camera had no problem at all with the photos taken afterward? I still don't have a solid answer. Maybe something happened at the lab when they were developing the film, but they never mentioned any problem when I picked them up. Maybe the film was faulty from the start, though that seems unlikely. Or if someone believes in the idea that spirits can interfere with electronics or film, maybe all of those haunted places and strange feelings we experienced had something to do with it. All I know is that I went on a trip to a city filled with history, limestone, water, and ghost stories. I visited an old hotel that turned out to be famous for being haunted, met a strange woman dressed in Victorian clothes who didn't seem quite real, felt an ice-cold breeze rush over us on a sunny day at Fort Henry, walked through a city hall known for ghostly activity, stood in front of a painting whose eyes seemed to follow me, and then discovered that every single photo from that trip had vanished from the film as if they had never been taken. It might all be a big coincidence, but deep down, I'm not so sure. When I was 15, my dad finished building a new house in River Canard, a little community just before Amherstburg, Ontario. Moving there felt like starting a whole new life. Our old neighborhood had been more crowded, with houses lined up along regular streets, but this place was different. We had over an acre of land, and instead of rows of homes we were surrounded by woods, fields, and long stretches of open sky. There were a few houses scattered here and there, but they were far apart, separated by trees and farm fields. At the time it felt quiet and almost lonely, but in a peaceful way. Now, so many years later, that area is full of new houses, but back then it still had that isolated, countryside feeling. Our old home is still there, and it still looks great whenever I drive by. Just up the road from us was Texas Road. If you're from around Amherst or that area, you probably know the name already. People had been telling stories about Texas Road for years. It was known as one of those haunted places teenagers whispered about at school, the kind of road people dared each other to drive down late at night. According to the stories, there was a haunted cemetery, a strange bridge that had washed out, and all kinds of strange things people claimed to see there, shapes in the fog, odd lights, and sometimes even a headless rider on a horse. To be honest, back then I didn't really believe in any of that. I liked hearing ghost stories the way most teenagers do, but I always assumed people exaggerated or just made things up to scare each other. So when my brother, who was 16 at the time, got his first car and asked if I wanted to go for a ride with him, I didn't hesitate. He said one of the neighbor boys was coming too and suggested we drive up to Texas Road to see if it's really haunted. The way he said it made it sound like just another teenage adventure. I thought we'd probably just drive around, feel a little nervous for no reason, laugh it off, and come back home. It was daytime when we went, which made me feel safer. The sun was out and the air was warm. Everything looked harmless enough as we pulled out from our street. From our driveway we turned left onto Texas Road, and my brother slowed down as we started along it. At first, it just seemed like any other country road. The pavement stretched ahead of us, with fields and trees on both sides. There weren't many houses, just a few scattered far apart, each with its own long driveway and big yard. The more we drove, though, the more the mood started to change. Even though it was still daytime, the lights started to feel different. The bright, golden sun from our street felt like it was fading as we moved along Texas Road. The sky didn't suddenly turn dark, but things became more dull and gray. It was almost as if we had driven into a different pocket of air where the light couldn't quite reach fully. The shadows under the trees grew heavier, and the whole road felt quieter. I remember sitting in the car and feeling my shoulders tense up without even realizing it. We weren't driving very fast. My brother went slowly, like he was trying to take everything in and not miss whatever people had talked about. After a while, he pointed ahead and said, "Okay, there it is. Let's stop." He pulled the car over, and the three of us sat there for a moment, just looking around. It was almost like we'd crossed an invisible line into a different space. On one side of the road there were thick trees and bush, not just a few scattered ones, but a dense patch of woods. In that area you could see an old shed, weathered and worn, half hidden by the brush. The air had a foggy look to it, even though it had been clear on the way up. It wasn't the kind of fog that filled the whole road, just a low, dull haze hanging around that specific area, almost like it was clinging to the ground and the trees there. The color of the light shifted too. It wasn't just gray, it had a strange tone to it, like a dull gray mixed with a faint greenish tint. The place felt cut off from the rest of the day. We stepped out of the car, and as soon as my feet hit the ground, I felt a chill go through me. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from the wind. It was the kind that makes your skin prickle with goosebumps even when you know the air temperature hasn't really changed much. My brother felt it too. He rubbed his arms and looked around, and his friend went quiet in a way that told me he was feeling it as well. We started walking slowly toward the area where people said the haunted parts were, the old cemetery, the remains of the bridge, and that strange shed. The fog around that spot seemed thicker up close, and the dull light made everything look drained of color. The trees were dark shapes leaning over us, the leaves moving just a little in the light breeze. Every step we took made the ground crunch under our shoes, and the air felt heavy, like it didn't really want us there. After a few moments of walking, we heard something that made all three of us stop. It was the sound of a twig snapping, then another one, as if someone, or something, was moving just out of sight in the thicker part of the woods. It was a sharp, clear sound in the otherwise quiet area. At first I thought it had to be an animal, maybe a rabbit or a raccoon, but the sound felt too deliberate, too timed, as if it waited for us to take a few steps and then snapped again. With each snap of a twig, that bad feeling in my stomach grew stronger. My arms were covered in goosebumps now, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I glanced over at my brother. He had that fake brave look on his face, the one boys put on to hide when they're nervous. His friend looked uneasy too. Nobody said anything funny or tried to joke at that moment, which told me they were just as creeped out as I was. The fog seemed thicker the longer we stood there. The dull gray color of the air around that little clearing felt unnatural, not like a normal mist on a summer day. The whole place felt wrong to me. It was like the land itself was pushing us away. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned to my brother and said, "I want to go back to the car. This place gives me the creeps. It's spooky. Let's go." He looked at me, then glanced around us again. After a second he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." We turned and started walking back to the road, picking up our pace as we drew closer to the car. I don't think any of us wanted to admit how relieved we felt at the thought of getting back inside and driving away. Then, just when I thought we were all heading back together, my brother and his friend suddenly ran the last few steps to the car, jumped in, and before I could reach the door, they pulled away, laughing. I was left standing in the middle of Texas Road, right next to the very place that had just terrified me. I watched in disbelief as the car rolled forward, my brother and his friend looking back at me with big grins on their faces. They thought it was a great joke. I did not. I started running after the car, yelling at them, but they kept going for a little while. The road in that area was quiet and empty, and I felt very small standing there alone, with those heavy trees on one side and that haunted-looking area on the other. The fog seemed to press in a little closer. My heart was pounding, and I could feel tears starting to sting my eyes. I wasn't just annoyed. I was honestly scared. As I ran, I made the mistake of glancing back toward the haunted side of the road. That's when I saw it. In the dull gray-green haze near the trees and the old shed, something dark moved, something large and fast. For a second I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the shape became clearer. I saw what looked like a horse, galloping in and out of the trees, but the rider on its back did not look normal. The figure riding the horse was a dark shadow, and I could not see a head on its shoulders at all. There was just this tall, dark, headless shape, and the outline of the horse underneath it. It wasn't sharp and solid like a living person and animal. It was more like a black, shadowy form that flickered in and out of the fog. The movement was incredibly fast. The horse seemed to rush forward, its legs moving in a full gallop, and I could hear the sound of hooves pounding, not on pavement, but on some kind of hard ground or maybe old boards. It sounded real, not like an echo or a trick. I remember hearing that galloping sound and feeling it echo in my chest. The rider leaned forward in a way that made it even more frightening, as if it was charging. I couldn't see any face, because there was no head to look at. It was exactly like a headless horseman from an old legend, only this wasn't a story in a book. It was right there in front of me, in that foggy area next to the road I was standing on. The entire thing lasted only a few seconds, but it was clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining a random shape in the bushes. The shadow figure and horse were moving with purpose, galloping between the trees and the shed, and then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it faded back into the dense mist and was gone. By that time tears were already rolling down my face. I was crying and yelling for my brother to come back. My breath came in short gasps, and my legs felt weak. I don't remember if I stopped running when I saw it or if I just kept going in a clumsy way, but I do remember feeling completely terrified and alone, with that image burned into my mind. Only a moment later, as if they had finally realized they had taken the joke too far, my brother and his friend turned the car around and drove back toward me. They pulled up beside me and the laughing stopped the minute they saw my face. I was crying hard by then, and my hands were shaking. My brother rolled down the window and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" At first he thought I was just mad because they had left me there. But I told him it wasn't that. I tried to explain between breaths what I had seen. I told him. There was something there. A horse. A rider. It didn't have a head. He stared at me like he wasn't sure if I was joking or imagining it. His friend leaned forward from the passenger seat, listening with wide eyes. I described it as best I could, a dark shadow, riding a galloping horse, moving fast in and out of the wooded area near the old shed. I told them about the sound of the hooves, the way it seemed to appear out of the fog and vanish back into it. I could see, as I spoke, that my brother's face changed. He still tried to look calm, but something in his eyes showed that what I said unsettled him. His friend went quieter too. None of us knew what to do with that information. We just knew that whatever I had seen, I believed it was real. My brother didn't say much after that. He just told me to get in the car, and as soon as I closed the door, he hit the gas and pulled away quickly, driving much faster than he had on the way in. The idea of hanging around that area for even 1 second longer made all of us uncomfortable. Nobody laughed anymore. The fun of the little, haunted road trip was gone. It had turned into something else entirely. After that day on Texas Road, I started paying more attention to the stories I heard about it. Before, I had treated them like games or campfire tales. But now, whenever someone mentioned Texas Road, my mind went back to that foggy image of the headless rider and the heavy, gray-green light in that patch of woods. I heard people talk about a haunted cemetery hidden back there, and an old bridge that had washed out years before. According to some stories, people had died there. Some said accidents, some said something worse. The details changed depending on who was telling the story, but the feeling behind them was always the same, that there was something not right about that stretch of land. Later on, I learned that many people claimed to have seen a ghostly figure on a horse along that road, often described as a headless horseman or, in some versions, a headless woman on horseback. They often mentioned fog that seemed to appear even on clear days, and that dull color that didn't match the rest of the weather, a kind of gray light that sometimes looked greenish or sickly. When I heard that, it made shivers run down my spine, because it matched exactly what I had seen and felt that day. The fog, the color, the feeling in the air, and the shape moving too fast to be anything normal, all of it lined up with what others said. There is also an old cemetery and a shed on that property, and the remains of that washed-out bridge. Over time, people said that nobody was supposed to go near that area because of the ghostly activity and the reputation it had. Of course, that kind of warning only makes teenagers more curious, so people kept going anyway, sneaking up there with flashlights or driving along the road late at night just to see if they could catch a glimpse of something strange. Years later, I ended up dating a guy who actually lived on Texas Road. His place was farther up from where that haunted area was, closer to the street I had lived on. When he first told me his address, I remember looking at him and saying, "Aren't you scared living on that road with all the stories people tell?" He shrugged at first and said it was just where he grew up, so to him it was normal. He didn't act like he was terrified all the time or anything. But as we talked more, he admitted that there were things about living there that bothered him. He told me that sometimes at night he would hear a dog howling, a long, sad, eerie howl that echoed through the area. It happened often enough that it stuck with him. He said it bothered him because he'd gone around and checked with the neighbors, and none of them owned a dog. There weren't many houses on that stretch of Texas Road at the time, maybe 3 or 4, and each house had a lot of land around it, with acres between them. If someone had a dog, everyone would know. But according to him, nobody did. He couldn't figure out where the howling was coming from, and every time it happened, it gave him a bad feeling. I thought back to the hollow sound of that horse galloping in the fog and the way it felt like the land was holding on to something from the past. Between my own experience and his stories, and everything I'd heard from other people, I started to accept that there really was something unusual about Texas Road. It wasn't just a place people made up stories about for fun. It seemed to have a long history of strange sightings and unexplained events. Over time, word spread beyond just the local area. Texas Road became known as one of Ontario's haunted places. People from other towns, and even other parts of the province, heard about it. Some came just to see the road themselves, to drive down it slowly, and see if they felt anything or saw anything. Ghost hunters and paranormal groups started to show interest too. Eventually I even heard that a film or movie was being made about Texas Road, focusing on all the hauntings and stories connected to it. Whenever I hear something about that film, or see Texas Road mentioned in a list of haunted sites, my mind always goes back to that day when I was 15. I picture myself standing in the middle of that lonely road, the fog hanging over the trees, my brother's car just out of reach, and that dark shape rushing past in the corner of my eye. I remember the sound of hooves, the sight of a rider without a head, and the chills that spread through my whole body. I didn't go there looking for proof of ghosts. I went thinking it would be a silly little scare and a funny story to tell later. Instead, I left with a real memory I can still see clearly all these years later. Whether anyone else believes me or not, I know what I saw on Texas Road that day, and I will never forget it. For the last week something strange has been happening to me, and it all started with a dream. At first I thought it was just a normal bad dream, one of those random nightmares you have and then forget, but this one keeps coming back, night after night, almost exactly the same every time. It feels less like a dream and more like I'm living a second life while I'm asleep, as if I'm stepping into another version of myself in another house that looks a lot like mine. In the dream I am not exactly me, but I am a guy who lives in a house that could easily be mine if you just changed a few details. The rooms are familiar, the way the hallways connect is familiar, and even the furniture is kind of like what we have, just shifted around a bit in different places. I also have a roommate in this dream, a girl, and in the dream it feels totally normal that she lives there with me, like she has been there for a while. There is no part where I stop and think, "Who is she?" or "Why is she here?" In the dream she is just part of my everyday life, as if she has always been there. The dream always starts the same way. It begins in the morning with me getting ready for work. I go through the motions in this dream life just like I would in real life. I grab my things, I walk out the door, I lock up behind me. The sky looks normal, the street looks normal, and even the people I pass on the way seem ordinary. I go to work, and nothing strange happens there. The day is boring in that very regular way. People talk, phones ring, the clock moves too slowly. In the dream I feel tired and kind of annoyed by the day, but nothing unusual happens. There are no hints that anything is wrong. If the dream ended there, it would just feel like a replay of some normal, forgettable day. But then I come home. When I reach the house at the end of the workday, things are suddenly different. My roommate is not inside the house like I expect her to be. Instead, she is sitting outside, right near the front door, and she looks terrified. Her eyes are wide, she keeps glancing back at the house, and she's hugging her arms around herself like she isn't just scared, she's shaken all the way through. The look on her face makes my stomach drop, even in the dream. I ask her what's wrong, and her voice is shaky when she answers. She tells me that while I was at work she kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the house. She mentions little noises at first, footsteps where there shouldn't be footsteps, soft thumps, and then, worst of all, creepy, childish giggling. She says it sounded like a little kid laughing at her from somewhere in the house when she knew for sure that no one else was there. She tells me she got so scared she had to leave and wait for me outside, because being alone in the house made her feel like something was watching her. I feel worried in the dream, but I also feel like I need to stay calm for her. So I tell her that I'll go inside and check everything out. I unlock the door, step into the house, and start walking from room to room. I look in the living room, the kitchen, bathroom, hallway, and bedrooms. Every room is quiet and still. Nothing looks out of place. I listen hard but I don't hear any giggles or footsteps, just that heavy silence that feels like it is waiting for something. I go downstairs, I look around, and still I find nothing. It's like whoever, or whatever, was making those sounds left as soon as I came home. When I go back outside to her, I tell her that I didn't find anything. I say maybe she just imagined some of it, or maybe it was the house settling. I don't know if I really believe that in the dream, but I want to try to calm her down. Slowly, she seems to relax a bit, and we both go back inside. We try to act normal. We make dinner, talk a little, and then eventually we decide it's time for bed. Even though things seem calm on the surface, there's an uneasy feeling inside me. The house feels different now, like it has a secret. Later, I wake up in the middle of the night. In the dream it feels like I just suddenly snap awake, with that feeling you get when you are sure something disturbed you, even if you haven't figured out what it is yet. The room is dark, but I can see enough to know that nothing in my room has moved. Still, something doesn't feel right, so I listen carefully. That's when I hear it, sounds coming from the living room. It's the faint noise of something moving around out there. I can't tell exactly what it is, but I know it shouldn't be there. Thinking it might be a burglar or maybe that my roommate is up, I get out of bed and go to check. I walk down the hall and into the living room, and there I find the television on, bright and loud in the dark room. Static or some random show, but the important thing is that no one is watching it, and no one turned it on, at least, no one who should be in the house. I turn the TV off, and the room falls silent again. Right after I do that, I hear something else. From the direction of the basement comes a sound, something shifting, some small noise that makes me think someone or something is down there. It is loud enough to stand out but soft enough that it makes me doubt myself for a second. Still, curiosity and a strange sense of duty push me to go check. I go to the basement door, open it, and flip the light switch. Nothing happens. The bulb stays dark. I flick the switch a couple more times, but the light refuses to turn on. The basement below looks like a deep black hole from where I stand. I take a breath and decide I should get a flashlight before trying to go down there. I turn around to go back up the stairs to find one. That's when something impossible happens. I don't even have time to take one step up before I feel a force slam into me. It feels like invisible hands grab me and hurl me up the stairs. My body flies backward, as if someone huge and strong has picked me up and thrown me. I land hard at the top of the staircase, stunned, and the basement door slams shut with a loud, final bang right in my face. The sound echoes through the house. My heart is pounding, and my whole body is shaking. Nothing like that should be possible. Nothing that I can see is there to do it. The hallway outside the basement is empty. In the dream I am completely freaked out, but at the same time, it's like a part of me just wants to pretend it didn't happen. I don't open the door again. I don't try to fight whatever threw me. Instead, I stumble back to my bedroom. I tell myself that I must have slipped, that maybe I imagined the force, anything to make it make sense. I lie back down in bed, but now I'm too scared to sleep easily. Eventually, somehow, I do fall asleep again, and that's where that part of the dream ends. The next morning in the dream, everything looks normal again. I go to work like usual. The day goes normally up until around lunchtime. I'm starting to think maybe the strange stuff was all in my head, or just the result of a bad night. Then, right in the middle of my day, my phone rings. It's my roommate, and I can hear the fear in her voice right away. She tells me she needs me to come home. She doesn't explain everything on the phone, but she sounds desperate. I tell my boss I have to leave and go straight back to the house. When I pull up outside, it feels like déjà vu. She's there again, sitting outside instead of being inside the house. She looks even more scared than before. Her face is pale, and she keeps glancing nervously at the windows and the doorway, like she expects something to appear there at any moment. She tells me she can't stay in the house alone, that she has been hearing more noises and what sounds like giggling from downstairs. She is almost shaking as she talks, and I can tell she's reached the point where she doesn't know what to do anymore. I tell her that we'll go inside together this time. Maybe if we are both in there, we will be able to figure out what's going on. We walk through the front door slowly. The air inside feels heavier. She tells me again that she heard things in the basement, so that's where we decide to go first. We head to the basement door and open it. This time when I walk down the stairs, I ask her to come down with me instead of waiting at the top. She hesitates, but then she slowly follows me down the steps. At the bottom, the basement looks like a basement living room, somewhere halfway between cozy and forgotten. There is furniture down there, and one of the main things in that room is a television. As we step into the room, we see that the TV is on again by itself. The screen is glowing, and its light throws strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. The rest of the basement feels dim and unnaturally quiet except for the low sound coming from the television. Then, cutting through that quiet, I hear it, a giggle. It's soft but clear enough to know it's a child's giggle, but there is something wrong with it. It doesn't sound like the happy laugh of a real child at play, it sounds almost like it is mocking us. The sound seems to come from somewhere in the room, but when I look around, I don't see anyone there except my roommate and myself. I decide I've had enough of this television turning itself on. I walk toward it, intending to turn it off just like I did in the living room. I'm a few steps away from it when I suddenly hear a loud, angry voice screaming in my head, or maybe right into the air around me. It yells a single word: stop. The voice isn't like any voice I recognize. It sounds like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound makes me freeze in place instantly. My heart leaps into my throat, and every hair on my arms stands up. I stand there, hand half reached toward the TV, not moving. The air in the room seems to change, becoming colder and tense, like it's about to explode. Then, right in front of me, a picture that had been hanging on the wall suddenly tears free. It flies straight off the wall and comes flying at me like someone has thrown it with force. The frame rushes toward my face, and I have to throw up my hands to protect myself. It misses me by just a little, but I feel the rush of air as it passes. I hear it hit the floor or the wall behind me with a crash. Before I can even react properly, that same unseen voice speaks again. This time it isn't just a single shouted word. It tells me clearly and forcefully to get out. The sound is full of anger and power. I feel the meaning of it right down to my bones. It doesn't feel like a suggestion. It feels like a command. In the dream, something stubborn inside me doesn't want to give in. Maybe it's pride, maybe it's fear turning into anger. Whatever the reason, I hear myself say no. My voice sounds small in that basement, but I still say it. As soon as the word leaves my mouth, things change again. Objects in the room, things on shelves, small decorations, maybe even pieces of paper or light objects I hadn't really noticed before, suddenly lift into the air around me. They start spinning in a circle, faster and faster, swirling around me like I am standing in the middle of a storm made of my own belongings. The sound of all those things moving, the rush of air they kick up, the way they spin around me without touching me, it all feels unreal and terrifying. My roommate is screaming somewhere behind me. I can feel the energy in the room building like a pressure that's about to crash down on me. The voice, the flying objects, the giggling, everything combines into this chaotic mess that feels like it is about to swallow me. And that is always the moment when I wake up. Every night for the past week, that's where the dream ends for me. 1 second I'm standing there with things spinning around me in the basement, while an unseen voice tells me to get out, and the next I'm awake in my real bed, heart pounding, muscles tight, and sweat on my skin. For about 10 minutes each time, I just lie there in the dark, trying to calm down and catch my breath. I go over the dream again and again in my head, wondering why it keeps repeating, wondering what it means, and why it feels so real. The strange part is that it didn't just stay a dream. A few days ago, after having the same nightmare again, I woke up like usual, shaken and full of questions. I lay there again for about 10 minutes, thinking about the dream, trying to calm down, waiting for my heart to stop beating so fast. Everything was quiet in the house. It was around the time my mom usually leaves for work, so she was already gone. The doors were locked like always, and my dog was outside in the yard, barking at something the way he sometimes does early in the morning. After those 10 minutes, I finally decided to get up. I pulled back the covers and sat up on the edge of my bed. When I looked up toward my bedroom doorway, I saw something that froze me in place. There, standing in the doorway, was a little boy. He wasn't someone I recognized from real life. He just stood there, watching me. He looked solid, not blurry or faded, like an actual child standing in my house. But the way he was standing there, and the way he was just quietly watching me, made it feel wrong. His face was serious, almost too serious for a kid his age, and there was something about his eyes that I can't quite describe. They seemed older, in a way, like he had seen more than a child should see. I instinctively tried to talk to him. I don't even remember what words I said first, but I started to speak, maybe asking who he was or what he was doing there. The second I opened my mouth and tried to talk to him, he turned and ran. It was so fast I almost thought I imagined it, but I know I saw him move. He ran down the hall, his footsteps somehow too quiet for how quickly he moved, and when I got up and followed, there was no one there. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed just like they had been. There was no sound of anyone running down the stairs or leaving the house. The doors were still locked. My dog was still outside barking. That moment shook me even more than the dream had, because I knew, without a doubt, that I was awake this time. This wasn't some image in my head while sleeping. I had gotten up, I had walked, I had looked down the hall with my own eyes, and yet the boy was gone as if he'd never been there at all. Since that day, I've been noticing him more and more. It's not like he stands in one place and stares at me all the time, but I see him in quick flashes. Sometimes I'll glance toward a doorway or a corner of the room and see a small shadow or the shape of a boy standing there, and the second I try to look straight at him, he is gone. Other times I'll be alone in the house and hear that same faint giggle I heard in my dream. It drifts through the air softly, just enough to make me stop and listen, just enough to make my skin crawl. The worst part is that this doesn't feel completely new. I keep thinking back about how long I've lived where I live now, and I remind myself that it has been about 2 years since I spent time in my neighbor's house, which is where some older strange things had happened before. I can't help wondering if this is somehow connected, if this little boy is the same presence I brushed up against before but never really seen so clearly. Why is he suddenly showing himself now, after so much time has passed? Why is he coming into my dreams in this strange way, or somehow affecting them, if that is what's happening? These are the questions that keep spinning around in my head. I don't think my mom has noticed anything, or if she has, she hasn't said anything to me about it. She doesn't usually tell me much about things that bother her, so I can't be sure. I don't know if I should say something to her or keep it to myself for now. All I know is that the dreams, the basement in the dream, the giggling, and now this little boy I keep seeing around my house are starting to make me really uneasy. I keep wondering if he is a ghost, if he's something tied to the house, or to me, or to something that happened before I moved here. I wonder what he wants, why he is just watching me and sometimes giggling, and why he appeared so clearly after that nightmare. I don't feel like he's trying to hurt me, but I also don't feel like any of this is normal. I wish I understood it better. If anyone has any advice or ideas about what might be going on, it would really help me. I want to understand why this is happening now, why this little boy is showing himself after all this time, and what, if anything, I should do about it. At certain times of the day, when I walk past the barn at the museum, I can hear voices coming from inside. It always sounds like 2 or 3 men talking together, as if they are having a normal conversation while they work. The tone is low and steady, like people who know each other well and are just chatting as they go about their day. I can never make out the words clearly, but the rhythm is always the same, like the same conversation playing over and over again. Every time I push the door open and step into the barn to see who is there, the voices stop at once. The whole place goes completely silent. There is never anyone inside except me. The tools are hanging in their usual places. The old farm machines just sit there like they always do, and there is no sign that anyone living has been there at all. This always happens around the same time each day, and the sound of the voices never changes. Because of that, I don't think these are spirits trying to talk to me directly. It feels more like I'm listening to a recording from the past, the echo of real men who once worked in that barn, somehow trapped in the air and replaying itself again and again. To me, that seems like some kind of residual haunting, a leftover trace of life that no longer knows we are there. The second strange thing happens in the upstairs room of the old log cabin on the museum grounds. That room was where the children used to sleep when the cabin was still a real family home. Today the room is set up like a simple bedroom, with small beds and several little wooden cribs that have long been empty. The babies who once slept there grew up, grew old, and have all passed on by now, but their sleeping place remains like a frozen moment in time. Whenever I go up there alone, especially in the quiet of the morning, I often feel a presence in the back corner of the room beside one particular crib. It's hard to explain how you can feel someone you cannot see, but that is the best way I can describe it. The feeling is gentle but strong, like an old woman watching over a child she loves very much. In my mind, she feels like a grandmother. It isn't frightening. It's more like a warm, watchful energy sitting patiently in that same spot, as though she is still keeping an eye on the babies who used to be put down to sleep there. This presence never seems to move around the room. It doesn't follow me or react to me. I don't feel it coming closer or pulling away. It just sits in that same corner, solid and quiet, especially in the early hours. Because of that, I don't think she is interacting with me. It feels, again, like something residual, a strong emotional moment that has imprinted itself on the place. Either the feeling belongs to the cabin itself or, sometimes I wonder, maybe it is attached to that crib in particular, like she keeps returning to the place where she watched a grandchild once. After several weeks of working there and noticing this feeling, I had a dream that seemed strangely connected to it. In the dream I saw an elderly woman dressed all in black. She had lots of wrinkles, no teeth, and a tired but loving face. She was sitting by a child's bed, leaning forward slightly as she sang softly to her grandchild, trying to lull it to sleep. The room in the dream had the same warm, dim feeling as the upstairs room in the cabin. There was a sense of soft light and old wood, and that quiet, patient love that I always feel in the museum bedroom. When I woke up, I couldn't stop thinking about the dream. Of course, I have no proof that the woman in my dream is the same presence I feel in the cabin. But the feeling in my chest during that dream, the peace, the tenderness, the sadness mixed with love, was exactly the same as the feeling I get in the upstairs room when I stand near the crib in the back corner. Because of that, I can't help but think there is a connection between the two, even if it exists only on an emotional level. The third presence at the museum feels very different from the men in the barn or the old grandmother upstairs. This one doesn't feel quiet or distant. From the glimpses, sounds, and emotions I've picked up, I believe this spirit is a young teenage girl, probably around 15 or 16 years old. There is an energy to her that feels playful, easily offended, and sometimes mischievous, like a real teenager who is bored and looking for ways to pass the time. I have a strong feeling that she is the one behind most of the odd little things that happen around the museum, the things that seem more personal than the simple residual echoes. One day a family came to visit the museum. They walked through the buildings like most people do, stopping to look at things and to ask a few questions. There was a 4-year-old girl with them, a small child with big eyes who stayed close to her parents at first. While the rest of her family was wandering around the cabin kitchen with me, looking at the stove and the dishes, the little girl stepped away and went into the main room of the cabin by herself. She was gone for only a moment before she hurried back out to us, looking upset. She came straight over to me and said, very seriously, "This place is spooky. There are ghosts." Her voice was small but firm. Her parents laughed a little and told her it was just an old house, nothing to be afraid of. They tried to calm her down, telling her that things only look strange because everything is so old. The little girl wasn't completely convinced. She looked up at me and asked, "Did people die in this house?" Now, this cabin is more than 100 years old, and many families lived and died in it over that time. It's pretty much certain that at least one person passed away there at some point. But the child in front of me was very young and clearly frightened. I didn't want to scare her even more or give her nightmares, so I told her gently that no one had died there. Instead, I told her about some of the families who once lived in the cabin, how they raised children there and worked and laughed, and shared their lives. By all accounts, it had been a happy family home for most of its history. That's what I told her, focusing on the warmth and the good memories. She calmed down a little and finally agreed to go upstairs with her parents. Her grandmother stayed below with me and we chatted quietly while the others explored the upper floor. A moment later, the little girl came back down the stairs again. Her face was serious, and she walked straight over to me and asked, "Are witches bad?" Her question completely surprised me. It came out of nowhere. I asked her why she was asking about witches. She said, "I want to know if that witch is good or bad." Her eyes were wide and anxious again, and I could tell she was frightened by something she thought she had seen upstairs. Before I could answer, her grandmother stepped in. She pointed to an old painting we have hanging on the wall of Jesus and said, "See who that is? Nothing bad is in here because he is here." That seemed to comfort the little girl somewhat. Her shoulders relaxed and her face softened a bit, though she still stayed very close to her grandmother for the rest of their visit, and she didn't want to go upstairs again. Her comment stayed with me for a long time afterward. It struck me as odd that she used the word witch. In my dream, the grandmother by the crib had been dressed all in black, with no teeth and lots of wrinkles. To a small child, especially one who already felt nervous in an old house, that woman might look like a witch out of a storybook. I started to wonder if the little girl had actually seen something in the upstairs room that scared her. Maybe the same old woman I dreamt about, or maybe someone else entirely. Either way, her fear seemed real, and her words made me think more seriously about what children might be able to sense that adults ignore or explain away. That wasn't the only time a visitor picked up on something strange in the cabin without being told anything first. Another time a couple came into the museum and walked into the cabin. The moment the woman stepped over the threshold, she stopped and looked around with a thoughtful expression. Then she turned to me and said, very matter-of-factly, "There are spirits here, aren't there?" Instead of giving her a straight answer, I simply said, "Oh," to see what she would say next. She nodded and added, "There are spirits. I can feel them. Can't you?" Normally, I don't talk about ghosts or hauntings with visitors. I don't want to sound strange or unprofessional, and I'm careful about how I present the museum. But something about her tone made me feel like she knew what she was talking about. So I admitted, in a cautious way, that yes, some strange things happen there that I can't explain. She just nodded in a calm, knowing way and then continued on her tour as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Not long after that, a woman visited who said she was a psychic. She wandered through the building slowly, looking around with great focus, and when she came back to the front, I decided to ask her, as casually as I could, if she had felt or seen anything unusual while she was inside. I didn't tell her anything about my own experiences. I just waited to hear what she would say. She began to describe the different spirits she sensed in the museum. As she spoke, my skin tingled because her descriptions matched almost exactly what I had already felt. She talked about an older woman, quiet and still, staying near one spot upstairs. She mentioned a younger, more playful presence with a lighter energy. She even said that there were other, fainter presences in other parts of the property that felt more like echoes than people. The only detail she added that I had not personally experienced was the smell of smoke from a pipe in one of the rooms. She said she kept catching whiffs of it around her, carefully sniffing the air, but there was no one on the grounds smoking and nothing in the room that could explain it. To her, it felt like an older man who had once sat and smoked there regularly. I found that interesting, because while I hadn't smelled the smoke myself, the idea of another quiet, background presence didn't surprise me at all. About a month ago, a group of bikers came to visit. They were riding through the area and decided to stop in to see the history. Two women from the group were especially interested and stayed a long time, asking lots of questions and looking closely at the old photographs and objects. They were funny and friendly, the kind of people who could easily make a joke to lighten the mood. At one point, one of the women made a joke about someone's appearance in an old photograph we had on display. She laughed and said something teasing about what the person in the picture was wearing or how they looked. It wasn't cruel, just a playful remark, but it was aimed at the person in the photo. Just after she said that, a stack of papers sitting on a nearby table suddenly flew into the air and shot across the room. They hit the wall right behind the woman's head with enough force to startle everyone in the room. The sound was sharp and loud, and the unexpected motion scared me so badly that I blurted out a few words I probably shouldn't have said in front of visitors. The biker lady, however, simply laughed. She turned to me with a grin and said, "I think I've offended your ghost." She bent down, picked up the pages, and calmly put them back on the table where they had been. Then she stood in the middle of the room, looked around, and apologized out loud for making fun of the person in the photo. She was completely relaxed about it, as if talking to an unseen person was the most natural thing in the world. That whole incident spooked me, but at the same time, it made me feel oddly relieved. For the longest time, strange things seemed to happen only when I was alone. Noises, feelings, little movements. I would experience them with no one else around to back me up. It made me worry that maybe I was imagining things or being too sensitive. But having other people see, hear, or feel unusual things too, especially when I hadn't told them anything beforehand, gave me some reassurance that I wasn't just making it all up in my head. It was proof that something really was happening there. Even so, the activity still seems strongest and most frequent when I am by myself. A few weeks ago, I was sitting alone in the little office building, which is where we keep our books, files, and the front desk. It was a hot day, and the room felt stuffy, probably around 30 degrees Celsius. I had one of our local history books open and was reading quietly, enjoying the calm and the chance to learn more about the area. While I was reading, I heard the sound of footsteps walking up to the office door. They were clear enough that I thought someone had come to visit the museum. I looked up and waited for the door to open or for someone to knock, but no one came in. Curious, I stood up and walked around to check outside. There was no one there. The yard was empty, and the path was clear. I shrugged it off and returned to my chair. As I sat down again, I got a strong feeling that someone was in the room with me, standing somewhere behind or beside me. I couldn't see anyone, but the air felt different, heavier on one side of my body. I kept reading, trying to ignore it, but then my left arm suddenly went icy cold. It was such a sharp change that it almost hurt. The rest of my body was still warm and even a little sweaty from the heat. Only that one arm was freezing. It felt as if someone had wrapped their cold hand around it or pressed something very cold against it. The sensation was so strong it made me flinch. I finally spoke out loud and said, "Look, I'm trying to read, but I can't with you on my arm like that." As soon as I said those words, the cold vanished in an instant. My arm felt normal again. The air around me lightened, and the heavy feeling faded. I sat there for a moment longer, wondering if I had imagined it, but the change had been too sudden and too exact to ignore. On another day, I was opening up the buildings in the morning and doing my usual routine. I went into one of the bedrooms to open the curtains and let in the light, then stepped into the next room for just a few seconds. When I walked back out, I noticed that a chair in the main room had been moved. It had been on one side of the table when I went in, and now it was on the other side. It wasn't a tiny shift either. It had clearly changed sides, and there had been no creaking sound, no scrape on the floor, no noise at all. No one else was in the building with me at the time, and there was no way the chair could have jumped on its own. That same night, when I was closing up, I again went into a bedroom to shut the curtains before locking the doors. When I entered the room, I saw that the curtains were already closed. I knew I had opened them that morning. No one else had been in that room all day, at least not that I had seen, and guests usually don't touch the curtains. It was a small thing, but it made me feel again that someone invisible liked to move things behind my back, maybe to let me know they were there. The most recent strange event happened just a few days ago. I was outside in the yard, kneeling beside one of the garden beds near the cabin, pulling weeds. Part of my job includes taking care of the grounds, so this wasn't anything unusual. I was focused on the plants, my hands dirty and my mind half on the work, half on other thoughts. While I was bent over, I heard a voice around the corner of the cabin near the front door. It was a clear, normal-sounding voice, not a whisper or a distant echo. The voice said, "I'll see if she's there." It sounded like one woman talking to another. Then I heard footsteps coming toward me, the sound of feet walking around the corner in my direction. I stood up straight and brushed off my hands, expecting visitors. I thought maybe 2 people had walked onto the property without me noticing, and one of them had sent the other to look for me. I waited for whoever it was to appear around the corner, but no one came. After a few seconds, I frowned and walked toward the front of the cabin myself. When I reached the front, there was no one there. The path was empty, and I could see all the way to the gate. No one was walking away or hiding behind anything. While I was looking around and feeling confused, I heard a woman's voice murmur something right beside my ear. It was so close that I could feel the breath of the sound, but the words were too soft and quick for me to understand. It was like someone speaking in a low tone just over my shoulder. I answered out loud, "I'm just pulling the weeds. I'll be done in a few minutes." As soon as I said that, I heard footsteps running into the cabin, as if someone who had been talking to me had suddenly darted off into the house. Again, there was nobody visible. The hair on my arm stood up, but I also felt strangely calm, like this had become part of my normal workday. By now, it is rare for me to spend a whole day at the museum and have absolutely nothing unusual happen. Some days the activity is small and quiet, just a feeling, a soft sound, or a small object moved. Other days it is louder and more obvious, like voices, cold spots, and things flying through the air. I have grown almost used to it, even though a part of me is still surprised every single time. I keep thinking about the young girl spirit I believe is there. I picture her wandering through the rooms, bored and restless, pulling little pranks on people, shifting chairs and papers, and leading children to see things that adults might miss. Sometimes I feel like she watches me as I go about my work, testing how I will react to her presence. I wonder if she is staying for some reason, if she feels tied to that place by something she cannot let go of, or if she's stuck there without understanding why. I don't like the idea of a teenager being trapped like that, caught between this world and whatever comes next. The older presences, like the grandmother in black or the men in the barn, feel more like echoes to me, but the girl feels alive in a way, as if she still has feelings and moods. I've started to think about whether there is any way to help her move on, or at least to understand why she stayed behind. The problem is, I have no idea where to start. I don't know how to speak to her in a way that she would clearly hear. I don't know if she even wants help, or if to her, the museum is still home and she doesn't think anything is wrong. Maybe she is happy enough just to watch people come and go, to tug at papers and whisper in people's ears. Maybe the little tricks are her way of feeling seen. For now, all I can do is be respectful. I talk out loud sometimes when something happens, the way you would talk to a shy but curious child. I try not to get angry when things move or break, or when the cold spots interrupt my reading. I remind myself that I am sharing this place with more than just old furniture and dusty photographs. There are memories there, and maybe, in some way I don't fully understand, there are still people there too. In my 32 years of life, I've had a few brushes with things I would honestly call spirits. I'm not the kind of person who jumps to that word right away. I'm actually pretty logical when something strange happens. My first instinct is always to look for a normal cause. I think about drafts, wiring, pipes, old houses settling, even my own mood and whether I'm tired or stressed. I go through all of those possibilities before I ever let my mind wander toward anything paranormal. Even with that cautious way of thinking, there are still some things that have happened to me that I just can't explain away, no matter how many times I replay them in my head. About 2 years ago, my life changed a lot. My husband and I moved to a very small town in Alberta, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and where people still leave their cars running when they run into the store in winter. I grew up in a very large city, a place where you lock your doors even when you're home, where you're always aware of who is behind you on the street, and where strangers are just strangers. Moving from that life to this tiny town felt like stepping into a different world. The sky seemed bigger, the nights darker, and the silence deeper than anything I had known before. We ended up renting a very unusual place, a renovated Pentecostal church. It sounds almost romantic now, but at the time it just seemed interesting and practical. The building had been divided into two apartments. One was upstairs on what used to be the main floor, and the other was downstairs in the basement. My husband and I took the upstairs apartment, with its high ceilings and odd angles left over from when it was a place of worship. My mother-in-law took the basement apartment. It made sense for us to all be in the same building. She's getting older, and we liked the idea of being close enough to help her if she ever needed anything. The church was old, but the landlords had done their best to renovate. There was fresh paint on most of the walls, newer windows, and decent flooring. You could still feel hints of its past life everywhere, though. Sometimes, if the light hit the walls just right, you could imagine the shadows of pews and hymn books and parishioners lined up in rows. The doorway that now led to our living room used to be the doors to the main hall. The front steps still felt like they were meant for Sunday shoes and handshakes. The basement, where my mother-in-law lived, had its own history. We were told that, before there was a proper morgue in town, the church had used that lower level to keep bodies for wakes and viewings before funeral services. Many of the older locals remembered coming there to pay their respects to relatives and friends. Once the town morgue opened, that basement space was converted into a Sunday school area, where children would learn Bible stories and make crafts while their parents attended the main service upstairs. The idea of all that history layered under our feet, grief, prayers, little kids' voices, always sat in the back of my mind, even when everything was quiet. For the first while, nothing strange happened at all. Life there was calm, almost boring in its routine. I learned the sound of every creak in the building, every way the wind moved around the corners, and how the old pipes groaned when the water was turned on. The church felt peaceful. Sometimes, when the late afternoon sun came through the stained glass that had been left in the stairwell, it even felt beautiful. I would sit on the couch, look around, and feel lucky that rent was cheap and the place had character. One thing about living there did bother me from the very beginning though, and that was the way my mother-in-law treated the doors. Because the town was so small and everyone knew each other, she refused to lock her back door. We each had our own separate entrance. Ours was a side door that led upstairs to our apartment, and hers was around the back, going straight into her kitchen. Her attitude was, "No one is going to bother me. People around here don't do that." For her, not locking the door was almost like a point of pride, a symbol that this was a safe place and not the big bad city. For me, it was the opposite. Growing up, locking doors wasn't just a habit, it was a rule. We locked the door behind us the second we came in. We locked the door while we were inside. We locked windows. We double-checked the front door before bed. That was just how I was raised, and I never saw it as paranoia. To me it was simply common sense. So when my mother-in-law would wave off my concerns and leave her door wide open to anyone who might want to wander in, it made me uneasy. I worried about strangers or bored teenagers or even just someone drunk and confused stumbling into the wrong place. Every time I brought it up, she would just smile and tell me I was being dramatic. For a long time, though, nothing happened, and I started to relax a little. The church was quiet, my husband went to work, I settled into my own routines, and my mother-in-law went on living just like she always had. If anything, the biggest noise we ever heard was from a passing truck or a gust of wind knocking an old branch against the wall. Then, this past spring, things changed. It started out subtly, in a way that made me wonder if I was imagining it. For about a week straight, starting around 5 o'clock in the evening every day, I would hear noises coming from my mother-in-law's apartment downstairs. It wasn't just one strange bump or a single creak. It sounded like someone was really down there, moving around and living their life. The sounds always started around the same time, 5 in the afternoon, just when the light outside was beginning to soften and the day was shifting toward evening. I would be sitting on my couch upstairs, maybe watching TV or reading or playing with the cats, and suddenly I'd hear it. At first it might be a cupboard door slamming a little too hard, or the steady rhythm of footsteps across the kitchen floor. Then it would grow, like more people had arrived. I'd hear cupboard doors banging repeatedly, drawers opening and closing, heavy feet stomping around like someone was in a hurry or not bothering to be careful, and a low murmur of voices. It sounded like several people were down there, maybe 3 or 4, talking all at once. The most frustrating thing was that I could never clearly make out what they were saying. The voices were muffled, like they were just beyond a wall or on the other side of a closed door. I could hear the tone, though. It didn't sound like an argument or a fight. It was more like the background noise you get when people are having a busy conversation in a kitchen, pots and pans moving, doors closing, feet walking back and forth. It almost felt like a family preparing a big meal or a group of people setting up for some kind of gathering. Each day that week, as soon as the noise started, I would feel my whole body tense up. I would sit on the couch, frozen in place, listening. My mind would race. I knew my mother-in-law wasn't home at that time on most days. She had her own routines, errands she ran, people she visited. My husband was usually still at work. Up in our apartment, I was alone. Except, according to my ears, I wasn't really alone at all. More than once, I worked up my nerve and stepped out into the small foyer between our apartments. From that little landing, I could look down toward my mother-in-law's back door and listen more carefully. Without fail, the moment I poked my head out into that space, the noises stopped. The house would fall dead silent, as if someone had pressed a mute button. I would stand there, holding my breath, waiting for a voice or a crash or a laugh. Nothing. After a few seconds or a minute of no sound at all, I would retreat back into our apartment. I would close our door gently and sit back down. Sometimes, within a minute or two, the noises would start up again, just as loud as before. The cupboard doors would bang. The footsteps would stomp. The voices would murmur and rise and fall like they were deep in conversation. Every time I stepped out to check, they would stop. Every time I went back into my own space, they would return. Because I am a small woman, and because I grew up being warned about strangers and danger, and all those city things, my first thought was not ghosts. My first thought was people. I imagined teenagers from town sneaking in through my mother-in-law's unlocked back door, rummaging through her stuff, maybe looking for money, alcohol, or just trouble. The idea of walking down there alone, confronting a group of unknown people in a confined space, scared me more than anything paranormal. I imagined someone in a hoodie turning around with a bat or a knife or even just a mean look, and my body would go cold. So I didn't go down into her apartment while the noises were happening. I stayed upstairs and watched. From my couch, I could see her back door clearly through the window that overlooked the yard. If anyone had gone in or out through that door, I would have seen them. That whole week, every day around 5 o'clock, the noises would start and continue for about an hour, filling my ears and making my heart pound, but I never once saw that back door open. I never saw anyone walk in, and I never saw anyone walk out. There was also the front door to consider, the one that now rarely got used. It had a deadbolt on it, and, as far as we knew, no one had a key for it. It stayed locked all the time. Every evening, after the sounds downstairs finally faded and the house settled back into its quiet, I would go and check it anyway. I would put my hand on the knob, test it, and feel the firm resistance of the deadbolt. Locked every time. No sign that it had been opened or closed or used at all. Part of me still clung to the idea that there might be some logical explanation, that maybe sound was traveling from farther away than I thought, or that I was misjudging where it was coming from. I told myself that maybe it was the neighbors, even though there weren't that many nearby, or that sound was echoing strangely inside the old church walls. But the way the cupboard doors banged, the way the footsteps shook, the pattern of the voices, it all felt very close, right under my feet. I was truly more afraid that it was a group of teenagers or some stranger who might brain me with a baseball bat, as I half-jokingly told myself, than anything supernatural. Still, the unease crawled under my skin. When I finally worked up the courage to talk to my mother-in-law about it, I expected her to say something like, "Oh yes, my friend was over every day that week," or, "I left the radio on," or something simple like that. Instead, when I told her about the banging and the voices, she looked puzzled. She told me she had been out most of those days at that time, and she insisted that nothing had been out of place when she came home. No dishes moved, no drawers open, nothing broken or missing. The cupboards were exactly how she had left them. The idea that someone had been in her kitchen slamming doors and stomping around, yet leaving no trace at all, didn't sit well with either of us. My husband, on the other hand, didn't react the way I thought he would. He has always been a firm non-believer in ghosts, spirits, and any kind of afterlife that involves our loved ones hanging around. Even when I told him other stories from my past, things I'm quite sure were paranormal, he would listen with a half-smile and say things like, "There's probably a simple explanation," or, "Maybe you were just tired." The most he ever admitted was that some things were odd, but he never used the word haunted in a serious way. So while we were talking about another story I had shared online, Harold's story, he suddenly told me that he thought our place was haunted. I almost laughed. I looked at him and said, "You don't even believe in ghosts." He shrugged and said he still didn't, not really, but that didn't change what he was seeing. He told me that he constantly sees movement and shadows out of the corner of his eye in our apartment. Little flashes of something passing by a doorway when no one is there, dark shapes shifting at the edge of his vision and disappearing when he turns his head. He wasn't joking. There was a seriousness in his voice that I wasn't used to hearing when we talked about this kind of thing. On top of that, our cats had been acting strangely. They would suddenly sit up very straight and stare at random spots on the ceiling, following something invisible with their eyes as if it was moving slowly across the room. Sometimes they would hunker down in a corner and chatter at nothing, their jaws trembling the way they usually do when they see a bird through the window. Other times they would seem to follow something that I couldn't see, moving their heads as if watching someone walk from one side of the room to the other. I know that people often say this is common for cats, that they hear and see things that we do not, like tiny bugs or small sounds in the walls. I tried to remind myself of that. Maybe there was a fly too small for me to see, or some tiny vibration in the building that only their sharp senses could pick up. There are explanations for all of these things if you want to find them. But when you add it all together, the noises in the basement, the shadows my husband kept seeing, the way the cats acted, it started to feel like a pattern. Then, about 2 weeks ago, something happened that really shook me and made me think we might have a visitor who isn't part of the normal, physical world. We have a satellite system for our television instead of regular local cable. It's one of those setups where a single remote controls everything. With that one controller, we can turn the TV off and on, adjust the satellite receiver, and control the stereo receiver that runs our surround sound. We've had the system for about 2 years with no trouble. The remote has always worked just fine. About a month before this event, I had changed the batteries in the remote because they were finally starting to die. After that, it worked perfectly, no sticky buttons, no weird delays, nothing strange at all. One evening, my husband and I were sitting in the living room watching TV together. The volume was set at about 25, a normal level for us. The remote was lying on the coffee table between us, not in either of our hands. We were each sitting about 3 or 4 feet away from it, one on each side of the table. All of a sudden, without either of us touching anything, the volume started to climb. The numbers on the TV display began to jump up, 26, 27, 28, all the way up until it hit about 38. The sound grew louder and louder, filling the room. My husband and I both jerked our heads toward the coffee table at the same time. The remote was still sitting there, untouched. We looked at each other with wide eyes. For a moment, we just stared, trying to see if maybe something was leaning on the buttons, an elbow, a magazine, anything at all. There was nothing. We have had this system and this remote for 2 years and never once has it done that. Combined with the recent battery change and the lack of any pressure on the buttons, we couldn't just brush it off as a glitch. It felt as if someone, or something, had decided to grab hold of that remote and crank the volume up just to get our attention, to see how we would react. Despite all of this, I don't feel threatened or unsafe in this home. That might sound strange. You'd think that hearing loud noises from an empty apartment, seeing shadows, watching the television volume move on its own, and noticing your cat stare at invisible things would make you want to run. But the overall feeling of the place is still warm and welcoming. The air doesn't feel heavy or hostile. I don't wake up in the night with a sense of dread, and I don't feel like something is trying to hurt us. If anything, it feels like someone is curious, maybe lonely, trying to make their presence known in small ways. Because of that, my thoughts have shifted from fear to concern and curiosity. If we do have a permanent guest sharing this old church with us, perhaps someone connected to its past as a place of worship, or to the bodies that once rested in the basement, or to the Sunday school it later became, I don't want to be hostile. I don't want to pretend they aren't there, but I also don't want them to feel stuck. If there is a spirit here, and if they are lingering for some reason, I would really like to help them move on, to cross over, if such a thing is possible. I know there are people who investigate these things with special equipment and methods, cameras, voice recorders, EMF meters, all of that. I also know that we have people with a lot of experience on sites where I share my stories, people who have spent years looking into hauntings and helping spirits. That's why I'm reaching out. I want advice on how to tell the difference between a trick of old wiring and a real presence, between sound traveling strangely and something more. I want to know what steps, if any, an ordinary person like me can take to gently find out who might be here and to offer help, or at least comfort. I have already tried calling out a few times when I've heard or seen something. Sometimes, when I hear a noise or catch a shadow in the corner of my eye, I'll say, "If someone's here, you're welcome as long as you mean us no harm." Or I'll ask, "Can you please show me a sign that you're here?" So far, I haven't had a clear response. The noises and shadows haven't changed in any obvious way when I speak. I haven't heard a voice answer me or seen anything like an object moving in direct reply. If anything has responded, it's still subtle enough that I can't be sure it's not just coincidence. So here I am, living in a renovated church in a tiny Alberta town, in a building where bodies once waited for their funerals and children once sang hymns in Sunday school. The doors that once welcomed worshippers now open to our homes. The basement that held both sorrow and learning now holds my mother-in-law's kitchen and living room. Somewhere in all of that history, it feels like someone else stayed behind. My husband, who never believed in these things, admits he sees shadows. My cats seem to watch things I cannot see. The remote control has a mind of its own. The walls remember the sound of footsteps and voices that no one else hears. I don't feel like I'm in danger, but I do feel like I'm not alone. And if I truly am sharing this home with a visitor from another plane, I want to understand them, respect them, and if it's the right thing to do, help them find their way to wherever they're meant to go next. Chris always knew one thing very well about me. I am terrified of heights. Not just a little nervous, but properly dizzy, sick, knees giving out kind of afraid. Elevators that go up too high make my stomach twist and my head spin. Because of that, I had always refused to go up the CN Tower in Toronto, Ontario, no matter how many times people told me how beautiful it was. I saw it in pictures, on TV, in postcards, and that was enough for me. Every year, though, Chris would go. It became a little tradition of his. Almost every year he'd take a small trip to Toronto, go up the CN Tower, and then come home and tell us about it. He wasn't interested in the height for the thrill of it, the way some people are. He was fascinated by the view and especially the flowers they planted around the area. He would talk about the tulips and the gardens like other people talk about beaches or famous landmarks. "I'm telling you, Judy," he would say, "it's beautiful up there. You'd really like it if you went. The view, the flowers, the way the city looks from so high up. It's something else." In 2005, before he was diagnosed with cancer, he brought it up again. We were just sitting around, and out of nowhere he said, "So, what do you think? Want to go see the CN Tower with me this year?" I looked at him like he'd completely lost it. "No," I told him. "You know I'm afraid of heights. I get sick in elevators that don't even go that high. Don't ask me to go up there. I'm not doing it. Come on," he said in that playful, teasing voice of his. "You will like it. I promise. And I'll be with you." I shook my head more firmly. No. I don't want to go there, Chris. You know how I am. So please don't ask me again. He raised his hands in surrender and laughed. Okay. I won't bring it up again, he said, still chuckling. My husband laughed too, because we all knew how stubborn I could be when I was scared of something. Chris let it go and didn't push me again, at least not in the usual way. I didn't know then that he would find another way to take me there. After he passed away, I started keeping a journal, just for experiences connected to him. Little signs, dreams, feelings, anything that made me think of him in a stronger way than usual. In that journal, I wrote down what happened on October 19th, 2006. I will never forget that date, because that night something happened that felt more real than an ordinary dream. Even now, when I think of it, it doesn't feel like a dream at all. It feels like a visit. That night, like every night, I got ready for bed in the usual way. I washed up, turned out the lights, and lay down. Before I sleep, I always say my prayers. I remember that evening very clearly. I prayed for my family, for strength, for comfort, and I talked to Chris in my head like I often did. After that, I drifted off. And then, suddenly, I woke up, or at least, that is how it felt. In the dream, I was no longer in my bed. I was standing on top of a very high building, and I could see an entire city spread out around me. The sky was clear, the air was bright, and the sunlight was strong enough to make everything look sharp and almost glowing. At first I didn't quite understand where I was, but then I looked around more closely. There were large binocular stands attached to the edges, the kind you see at tourist lookout points. People were walking slowly along the rooftop area, stopping to look out, taking pictures, talking to each other. The wind was blowing, but not too hard. The air smelled clean and cold. When I looked down, as far as I dared, I saw the city below and the flower beds around the area, bright tulips in neat patterns, just like Chris had always described. That was when the realization hit me like a shock in my stomach. I was on top of the CN Tower. Oh, great, I muttered to myself. Just wonderful. In real life, I would probably have been crawling on my hands and knees or clinging to a wall, but in that moment I just stood there, frozen, my mind racing. My first thought was literally, I'm on top of the CN Tower. Even in the dream, my fear of heights flared up. I couldn't bring myself to step close to the edge. Instead, I stayed near the middle of the rooftop area, turning in a slow circle, trying to take in where I was without looking down too much. I knew it was Toronto immediately. I'd never seen the city from that angle in real life, but it still felt familiar in a strange way. It was like seeing a postcard suddenly turned into a place I was standing in. The tulips were beautiful, full and colorful, planted in big curved beds. Chris had been right about that. The whole scene, the people, the view, the brightness of the sky, reminded me so much of the movie City of Angels. You know the scenes where angels stand high above the city, looking down at the people? That is exactly what it felt like. Quiet, bright, and almost too clear. I was standing there, working up the courage to move, still feeling like I might faint if I got too close to the edge, when I felt someone come up behind me. I didn't hear footsteps. I just suddenly sensed a presence so strongly it was like a wave of warmth at my back. Then, close to my ear, in a familiar playful tone I heard, "Boo!" At the same time, a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind in a hug. I turned around quickly, more surprised than scared, and when I saw who it was, my whole body relaxed in this strange mix of shock and happiness. It was Chris. Not misty, not half there, not see-through like in a movie. He was solid. He looked like a person standing right in front of me, with weight and shape and presence. "I knew it," I said to him. "I knew it was you." He grinned at me in that way he always used to, a little sideways, a little amused. "How did you know?" he asked, and chuckled. His laugh was exactly the same. The sound, the timing, the way his shoulders moved, everything. "Who else would drag me up here?" I said. "Who else would bother to meet me on top of the CN Tower? It had to be you." He laughed again, clearly pleased with himself. "Now do you know what I was talking about?" he asked. How do you like the CN Tower now, huh? I glanced around again. It's nice, I admitted. The view is nice. The flowers are beautiful. But I'm telling you right now, I will never come back here again. We both laughed at that, because he knew that even in a dream, my fear of heights was still very real. The way he looked was strange and yet completely natural at the same time. He was dressed in clothes he didn't usually wear in real life, at least not all at once, which made me think he had chosen them for a reason. He had on very dark, shiny black glasses that covered his eyes completely. Over his face, especially around the eye and mouth area, it almost looked like there was a smooth layer of material, something like fine cloth or a mask, but not quite. You couldn't really tell unless you were very close to him, but I was close enough to see that his mouth area looked like a dark, shiny shape rather than plain skin and lips, and his eyes were hidden behind the glasses. He wore a safari-style hat, khaki in color, with a rim that shaded his face. He had on a dark blue trench coat, the kind that falls almost to the knees, and underneath he wore khaki-colored pants and casual deck shoes. Altogether, he actually looked like a normal man in slightly unusual but stylish clothing. If you didn't know he had passed away, you would never guess anything was different about him. He blended right in with the people milling around the rooftop. That's why I started to think that he was wearing a sort of disguise. It felt like he had dressed himself in a way that would let him walk around among the living without drawing attention. Maybe he didn't want anyone but me to notice. Maybe he wanted to look as human as possible, as if this was just a regular day trip. The thought popped into my head that this was his way of creating a shell, a human form he could use for one more visit to Earth. We walked together around the rooftop for what felt like a long time. Time is strange in these kinds of experiences. Minutes stretch and fold into what feels like hours. We chatted like we always used to. He asked how I was doing, how everyone else was, how things were going back home. There was so much love and warmth in his eyes, even behind those dark glasses. His voice, his mannerisms, the way he tilted his head when he listened, it was all exactly him. I told him that I missed him, that things weren't the same without him, that everyone still thought of him and talked about him. He listened with this calm, kind expression, occasionally making a joke to lighten the mood, the way he used to when he wanted to stop me from getting too emotional. The feeling I had while we spoke wasn't like an ordinary dream feeling. There was a weight to it, a reality. The air felt different, heavy in a good way, as if it was full of something meaningful. After a while, he turned to me and said, "Judy, I want you to meet somebody." His tone changed slightly, becoming a bit more formal, like when you introduce a friend you respect. He lifted his arm and gestured beside him, as if to draw my attention to someone standing just out of my line of sight. I turned in the direction he indicated, and there was another man standing there. Chris said, "This is a friend of mine, Ron." Ron smiled at me, and I automatically said, "Nice to meet you," and extended my hand, just like I would with any new person. He took my hand and shook it. His grip was firm, warm, completely normal. He said it was nice to meet me as well. He looked almost the same age as Chris, maybe a little older, and he was dressed in very similar clothes, dark coat, light pants, though he didn't have the safari hat. I got the same feeling from him that I got from Chris, solid, real, but somehow more than just human. Because he was standing with Chris, dressed similarly and appearing in a place like that, I knew right away that he wasn't an ordinary person either. I understood in that moment, without anyone explaining it, that Ron was a ghost or spirit too, also solidified into a form I could see and touch. A thought crossed my mind, quick and unplanned. Maybe Ron was Chris's friend on the other side, or even some kind of guide. Someone who stayed close to him, helped him, or traveled with him. I didn't know for sure, but the idea sat comfortably in my mind. The strange thing is that during all of this, I didn't think to myself, "I must be dreaming." It never crossed my mind in that clear, logical way. It felt too real. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin, the light breeze brushing past my hair, the solid floor beneath my feet. I could hear the murmur of other people's voices in the background, the the distant sounds of the city below, the soft clink of metal binoculars being moved. I could feel Chris's hug, his hand on my shoulder, the pressure of Ron's handshake. It all felt as real as any day of my life. Only when I woke up did I realize that my body had been in bed the whole time. When I did wake up, I didn't jump awake the way you do from a nightmare. I opened my eyes slowly and just stayed very still. The room was dim, quiet, and I could feel something unusual. My back was incredibly warm. Not like the warmth from a blanket or a hot water bottle, but a deep, radiating heat that seemed to soak through my skin into my muscles. It felt gentle and soothing and familiar. I knew right away what it was. It was the same warmth I had felt when Chris hugged me from behind on the roof of the CN Tower. I lay there for a while, not moving, just feeling that warmth and thinking about what had happened. I knew, deep inside myself, that I hadn't just had an ordinary dream. I felt that I had truly been with Chris. He had shown me his favorite place, the one he had always wanted to share with me. He had talked with me, hugged me, introduced me to someone important to him. It was like he had kept his promise in his own way, even after death. He had found a way to take me to the CN Tower without me having to face the real-life elevator and my panic. Somehow, in that in-between place, I had gone. The thing that stays with me the most is how solid he felt. There was nothing ghostly or blurry about him. When his arms wrapped around me from behind, when I turned and saw his face, when I touched his coat or shook Ron's hand, everything felt as physical as anything on earth. If someone had walked by, I believe they would have just seen 3 people standing there, talking. That's why now, when I think about ghosts or spirits, I don't picture them only as faint shapes or cold patches of air. I honestly believe that sometimes, if they choose to and are allowed to, they can come back in a way that is almost completely physical. They can walk among us, blend in, wear disguises of clothing and mannerisms that make them look like any other person on the street. No one would ever suspect. They could be sitting next to you on a bench, standing behind you in a line, or walking past you in a crowd, and you never know that they aren't alive in the way you are. After that experience, I often catch myself wondering, how many spirits are walking on this earth like that? How many loved ones come back for just one more visit, one more look at their favorite places, one more chance to check on the people they care about? How many times have we brushed past someone who wasn't entirely from this world and didn't recognize it? What happened on October 19, 2006, felt so real that sometimes, even now, part of me has trouble wrapping my head around it. But my heart believes it completely. I believe I was with Chris that night, on top of the CN Tower he loved so much. I believe he kept his promise and took me there in the only way I could handle, without fear, without sickness, just love and sunlight and tulips and his arms around me, one more time. After we moved back home to Calgary, things went back to normal for a little while. It felt good to be in our own city again, seeing familiar streets and familiar faces. Jerry and I were trying to settle back into a routine, catching up with people we hadn't seen in months and just enjoying being somewhere that felt like home. For a few weeks, everything was quiet. No strange dreams, no odd feelings, nothing out of the ordinary. I actually started to relax and stop thinking about anything paranormal at all. One evening in July, Jerry's brother James invited us over to his place. He lived with his girlfriend in a nice, ordinary-looking house, the kind you wouldn't ever expect anything strange from. We were happy to go. It was a good chance to catch up with them, hang out like old times, and just talk about everything that had been happening in our lives. We went out for dinner first, sat in a busy restaurant, laughed, shared stories, and then watched a movie together. It was the usual kind of night out with family, nothing weird, nothing heavy, just a nice time. By the time we got back to James's place, it was late, and everyone was tired. You know that quiet, sleepy feeling after you've had a big meal and a long day? That's how it was. The lights in the neighborhood were soft, the streets were calm, and inside the house everything felt still and peaceful. James and his girlfriend went off to their room, and Jerry and I went into the spare room where we were staying the night. The room was simple but comfortable. We changed into our sleep clothes, lay down, and started to drift off. The house was silent, and we were just about to fall completely asleep when suddenly the doorbell rang. It was loud and clear, echoing through the house in that sharp way doorbells always do. Both of us woke up instantly. My eyes snapped open, and Jerry's did too. We just looked at each other for a moment in the dark, trying to figure out if we had really heard it, or if we both imagined it while half asleep. "I heard that, right?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "That was the doorbell." I got out of bed and went into a hallway, expecting to see James already heading to the front door. But the house was quiet. I walked past their room and saw that both he and his girlfriend were still in bed, clearly asleep. No lights were on. No one was moving. It looked like nobody else had heard anything. I went to the front window, pulled the curtain back a little, and looked outside. The street was empty. The front step was empty. There was no one at the door, no car pulling away, nothing. The air outside looked still and normal. I went back to the spare room and told Jerry there was nobody there. "Probably some kids," she said, half annoyed, half sleepy. "You know, ringing doorbells and running away. Stupid prank." It made sense, and I wanted to believe that. Kids do that all the time. So I agreed, shrugged it off, and got back into bed. I pulled the sheets up and tried to relax. We lay there in the dark, trying to fall back asleep and forget about it. Just as I was pulling the covers up to my shoulders, the doorbell rang again. Only this time, it wasn't just one quick ring. It rang 3 times in a row, and each ring was long and drawn out, like someone had pushed the button and held it down on purpose. The sound seemed to stretch through the house, ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. There was something strange about the way it rang, something eerie, like whoever was ringing it wanted us to feel bothered or unnerved. I threw the covers off and bolted out of bed. This time I moved fast, angry and ready to catch whoever was doing it. I rushed down the hallway and straight to the front door. I yanked it open quickly, hoping to surprise whoever was standing there. But again, there was no one. The porch was empty, the yard was still, and the street was quiet. I stepped outside onto the front step and looked around. I even peered down the sidewalk, expecting to see someone running away or hiding behind a nearby car. There was absolutely no one. The sky was dark, the air was still, and the houses around us were silent. It felt like the whole neighborhood was asleep. I stood there, confused and annoyed. Now it didn't feel like a stupid joke anymore. The way the bell had rung and the fact that no one was there twice in a row made it feel off. I went back inside and decided that if someone was messing with us, I would catch them in the act. I told Jerry what had happened and then went back to the door and stood nearby, listening. I waited there, half hidden, watching the glass and the handle, staying as quiet as I could. If those kids, or whoever it was, came back, I wanted to be ready this time. I waited for about 20 minutes. The house was quiet. No one moved. Jerry stayed in bed, probably wondering if I was overreacting. Everything stayed still for so long that I almost convinced myself it was done. Then, out of nowhere, the doorbell rang again. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the handle and flung the door open as fast as I could. I jumped out onto the porch and looked around, ready to yell at some kid and tell them to knock it off and go home before I lost my temper. But there was no one there at all. No movement. No sound of footsteps running away. No bushes shaking. Nothing. I stood there in the doorway, completely puzzled. My heart was beating fast, not from fear exactly, but from confusion and adrenaline. I knew what I had heard. The bell wasn't broken or faint, it rang strong and clear every time. But there was nobody there pressing the button. It was at that point that Jerry came out of the spare room, her face worried and tired. She asked what was going on, and I told her that once again there was no one at the door. So, together, we went to wake James. He was annoyed when we shook him awake, groggy and confused, asking why we were making so much noise. When we asked if he'd heard the doorbell, he said no. He hadn't heard a thing. To him, it had been just another quiet night's sleep until we woke him up. We all went to the front hall. James was trying to figure out if maybe the doorbell was faulty, or if something electrical was going on. He went out to the garage, grabbed a screwdriver, and came back in. He unscrewed the doorbell cover and disconnected the wires so that it could no longer ring at all. When he was finished, he pointed out that the bell would now be completely dead. No one could ring it, even if they stood there pressing the button all night. That seemed to calm things down a bit. Once the wires were pulled, the doorbell stayed quiet. There were no more rings that night, and technically, there couldn't be. Even though it was hard to relax after that, the house eventually settled back into silence. Jerry and I went back to the spare room, but sleep didn't come easily. We lay awake for a long time, replaying everything in our heads, listening for any new sound. It's strange how, once something like that happens, you become aware of every little creak and crack in a house. The next morning, James and his girlfriend left early for work. The house felt different in the daytime, brighter and more normal. Jerry went to take a shower, and I stayed in the kitchen, sitting at the table, reading the newspaper. The quiet felt almost a little too calm after what had happened during the night, but I tried to ignore it and just focus on the words on the page. Then, out of nowhere, the doorbell rang again. This time it wasn't once or twice. It rang 6 times in a row, fast and insistent. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sound cut through the silence of the house, and every single ring sounded normal and strong, as if someone was right outside pressing the button over and over. A cold chill went all the way through me. I knew what James had done the night before. I had watched him disconnect the wires with my own eyes. The bell shouldn't have been able to ring at all, not even once, and yet here it was ringing 6 times in a row like nothing was wrong. I got up from my chair, my skin prickling, and walked carefully to the front door. When I opened it and looked outside, there was nobody on the step and no one on the sidewalk. But there was something else. At the bottom of the front steps, sitting on the walkway, were 6 cats. They were all sitting there in a row or close together, all facing the house, all staring up toward the door. Every one of them had its ears pinned back tight against its head, and they were growling and hissing in that low, threatening way cats do when they feel threatened or angry. The sound of them growling combined with the doorbell that shouldn't have been ringing at all made the whole scene feel unreal and wrong. I slammed the door shut, heart pounding, and backed away. The house suddenly felt different again, like the air itself had turned thick and heavy. I didn't want to look out the window again. I listened instead, trying to hear if the cats were still there. A moment later, the doorbell rang once more, just one strong ring this time, and at the same moment, I heard what sounded like a growl from behind me inside the house, somewhere near the kitchen. That was enough for me. I didn't want to stand there and test my nerves anymore. I hurried down the hall to the spare room, where Jerry was drying her hair. I probably looked pale and rattled because she turned around quickly, and immediately asked what was wrong. I told her what had just happened, the doorbell ringing again even though the wires were disconnected, the 6 angry cats sitting at the bottom of the steps, and the growl I'd heard behind me when the bell rang the last time. "Get dressed," I told her. "We're leaving. Right now. I don't care where we go, but I don't want to stay here." She didn't argue. She got dressed quickly, and we both got our things together as fast as we could. When it was time to leave, we didn't even use the front door. I wasn't interested in opening it again and finding those cats still sitting there the way they had been, staring and hissing. We went out through the back door instead, stepped into the yard, and walked through the alley to get around the house and back to the street. Even from a distance, I was half expecting to see the cats still there, but I didn't look too closely. I just wanted to get away from that house for the rest of the day. Later that night, when James got home from work, we called him and told him everything that had happened. At first he sounded surprised, then quiet. He mentioned that he had always felt strange when he was alone in the kitchen, like he wasn't by himself, but he had never thought much about it before. Then he told us something else, something that made everything feel even more unsettling. He said that the last couple who had rented the house before he moved in had been heavily into witchcraft and seances. They used to hold rituals and spiritual sessions in the house. The neighbors had mentioned it to him after he moved in, but he hadn't really believed it was anything serious. He just thought they were a bit odd. Hearing about the doorbell, the disconnected wires, the strange feelings, and the 6 angry cats made that detail suddenly feel very important. For us, that was more than enough. Between the strange ringing of a doorbell that technically couldn't ring, the empty porch every time we checked, the growl in the house, the feeling in the kitchen, and the background of people playing with things they shouldn't, we didn't want to stay tied to that house any longer. James and his girlfriend felt the same way. Within a few days, they decided to move out and find a new place. They packed their things, left that house behind, and settled into a different home. Since then, as far as we know, nothing strange has happened in their new place. No weird doorbells, no angry cats, no bad feelings in the kitchen. Everything has been quiet. And honestly, that's exactly how we all wanted to stay. When I was in my early 20s, I thought I was just taking a big step into adulthood. I had no idea I was also stepping into a house with a very long memory. It was 1980 when I decided it was time to move out of my parents' home. 2 of my close friends and I had been talking about renting a place together, and when they told me they had found a house, I was excited more than anything else. I imagined the usual things: freedom, responsibility, late-night talks, music playing, and us feeling grown up in our own space. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or hauntings or anything like that. I just thought my life was beginning in a new way. One of my friends, Eve, called me and told me she had already seen the house and wanted me to meet her so she could show it to me. We chose a corner near an establishment across from the river as a meeting spot. I drove there, parked, and stepped out of my car, expecting we would walk down the street together. Standing to my right, on that very corner, was a large old house. It immediately grabbed my attention. There was something grand about it. Stately. Tall. It had that look of age and importance, like it had watched people come and go for a very long time. I remember thinking to myself, half joking and half serious, "Watch that be the house." A moment later, Eve pulled up. She got out of her car, came over to me with a little smile, and said, "This is it." I looked at her, then at the house again, and my heart jumped a little. It really was beautiful. Brick, dark brown in color. It sat on a corner lot facing the river, and from that angle it almost resembled a lighthouse standing guard, tall and proud. A covered front porch wrapped around part of it, with strong pillars holding up the roof. The backyard was a decent size, with a detached one-car garage on the side. It felt like something from another time, but still solid and alive. "I can't wait to see inside," I told her. We went in through the side door. There were a few steps leading up to the main floor. As soon as we stepped in, that old house smell wrapped around us: wood, faint dust, and the kind of polish that sinks into floors over many years. On the right was the kitchen, with its own old-fashioned charm. On the left was the dining area. Between the kitchen and dining room were beautiful French pocket doors that slid into the wall. From the dining room, another set of pocket doors led into the front living room. Those doors alone told me this place was once loved and carefully built. In the living room there was a stone fireplace on one wall, and a large bay window facing the river. You could imagine sitting there on a winter evening, watching the lights on the water. The walls were done in wainscoting and rich mahogany. Shelving ran around parts of the room, built into the walls. The floors were the original hardwood, worn in just the right way, but still strong. I fell in love with that main floor right away. Off the kitchen there was a main floor bathroom, which made the house feel even more practical. It was like someone had planned it to be both grand and comfortable. Then we tackled the stairs. We climbed up to the second floor and stepped out onto a hallway that made both of us stop and stare. It was long. Very long. Narrow and straight, stretching from one end of the house to the other. When we first stepped onto it and looked down, it felt like we were staring into a tunnel. At the far end of that hallway, directly in line with us and the staircase, there was a single door, dead center. It must have been about 30 feet away from where we stood. It looked almost strange and out of place, sitting there alone at the end of such a long, narrow stretch of floor. For a few moments, we just stood there, looking down at that door, both of us quiet. "Let's go see what it is," Eve said finally. We walked slowly down the hallway, our footsteps sounding loud and a bit hollow. When we reached the door and opened it, we discovered it was just a bathroom. We both laughed, partly from relief and partly because it seemed like such a dramatic build-up for something so ordinary. We turned around and walked back along the hallway in the opposite direction, toward the other end near the stairs. To the left, not far from the staircase, there was a bedroom. I stepped into it and liked it immediately. Something about the size and the placement felt right, and I decided then and there that this would be my room. A little further down, still on the left side of the hall, was another bedroom. Eve picked that one for herself. Later, out of curiosity, we took a tape measure and measured the hallway. It turned out to be 60 feet long from one end to the other. No wonder it felt so strange. It was like a runway. We went up another set of stairs to the third floor. Up there we found a half bath and 2 more bedrooms. The space was generous and bright. Then we discovered yet another staircase, leading even higher. "I've never walked up so many stairs in one house," I remember saying. We climbed again, legs starting to protest, and found a door at the top. We thought it might be a closet, but when we opened it, we were surprised. It was another room, a loft at the very top of the house. It had 4 oval windows, one on each side, high up where the ceiling curved. Sitting in that room, you got the feeling you were in the very cap of the house, like the top of a tower. When you looked at the outside later, it really did resemble a lighthouse, narrow and tall with that rounded top. It felt like it had probably been used for watching the river and the ships below. After exploring all of that, we finally headed back down, floor by floor, all the way to the main level. We were a bit out of breath, but happy. We both agreed that the house was perfect for the 3 of us. It had lots of room, lots of character, and it felt like it could become something special for us. Then Eve asked, "Do you want to see the basement?" I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. "Sure," I said. We found the door to the basement and opened it. The staircase leading down was old wood, separated boards with no risers so you could see through the gaps. The steps creaked under our feet as we went down, slow and careful. The ceiling grew lower the farther we descended, and by the time we reached the bottom, we actually had to duck our heads. Neither of us is very tall, so that said a lot. The basement felt completely different from the rest of the house. The air was cooler, and had a heavy, damp feeling. The walls were made of rough cement blocks, and the floor wasn't even finished, it was just packed dirt. Cobwebs hung in corners and from pipes, and a dull gray light seemed to fill the space, no matter where you stood. The whole area gave off a feeling that neither of us liked. "What kind of floor is this?" I asked, looking down. "It's all dirt." Eve didn't answer right away. She was looking towards an old cellar door at one end of the basement. Curiosity again got the best of her, and she went over to open it. The moment she pulled it open, a rush of air seemed to come out from behind it, colder than the rest of the basement. It brushed over us and gave us both goosebumps at the same time. "Close it," I said quickly. She slammed it shut. That was enough for both of us. I didn't want to explore anything else down there. I turned and started for the stairs and heard Eve right behind me. We both scrambled up those creaky steps as fast as we could, almost tripping over ourselves to reach the top. When we got there, Eve closed the basement door and locked it. Then we stood there in the kitchen, breathing hard and looking at each other. We didn't need to say much. From the expression on her face, I knew she felt the same way I did. Neither of us wanted to set foot in that basement again. For us, at that moment, the basement was done. We tried to shake it off and focus on happier things. It was our first night in the new house, and we wanted to make it special, so we moved back into the kitchen and decided to cook dinner. Eve is Italian, and she made homemade sauce for pasta. I'd boiled the pasta al dente, mixed a salad, warmed some crusty rolls, and opened a bottle of red wine. We didn't drink much, just half a glass each, but it felt like a little celebration. A new chapter of life. Eve set her big Duncan Fife table in the dining room. It was a long table that could seat 14 people with all the leaves in. In that room, with the pocket doors and the wood, it looked absolutely perfect. I turned on a jazz station, the music filling the background with a soft, warm sound. Slowly, we started to relax again. The house felt less intimidating and more like a home. We sat across from each other at the long table, twirling pasta on our forks and chatting. We talked about our days, about her boutique downtown and the new line of clothes she was expecting. I talked about work at the law firm. Normal conversation, normal worries, normal excitement. I felt calmer and happier. Then the table shook. It wasn't a little vibration. It was distinct, enough to make me look up sharply. I glanced at Eve, waiting for her to say something, but she kept her head down and continued eating, not making eye contact. I decided not to mention it. Old houses settle, right? Floors creak, things shift. I went back to eating. A moment later, it happened again. This time, the shaking lasted a little longer. It wasn't violent, but it was very clear. I lifted my hands off my plate and even pulled my feet slightly off the floor, just to see if maybe the movement was coming from below. Eve did the same thing, almost at the exact same time. The floor was shaking the table but not our chairs. It was like something was moving under the table legs only. We both stared at the table, then at each other. Neither of us spoke right away. There was an unspoken agreement in our eyes that was strange. We finally jumped up almost at the same time, pushing our chairs back. Then, because we were young and nervous and didn't want to admit we were scared, we laughed. We cleared the plates off the table and tried to move on as if nothing had happened. The rest of the evening passed quietly, and we went about our business. Later, we went upstairs to get ready for bed. At that point, Sharon hadn't moved in yet, so only Eve and I were staying in the house. We each had a room on the second floor, with that long, narrow hallway between the staircase and the bathroom at the far end. I picked out an outfit for work the next day and then walked down the hallway to use the bathroom. As I was in there, I heard what sounded exactly like Eve's voice calling for me. It wasn't vague or far away. It was clear, as if she was right outside the door calling my name. I opened the bathroom door and looked out into the hallway. It was empty. I didn't see her anywhere. The long hallway stretched away in both directions, silent. "What do you want?" I called out, thinking maybe she was in her room and needed something. No answer. I went down the hallway to her room and looked inside. She wasn't there. I went downstairs and found her in the sitting area beyond the dining room, listening to her jazz music and looking through her clothing samples. "Did you need something?" I asked. She looked up, surprised. "No, I'm fine." She kept looking at her papers. The way she answered told me she definitely hadn't called me. That small detail bothered me. The voice I'd heard in the hallway was so real, so much like her, that I knew I hadn't imagined it. Still, I decided not to mention it to her just yet. I told myself that maybe it was my imagination, or maybe the house played tricks with sound. The second night, we spent some time unpacking more things on the main floor. We were trying to make the house look more lived in. Again we found ourselves in the dining room, near the big table. Again, as we sat there, the shaking started. We felt it not only under the table this time, but also faintly from above, as if something on the second floor was involved too. "My bedroom is right above here," I said. We both went upstairs to check, but everything in my room seemed normal. Nothing was out of place, nothing had fallen. Just then the phone rang. It startled us both. I ran to answer it. The house was big enough that we had a phone on each level. I picked up the one upstairs first. It was my mom. She wanted to come over and see the new place. We talked a bit, and I sat on the landing of the staircase, my back turned toward the long hallway. As I was talking, I suddenly heard someone running down the hallway behind me. The footsteps were quick and light, like a child running. At the same moment, I felt an icy chill crawl across my back. "Hang on a second," I told my mom, and set the phone down. I turned and looked down the hallway. It was empty. No one was there. Every door was open except mine and Eve's, and I could tell she wasn't in the hall. I sat back down, picked up the phone, and my mom asked if everything was okay. I told her yes. I didn't want to worry her, especially not on our second night. When I hung up and went back downstairs, the phone rang again almost immediately. I answered it downstairs this time. Hello? Nothing. Just silence. I said hello a couple more times, and still no one answered. While I stood there, Eve came down the stairs. You were upstairs? I asked her. She gave me a puzzled look. I was in my bedroom, she said. My door was closed. I didn't hear anything. I told her about the running in the hallway and the cold feeling on my back. She listened, and for the first time, she got a very serious expression. Then she asked quietly, Do you think this house is haunted? It might be, I answered, just as quietly. She said she wanted to look up the history of the house, maybe at the city records or the library. I told her I would go with her. I was suddenly very interested in who had lived there before us. That evening my mom came over to visit. I gave her a tour of the house, showing her each floor. She loved the look of it, and said it felt grand. When we sat down afterward for tea, I told her some of the things that had already happened, the shaking table, the footsteps, the strange phone call, the feeling in the hallway. I told her I thought the house might be haunted. She didn't say much at first, just listened. Then she said she thought it was a good idea for Eve and me to look into the history of the house. My mom has always been open-minded about that kind of thing, so she didn't dismiss what I told her. On the third day, our other friend Sharon finally moved in. She loved the house right away, especially the third floor. The space was big, and she liked having it almost to herself. She chose one of the bedrooms up there and started to settle in. That night, the three of us sat in front of the fireplace in the living room, watching TV. It was cozy, with the soft light from the lamps and the glow from the fireplace. For a while, we forgot about the odd things and just enjoyed being together. Then we heard a loud bang from upstairs. We looked at each other. Without speaking, we all got up and went to see what had happened. When we reached the second floor, we saw it right away. In the middle of that long hallway, lying on the floor all by itself, was one of Sharon's books. It had come from her room upstairs, and somehow ended up there, directly in the center of the hall. Eve and I stared at the book. We didn't even have words for a moment. Sharon didn't say anything either. She just walked down the hall, picked the book up, and took it back to her room on the third floor. The quiet way she did it told me she didn't really want to talk about it, at least not right then. We turned to go downstairs again. As we started down, we suddenly heard someone run up and down the hallway. Quick, light footsteps, the same pattern as before. This time Eve heard it too. It was clear as day, as if a child were racing back and forth, playing a game in that long narrow space. We both turned around at the same time. The hallway was empty. No one was there. We had thought maybe it was Sharon coming back down from her room, but she wasn't there. That realization sent another chill through both of us. We didn't linger. We went back downstairs, a little more quiet than before. We decided it was time to tell Sharon everything. We sat together and explained all the strange things that had happened since we moved in. The shaking table, the footsteps, the running, the book in the hallway, the phone calls, the feeling in the basement. Sharon listened without interrupting. Surprisingly, she didn't seem frightened. She said she still wanted to stay. She loved the house too much to leave just because of a few odd happenings. From then on, the strange events continued almost every night. They became a kind of pattern. The phone would ring after we had just finished a call with someone, and no one would be there when we answered. We would hear footsteps running up and down the hallway late at night. Sometimes there would be a loud bang from upstairs, and when we went to look, one of Sharon's books would again be lying in the middle of the second floor hall. The table in the dining room would shake now and then when we were sitting there. It was as if the house itself was restless. We never felt truly threatened, but we were often startled and unsettled. The only place that really felt wrong though, was the basement. Neither Eve nor I ever went back down there. We kept the door closed and locked, and avoided it as if something dangerous lived behind it. About a year later, we moved out. We loved each other, and we even loved that house in a strange way, but it felt like it was time to move on. We had had our share of late nights, laughter, and spooky stories. We were ready for a quieter place. By then, we had learned a lot about the house. It had been built in 1810 by a ship's captain. The shape suddenly made sense. He had designed his home to look and function like a lighthouse, tall and visible from the river. He lived there with his wife and 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. They were a well-known family in the area, respected and prominent. The house had seen a lot of entertaining, parties, and late-night visitors. Later on, we learned more unsettling details. At some point, the captain had become involved in bootlegging. He kept booze in the cellar, and apparently, he also kept sailors down there too, hidden from his wife. They would stay in the basement, drink, and be entertained, in ways we can all guess. There were old newspaper clippings that mentioned the family, the parties, and strange things that happened. Among those articles, there were also reports about sailors who had gone missing, 10 of them, all mysteriously disappearing. Their names, locations, and faces were printed in these old papers. No one really knew what had happened to them. We also found records that the captain's young daughter had died at the age of 8. Her death was listed as mysterious. There were no clear explanations, just that word. It gave us a shiver to read it, because we had often felt that the footsteps in the hallway sounded like those of a little girl running back and forth, playing some endless game in the dark. When we thought back on everything, the long, narrow hallway, the running feet, the book in the middle of the floor, the shaking table, the deep chill in the basement, it all seemed to fit together with what we had learned. The house was like a shell holding all those memories, some happy, some dark, and some never fully resolved. Even after we moved out, I never forgot that house. When I think of it now, I remember both the good and the eerie, the laughter with my friends, the cozy evenings by the fire, the jazz playing softly, the feeling of independence, and also the way my skin prickled walking past that basement door, the sound of unseen footsteps behind me, the sense that a little girl might still be running up and down that long hallway, 170 years after her life ended. We never felt truly harmed, but we never felt completely alone either. And I don't think that house has ever really been empty. When I look back at that time in my life, everything seemed so busy and full and ordinary on the surface, and yet underneath it all something very strange had slipped into our home and into our lives without me realizing it at first. In the fall of 2001, I was just a tired mother of 3 trying to juggle school, kids, and money. I was going to college, my 2 oldest children were in school, and my youngest son was in daycare. We needed a place that made sense for our schedule and our budget, and when I first saw that basement apartment, everything about its location felt like a small miracle. It was around the corner from the school that my 2 oldest kids attended, only a few blocks from the college I went to every day, and the daycare my youngest son went to was right on the college grounds. I remember standing there the first time I went to see the place, trying to imagine our routines. I pictured us walking to school in the mornings, me hurrying off to class, dropping off the little one at daycare, and then coming back home in the afternoons without needing buses or long drives. In my head I was already fitting our lives into that space. As soon as the landlord finished showing me around, I knew I wanted it. I didn't care that it was a basement apartment. To me it looked like a fresh start that actually fit our chaotic little world. The apartment itself was fairly simple, but for us it felt almost spacious. It had 3 bedrooms, which was a huge deal. There was a combined living and dining room, a small kitchen, and 1 bathroom. All the bedrooms and the bathroom opened off the living/dining area, like spokes off a wheel. My daughter Mary was 7 at the time, and I gave her her own room. She was at that age where she wanted her own space and her own things, and I wanted her to feel special. My 2 boys, Ty and Adam, shared a room. Ty was 5 and Adam was 3, and they were always together anyway, playing with toys, fighting over toys, making up games, and keeping each other awake at night. My room was on the far side of the living room, right beside the bathroom. The kids' rooms were all the way at the opposite end of the apartment, with the kitchen sort of in between us. It was a funny layout, but I could see how it would work. We moved in just a few days before Halloween. I remember boxes everywhere, costumes being put together last minute, and the kids running around, excited by both the holiday and the new place. The apartment smelled like fresh paint and new floors. Everything was recently finished, and for a while I just enjoyed that feeling of newness. The kids loved racing from one end of the place to the other, darting from their rooms through the living room and back. At night, after putting them to bed, I would sit on the couch and think how lucky we were to have found somewhere so close to everything, with enough room for each of us to breathe. For the first couple of months, everything felt normal. We settled into routines. Mornings were noisy and rushed. I would wake up, get the three of them dressed and fed, walk Mary and Ty to school, and then head to the college with Adam in his stroller. After my classes, I would pick him up from daycare, walk back home, and start dinner. Evenings were homework, TV, baths, small fights over toys, and then bed. It was a lot, but it was the usual kind of tired and busy that most parents know too well. I didn't notice anything strange at first, nothing that suggested that our lives were about to get a lot more unsettling. It was about 3 months after we moved in when I first realized something was off. By then winter had settled in and the days were shorter. One day, near the end of that winter, I decided to take the kids for a day out at a big mall in the next city over. It was one of those huge malls that take forever to get through, and it felt like a bit of an adventure. We spent the whole day there. The kids dragged me from store to store, we had lunch in the food court, and I tried to pick up a few things we needed. By the time we got home, it was late afternoon, almost evening, and we were all exhausted. I remember fumbling with the keys at the door, my arms full of bags, the kids pushing past me to get inside, all of us cranky and worn out. Once inside, I started putting the groceries on the table and counters. Adam, my youngest, was especially fussy. At 3 years old, when he got tired, he went from clingy to cranky very quickly. He started begging for a snack right away. I told him that dinner would be ready soon and to go play for a bit, thinking I could get food ready faster than dealing with his whining. He didn't like that answer. He started to cry and complain, his little voice going higher and louder. I tried to ignore him, hoping he would calm down, and kept putting groceries away in the kitchen. He stood right outside the kitchen area, near the table, wailing and shouting. Finally, I decided enough was enough. I walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down so I could be eye level with him and tell him firmly to stop. His face was red, and there were tears on his cheeks. He looked like he was about to scream again, and then, all of a sudden, he burst out laughing. It wasn't a little giggle. It was a sudden, full, happy laugh that completely didn't match the crying he had been doing a second ago. His expression changed from upset to delighted so fast that it actually startled me. He kept laughing and lifted his arm to point past me, toward the kitchen. I turned to see what he was pointing at. One of the cupboard doors in the kitchen was swinging open and shut, over and over again. It wasn't just hanging loose or moving a bit. It was opening wide and then closing, then opening again, like someone invisible was tugging it back and forth. It did this a few times more, in a steady motion, and then it slowly closed all the way and stopped with a quiet tap against the frame. I just sat there, staring at it. I remember feeling a strange coldness in my chest, like all the tiredness and noise in the room dropped away for a second. Adam stopped laughing and stared too. After a moment, he turned away casually and went into his bedroom, as if he had been satisfied or as if someone had told him, "Okay, that's enough now." He didn't argue about the snack again. He just went to play. I stayed in that chair for several more seconds, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I told myself there had to be some explanation. Maybe the cupboard wasn't hung properly. Maybe there was a draft. Maybe something I had just unpacked was pushing on it. I wanted so badly to explain it away, to pretend it was nothing, but deep down I knew that cupboards don't usually open and close like that on their own, especially not in such a deliberate way. After that day, it was as if something had been invited to make itself known. The feeling in the apartment changed little by little. At first it was subtle. Sometimes I felt like someone was standing just out of sight. Other times I would catch a shadow moving in the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turned my head. I did my best to ignore it. I was a full-time student and a full-time mother. I didn't have time to dwell on strange feelings. But it wasn't long before what was happening could no longer be brushed aside. A few days after the cupboard incident, things began to happen in the bathroom at night. My bedroom door was just a few steps away from the bathroom door, and I usually slept with my door slightly open so I could hear the kids if they needed me. One night, I woke up suddenly to a strange sound. It was the middle of the night, the apartment was completely dark and quiet, and I heard what sounded like someone shaking the shower curtain. It was the exact sound you hear when a hand grabs the curtain and jerks it back and forth on the rod. The bathroom door was slightly open, and I hadn't heard any of the kids get up. I lay there for a moment, listening. The sound went on for several seconds, then stopped. Finally, my fear of one of the kids falling in the tub or hurting themselves got the better of my fear of the unknown. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom. The shower curtain was not hanging where it should have been. Instead, it was lying on the ground in front of the tub, the rod and the curtain together, as if someone had pulled it down intentionally. I stood there in the doorway, staring, my heart beating faster. I picked it up and put it back, trying to tell myself it had just fallen. Maybe the rod was old or the spring inside it had worn out. I latched it carefully into place again and went back to bed, but it took me a long time to fall asleep. The next night, the exact same thing happened. I woke up to the sound of the curtain being shaken, that plastic on metal shiver, and then a thump. When I went to look, there it was on the floor again. I put it back up, my hands shaking, and crawled back into bed. This went on every single night for a few nights in a row. Always at night. Always when I was half asleep and vulnerable. During the day it never happened, not even once. Finally, I decided it must be the rod itself. Since the whole apartment was pretty new, I assumed maybe they'd put in a cheap spring rod that didn't hold tension. Maybe the weight of the curtain pulled it down at night. It still didn't explain the shaking sound, but I was desperate for some normal explanation. I went out, bought a brand new tension rod, and installed it myself. I pushed it into place tightly, hung the curtain, tugged on it to test it, and felt relieved when it didn't budge. Problem solved, I told myself. I remember actually feeling proud over handling it, like I'd fixed a silly little issue. The layout of the bathroom was such that when you walked in, the tub lined the right-hand wall, and the sink and counter were along the left. At the far end of the room, tucked into a sort of little nook at the head of the tub, was the toilet. It felt private, like its own small section of the room, hidden a bit from view when you first entered. The space behind the toilet was narrow and shaded. The first night after I installed the new rod, I went to bed feeling more at ease. Sometime after midnight, I heard that now familiar sound again. The shaking. This time, though, I didn't jump up right away. I was too scared. I lay frozen under the covers, listening carefully. I knew none of the kids had gotten up. Their room doors were shut, and I would have heard them. There was the sound of a thump again, and then silence. It took all my courage to get out of bed. I opened my bedroom door slowly and looked toward the bathroom. The door was partly open. The light was off. I told myself over and over, it's just the rod falling again, it's fine. I stepped into the bathroom and reached for the light. What I saw when the light came on did not look like any accident. The shower rod, with the curtains still hanging neatly on it, was not on the floor. It was standing upright on one end behind the toilet, like someone had carefully picked it up, balanced it on one end, and placed it in that cramped little space. It stood there, almost as tall as me, leaning slightly but somehow not falling over. It was not the position it would land in if it had simply slipped off the wall brackets and dropped. There was no way it could have ended up like that by itself. My stomach dropped, and I felt this wave of cold fear, as if the air itself in the room changed temperature. For a moment, I just stared at it, almost waiting for something else to happen. When nothing did, I gently lowered it, put it back in place yet again, and stepped out of the bathroom. This time I closed my bedroom door completely and sat on my bed with the light on until the sky began to get light. I was too afraid to lie back down. From that night on, my feeling about the apartment never went back to normal. During the day, while the kids were at school and daycare, I sometimes came home to work on assignments. The college got loud sometimes, and I thought being at home with my laptop would help me focus. Instead, I often found myself more distracted and uneasy at home than I had ever felt in a crowded library. I'd be sitting in the living room, typing on my laptop with my earphones in, listening to music as I worked. For a while everything would seem fine, and then I would suddenly feel an overwhelming sense that something was right behind me. It wasn't like the normal feeling of being alone in a quiet house. It was a sharp, intense awareness, almost like someone staring at the back of my head. The hairs on my arms would stand up, and my heart would start to pound. The fear would rise up so quickly that I would stop typing, pull out my earphones, and literally throw my laptop onto the couch as I stood up. There were several times I actually ran outside like that, feeling embarrassed even as I did it. I would stand outside at the side of the house, in the cold or the heat, sometimes for half an hour or more, just waiting for my chest to stop feeling so tight. I would look at the door and tell myself I was being silly. It was just stress, just the pressure of school and kids. But every time, the fear inside the apartment felt too real to ignore when it came on like that. Just when I started to worry that maybe I was going crazy, that maybe all of this was some kind of stress reaction or imagination, something happened that involved my youngest son, Adam, and that changed how I thought about everything. It was that moment that made me believe that whatever was in that apartment had more to do with him than with anything else. And later, when we moved and strange things followed us, it was that night I kept remembering. One night, I woke up at around 2 in the morning. It was a sudden waking, as if someone had called my name, although I hadn't heard anything. The apartment was dark and quiet. I lay there for a moment, listening, and then I heard a faint sound. It sounded like Adam talking. Our bedrooms shared a wall, so I could hear voices through it clearly. It sounded like he was chattering away, and I assumed he and Ty had woken up and started playing, like little boys sometimes do. I got out of bed quietly, thinking I would catch them in the act and send them back to sleep. I walked down the living room and slowly approached their door. I pushed it open gently so it wouldn't slam or startle them. The room was dim, lit only by the faint lights sneaking in from the living room. On the top bunk, Ty was fast asleep, sprawled out with his arms thrown over his head, breathing heavily. He was clearly out cold and had been for a while. On the bottom bunk, Adam was sitting upright. He had a pile of dinosaur toys in his lap, and another pile sat near the foot of the bed. He had a frown on his face, and he looked irritated, not cheerful or mischievous like I expected. "What's wrong?" I asked him softly, stepping closer. He looked up at me with serious eyes and said, in that small 3-year-old voice, "Mom, I don't want to play with dinosaurs anymore. Can you tell the boy no more? And can you tell his mom to stop staring at me? She never smiles." As he spoke, he pointed past me toward a corner of the room. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just shadows and the wall. A chill ran through me. I tried to keep my voice calm. "What boy?" I asked. Adam looked frustrated, like he thought I should already know. "The boy," he said. "I can't say his name. It's weird. I can't say it." He sounded annoyed and tired, like someone who has had to repeat something too often. Something in me panicked. I didn't want to know more in that moment. I didn't want to turn around again and stare at an empty corner while my child told me invisible people were watching him. My mind raced back to the cupboard, the shower rod, the feelings in the living room. Everything seemed to tie together suddenly, and it was too much for me. I turned back toward the corner and, in a shaky voice, said out loud, "No more dinosaurs!" I don't even remember if I said anything about the mother. I just wanted whatever it was to stop, to leave my child alone. Then I practically fled the room, my heart beating so hard I felt like I could hear it in my ears. That night, I was so frightened I sat in my bed and cried quietly. The idea that something unseen was not only in our home but interacting with my 3-year-old son was almost too much. I thought about all the stories you hear about children seeing things adults can't. I didn't want to believe them, but Adam's serious little face, his specific words, and the way he had pointed behind me wouldn't leave my mind. The next day, when things felt a bit calmer in the daylight, I decided to ask him more questions. I didn't want to plant ideas in his head, so I waited until he brought it up again. It didn't take long. At some point that day he mentioned the boy again, and I gently asked him more about it. He told me that the boy and his mom came into his room. He said it like it was the most ordinary thing. He explained that the boy never had toys when he was alive, and that was why he liked Adam's things so much. He said the boy always wanted to play with his dinosaurs and always wanted him to put on a certain Disney movie about dinosaurs, over and over again. That part matched reality, because Adam had been obsessed with that one movie for months, and now I wondered if there was more to it than just the typical kid obsession. He also said he didn't like the boy's mom. He said she just stared at him and never spoke, never smiled. He said she scared him. Her silence upset him more than the boy himself did. Then, in that matter-of-fact way little kids sometimes have, he told me that a long time ago the boy's house had burned down, and that the boy and his family had been scared of wolves that came near their house. I sat there listening, trying to take it all in. Adam was just barely over 3 years old at the time. We had not been talking about house fires or wolves or boys without toys. The details he gave, the way he spoke, made it very hard for me to believe he was just making up stories. At that age, my kids' pretend stories usually involved superheroes or cartoons, not burned houses and silent mothers staring. He also said the boy woke him up a lot at night to play. Sometimes he got up, and sometimes he stayed in bed, but the boy kept bothering him, trying to get him to play with the dinosaurs or watch that movie again. A few weeks after that conversation, an opportunity came up to move. A classmate of mine from college was looking for someone to share her house with, and it seemed like a good chance to save money and be in a less cramped place. I was more than ready to leave that apartment. I told myself that once we moved, whatever was happening would stay behind. I thought it was tied to the apartment, to its walls and history. I told myself that what we needed was a fresh place with different energy, and that everything would go back to normal. For the first few weeks in the new house, things were quiet. I started to breathe easier. The kids were settling in, getting used to their new rooms, and I tried to focus on school and work again. Life felt heavy but normal. I pushed the strange events of the apartment into the back of my mind and tried not to talk about them. But the peace didn't last. One evening, a good friend of mine came to visit from out of town. She and I stood in the kitchen while I cooked dinner. The kitchen was small, so with me at the stove, she was standing right behind me and a little to the right, leaning on the counter. The kids were in the living room watching TV, and everything seemed calm. For some reason, maybe because she was a close friend, I decided to tell her about what had happened in the apartment. As I stirred whatever was in the pot, I began to describe the cupboard opening and closing, the shower curtain falling and standing up behind the toilet, the things Adam had told me about the boy and his mother. She listened quietly, and then told me that she believed me. She said she had had an experience of her own when she was a child, and that she knew things like that could be real. Her calm acceptance made me feel less crazy, less alone. I kept stirring, not really looking at her as I talked, just focusing on the food. When we finished talking and decided to leave the kitchen, we turned around toward the doorway. 2 of the cupboard doors were wide open, blocking our way out of the tiny kitchen. They had been closed when we came in. Neither of us had moved from where we stood while I talked. There was no breeze, no creaking hinges, no reason for them to be standing open like that, as if to keep us in. I froze. My friend went pale. We looked at each other, and then at the cupboards again. We didn't say much, but I could tell she was rattled. Whatever calm she had about spirits and experiences when we first started talking evaporated. The weekend visit she had planned turned into a short stay. She left that night instead of staying over as she had originally intended. After that, other people began to mention feeling strange things in the house too. A friend of mine from college came by one night, and without me saying anything about what had happened in the old apartment, told me that the garage and the cold cellar in the new house gave him a bad feeling. He said he didn't like going in there alone. I thought that was interesting. I hadn't told him anything, yet he had picked out those areas as unsettling. Later on, that same friend stayed at our place for a weekend to look after our cat while the kids and I went away. When we came back, he told me about something that had happened while he was there alone. He said one night, he slept in my bed. In the middle of the night, he woke up suddenly feeling terrified. He said it felt like something was hovering right over him, leaning down close to his face. He was so scared he didn't dare open his eyes. He lay there frozen, wanting to look but too afraid of what he might see. Eventually he somehow fell back asleep, but in the morning he still felt shaken by it. He suggested that I mention the strange things to the owner of the house, including the light in the cold room that flicked on by itself several times while he was there. I never did tell the owner. Part of me didn't want to know anything they might say. Around that same time, despite us having a cat who loved to hunt, the house became badly infested with mice. It was strange because our cat usually kept small critters in check. She was the kind of cat who would proudly drop gifts at your feet. Yet suddenly there were mice everywhere, running along baseboards, appearing in cupboards. It felt like the house was somehow attracting things, not just rodents but unseen guests as well. All through these moves and changes, one thing stayed in my mind: how everything had really started with Adam seeing and talking to the boy and his mother. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like whatever had been in that first apartment had not stayed behind at all but had attached itself to him, to our family, and followed us. The cupboard doors, the shower rod, the feeling of being watched, the invisible boy who wanted to play with dinosaurs, the silent woman who never smiled, none of it felt tied to just one set of walls anymore. It felt like we were carrying something with us, whether we wanted to or not. When we first moved into this house a few months ago, it felt completely ordinary. It was the kind of place you walk into and think, okay, this will do. Nothing about it gave off a strange vibe. No weird smells, no heavy feeling in the air, no creaking floors that made you wonder who had lived there before. Just regular walls, regular rooms, and a regular basement where we could set up our games and movies. After the places we'd lived in before, that feeling of normality was almost a relief. We unpacked our things, arranged the furniture, got our routines going, and for a while, life felt boring in that very comfortable, everyday way. At first, we honestly didn't notice anything. We both worked long hours, came home tired, ate, played games, watched movies, and went to bed. Harley, our dog, settled in fast. He claimed the spot by the couch as his own, stretched out on the floor like he had always been there. We joked that he adjusted faster than we did. The days blurred together, one week melting into the next, and nothing about the house stood out as unusual. It was just a place to sleep, eat, and escape from work and the outside world. But then, slowly, things started to feel a little different. It wasn't like a horror movie where everything suddenly goes crazy. It was more like small things, tiny details that your brain catches and then brushes aside. A faint thump when you're sure no one is upstairs. A scuffling sound that you tell yourself is the house settling. A noise just on the edge of hearing that you try to explain away before it really sinks in. For a while, that's what it was like. Just little sounds that didn't quite match up with where everyone was. The first time I really took notice was one of those Fridays that you feel like you've crawled toward all week. Work had been rough, both for me and for Jerry. It was the kind of week where every day felt too long, every task felt heavier than it should have, and by the time Friday rolled around, we were both just done. We decided that we needed to get out of the house and unwind a bit, so we met a few friends for drinks. We didn't stay out late. It wasn't one of those wild nights. It was just an easy, relaxed evening, sharing complaints about work, laughing at dumb stories, and letting the tension slowly drain out of our shoulders. By the time we said goodbye and headed home, it was only around 8 o'clock. For a Friday, it felt early, like we still had the whole evening ahead of us. On the way back, we decided to stop at the video store, the kind that still rented movies and games. We wandered through the aisles, teasing each other over our choices. I grabbed a couple of shoot-'em-up games and some movies, and Jerry picked out a few snacks. It felt like we were planning a cozy little night to erase the week behind us. Back at home, we changed into comfortable clothes and headed straight for the basement. That was our little escape zone. We had the TV, the game console, blankets, and Harley already sprawled out on the floor like he owned the place. It felt good to sink into the couch, controllers in hand, snacks within reach, ready to forget everything except what was on the screen. We started off playing one of the new games, a loud, chaotic shoot-'em-up that had explosions and gunfire blasting from the speakers. The kind of game where your entire focus narrows down to what's happening on the screen and nothing else seems to exist. We were in the middle of some intense part when, all of a sudden, Jerry paused the game. The screen froze mid-action, the sound cut off, and the sudden silence felt almost as loud as the noise that had been there a second earlier. She muted the TV completely and just stared upward, her eyes on the ceiling above us. "What?" I asked, looking over at her, my thumb still poised over the button on the controller out of habit. She didn't answer right away. Her head tilted slightly like she was trying to catch some faint sound. Then she said, "Thought I heard something upstairs. Probably Harley." Automatically, I looked down at the floor next to the couch. Harley was there, stretched out on his side, completely knocked out, breathing slowly and deeply, not a care in the world. One of his paws twitched in his sleep like he was chasing something in a dream. "He's sleeping right here by the couch, hun," I said. "You might be hearing background noises in the game." She frowned, still listening, but after a moment she let it go and unpaused the game. The sounds of gunfire and explosions filled the room again, and we got back into it. Every now and then I thought I heard something faint under all the noise, like a distant thump or a soft scuffle, but I told myself it was from the game. Footsteps, doors, impacts, modern games were full of those sounds. It was easy to blame it on that, and that's exactly what I did. I shrugged it off and we kept playing until we finally got bored. The adrenaline wore off, and the idea of staring at a quieter screen, wrapped in blankets, watching a movie sounded a lot better. We went into our usual little routine. I got up to change the input and put in one of the DVDs we'd rented, and Jerry started rearranging the blankets and cushions on the couch so we could stretch out and relax properly. I walked over to the DVD player, feeling that nice, sleepy, comfortable feeling you get when the night is young but you're already settled in. I popped open the tray, put in the disc, and started setting up the movie. That's when I heard it clearly. There was a scuffling sound from above us. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, something that didn't match up with the quiet basement or the sleeping dog. It sounded like a weight shifting on the floor upstairs, like someone was moving around up there, taking careful steps or shuffling across the room. I paused with my hand still near the DVD player and looked back at Jerry. She was already staring up at the ceiling again, her finger pointing upward as if to say, "See? There. You heard that, right?" she asked. "Yeah," I admitted, that strange mix of curiosity and unease starting to stir in my chest. I glanced toward the floor again, almost needing to confirm what I already knew. "Harley's still down here, so it's not him." The dog hadn't moved. He was still in the same spot, still half rolled onto his back, his paws relaxed, totally out. Whatever we were hearing upstairs, it wasn't our dog. Jerry just looked at me for a moment, as if her mind was trying to line up possibilities and none of them made sense. Then she shook her head like she was pushing the thought away and said something about needing the bathroom. She went upstairs, and I stayed down in the basement, finishing with the DVD and tossing the empty case aside. I pulled the blankets over the couch, ready for when she came back, and tried to shake off the feeling that the house was suddenly a little bit too quiet. A minute later, I heard her call my name from upstairs. not in a panicked way, but in that firm, serious tone that told me something had caught her attention. I sighed, got up from my half-formed nest of blankets, and headed up the stairs, thinking maybe she'd found a spider or something silly. When I reached the top of the stairs and stepped into the room, I saw her standing by the computer desk, motionless, just pointing. There was no spider. No spilled drink. No broken object. Just the desk, the monitor, the chair pushed in. And hanging from the little stand on the desk was one of my favorite small gadgets, something my mom had given me, a pen set called the pendulum. The pendulum was a simple little thing, but I'd always thought it was clever. It had a base and a curved metal arm that held a small magnet at the top. The pen itself had a metal tip at the top that stuck to the magnet, so you could hang the pen down instead of standing it in a cup. When you tapped the pen, it would swing back and forth like a pendulum, which was exactly why it had that cheesy name. It amused me more than it probably should have. Jerry wasn't smiling though. Her finger was aimed at the pen, and I followed her gaze. The pendulum was moving. It wasn't just swaying gently like you'd expect if someone had walked by and brushed against it. It was swinging in a circular motion, not a smooth back and forth arc, but like someone had given it a spin. It turned round and round, and then, as we watched, it began to slow. The circular motion became smaller and smaller until, finally, it came to a complete stop, hanging straight down, perfectly still. To be completely honest, in that moment, I didn't really understand what she was trying to show me. I thought she had just flicked it herself, and wanted to show off how smoothly it spun. So I took it at face value, tried to keep things light, and said, "Sweet, you never cease to amaze me." She didn't look amused. There was something tight in her expression, but I brushed it off. It didn't occur to me right then that she had called me the moment she saw it moving and that it had already been spinning before I got there. In my mind, it was just a pen on a string doing what pens on strings do. I just didn't connect it yet. That night passed without anything else obvious happening. We watched our movie, went to bed, and the scuffling upstairs faded in my mind under the usual layer of everyday tiredness. But the next day pulled everything back into sharp focus. The following day was a nice one, the kind of day where the weather practically begs you to go outside instead of hiding in the basement. After being cooped up during the week, we decided to take Harley for a walk. We followed our usual route, letting him sniff every tree and fire hydrant in sight. The air felt clean, my body relaxed, and for a while, I forgot about spinning pens and strange noises. When we got back home, Jerry went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. I let Harley out into the yard so he could run around a bit more and do his business. The house felt quiet in that post-walk way, where everyone's energy has dropped a little. I went into the kitchen, made myself some lunch, and sat down at the table to eat. I was halfway through my meal when I heard a sound behind me. It wasn't loud, but it stood out against the silence of the house. It was a small thump, the kind of sound you might hear if someone got down onto their knees on a hard floor or if something solid dropped lightly onto the ground. My first thought was that Harley had somehow come inside and flopped down near the table. I turned around expecting to see him lying there behind me. There was nothing. The floor behind my chair was empty. The door was still closed. No dog. No dropped object. Just the quiet room. I tried to tell myself it was maybe the house settling or something shifting somewhere I couldn't see. I finished my lunch, put my dishes in the sink, and tried not to dwell on it. Then I wandered over to the computer, thinking I'd check my emails, maybe waste a few minutes online before doing anything else. As I approached the desk, something made me stop. The pendulum was hanging there again, and this time there was no mistaking what I saw. The pen was spinning erratically. It didn't move in a simple circle or a neat arc. It twisted and jerked around as if invisible fingers were pulling it in different directions. It wasn't a calm, steady movement that could have been explained by a breeze or a slight vibration. It was wild. Unpredictable. I stood there, watching it. There were no windows open nearby. No fan on. No one else in the room. I hadn't touched the desk. The air was still. Yet the pen spun like it was agitated, whipping around in an uneven pattern that made no sense for something hanging from a single point. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. It didn't slow down gradually like it should have. It didn't wobble and then settle. It just froze. 1 second it was spinning like crazy, the next it was completely motionless, hanging straight down as if it had never moved at all. A cold feeling washed over me then, different from the easy chill of walking back in from outside. It felt like someone had pressed a block of ice between my shoulder blades. I stared at the pen, my mind scrambling for an explanation that would make it all ordinary and harmless. Maybe there had been a vibration I hadn't felt. Maybe the string had twisted somehow, and then released. Maybe this was just physics doing something that looked odd but was still natural. But no, things that spin don't just slam to a dead stop mid-motion unless something interferes. That part stuck with me. It wasn't just that it had moved, it was the way it had stopped that made no sense. I didn't move. I just kept my eyes on it, my thoughts running in circles almost as wild as the pen's movement had been. A part of me felt confused, a part of me was scared, and a part of me was simply fed up. We had lived in other places where strange things had happened, places that felt like we were sharing them with something we couldn't see. Each time we moved, we joked that maybe the next place would be normal. Maybe this house would be just a house. And yet, here we were again, with a swinging pen and phantom footsteps. After a few moments of staring, I did what you naturally do. I reached out to grab the pen, just to stop this weird moment from stretching on. As my hand moved closer to it, I honestly expected nothing dramatic, just to pick it up and maybe feel a bit stupid for being so tense over a pen. But as my fingers neared the pen, before I could actually touch it, it fell. It dropped off the magnet with a sharp little clink, hit the desk, and rolled a bit. My heart jumped, because the timing felt too perfect. I hadn't jostled the desk. I hadn't bumped the stand. It let go of the magnet as if on cue, reacting to my hand coming near it. I pulled my hand back instinctively, my heart now racing faster. For a second I just stood there, breathing a bit harder than before, watching the pen lie there on the desk. The air around me seemed heavy and thick, like the room was holding its breath. After a moment, I tried again. I told myself magnets slip, objects fall. This could still be nothing. I reached my hand out slowly, intending to pick the pen up this time and examine it, to see if the metal tip was damaged or if there was some reason it had let go. Before my fingers even closed around it, the pen shot off the desk. It didn't roll off the edge. It didn't slide lazily and drop to the floor. It flew. It lifted from the flat surface, moved through the air in a straight line, and slammed into the wall on the opposite side of the room. I heard the sharp smack as it hit, and then bounced down to the floor. It had to travel roughly the entire width of the room. That room is about 16 feet by 18 feet. That's a long way for a pen to travel just by accident. There was force behind it. Real force. As if someone had grabbed it and thrown it as hard as they could from where it lay on the desk. The sight and sound of it knocked the last of my denial out of me. Pens do not just decide to launch themselves across rooms for fun. I stood there, my body frozen in place, my mind racing. Fear, confusion, anger, and a tired sort of frustration all mixed together. It felt like a pattern I didn't want to recognize had settled over us again. It wasn't just this one moment. It was the footsteps overhead when no one was there. It was the scuffling sounds, the spinning pen the night before when Jerry had called me, the way she had stared at it. It was the fact that every place we seemed to move into eventually had something we couldn't explain living in it with us. When Jerry got out of the shower a little while later, hair damp, towel around her, she found me still unsettled, still thinking about what I had just seen. I didn't dress it up, and I didn't joke this time. I told her exactly what had happened, the spinning, the sudden stop, the fall from the magnet, and then the pen flying from the desk like it had been thrown. As I spoke, I could see the look in her eyes change from curiosity to that same mix of fear and resignation that was churning inside me. We stood there together in that room, both of us thinking the same thing but neither wanting to say it out loud at first. It wasn't just a creaky house. It wasn't just our imaginations. Something was there with us, playing with our things, moving around above our heads, making itself known in small but undeniable ways. We have both seen enough and felt enough in other houses to know when something isn't right. And we were tired. Tired of wondering what was watching us. Tired of trying to fall asleep while listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. Tired of feeling like unwanted guests in our own homes. The idea that no matter where we moved, something followed or something attached itself to us, or that we always managed to pick houses that weren't alone, weighed heavily on us. We didn't start screaming. We didn't pack our bags and run out the door. Instead, we did the only thing that brought us any kind of comfort at that point. We started to pray. We prayed that whatever was in that house, whatever had enough strength to make a pen fly across a room and mimic footsteps above us, would find peace. We prayed that it would stop clinging to us, stop playing with our belongings, stop frightening us in these small, unnerving ways. We prayed that it would find the light, that it would cross over, that it would leave us be. More than anything, we prayed that one day we might live in a home that wasn't shared with anything we couldn't see. A home where footsteps upstairs meant nothing more than our own, and where a pen was just a pen, hanging quietly from its magnet, doing exactly what it was supposed to do, and nothing more. A few years ago my sister and I were sitting in our living room late at night, half bored and half restless, when we decided to watch the movie White Noise. The room was pretty dark except for the light from the TV. We had snacks, blankets, the usual movie night set up, and we weren't really expecting much. At first it was just another movie, but as it went on, the idea behind it started to get under my skin. The whole thing about using white noise and recordings to talk to spirits made me feel uneasy, especially because I already had this feeling that something was in our apartment. I had never said that out loud, but it was always there in the back of my mind, like a little weight I carried around. When the credits started rolling, I thought we'd just laugh it off and move on to something else. Instead, my sister turned to me with that look she gets when she's just had some big idea. She said we should try it ourselves. I remember staring at her, waiting for the "just kidding," but it didn't come. She started looking around the room like she was actually planning it out. "We don't have any fancy recording equipment," I told her, hoping that would be the end of it. "We have the answering machine," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Our answering machine was one of those older ones with the tiny tape, nothing high-tech at all. To me it was just a way to get messages we'd forget to return. To her, at that moment, it suddenly looked like a tool for talking to the other side. I didn't want to do it. I really didn't. But I also didn't want to be the scared one, the boring one, the one who always says no. So I went along with her. We set the answering machine up on a table in the living room. She pressed record, and we both sat there in the dark, trying to decide what to even say. It felt awkward and silly at first. She asked the usual kind of questions you'd imagine. "Is anyone here? Can you hear us? What's your name?" There was this long, uncomfortable silence between each question, just the low hum of the machine and the quiet of the apartment. After a few minutes she stopped the recording and rewound it. We leaned in close, listening carefully. All we heard was our own voices and static. No whispers, no strange sounds, nothing. She played it again, just in case we missed something, but it was still empty. Finally she shrugged and laughed it off. "Guess Hollywood lied," she said, and the tension broke a little. She decided she'd had enough and went outside to talk to a guy she liked who was hanging around near our building. I stayed inside. Part of me was relieved that nothing had happened. Another part of me was still curious, even though I didn't want to admit it. The idea that there might really be something there, in the quiet, just made me feel strange. The movie had planted all kinds of thoughts in my head, and I couldn't shake them. I don't really know why I did it, but after she left I decided to try again by myself. Maybe I thought I'd focus better alone. Maybe I didn't want to look scared in front of her, but I was willing to scare myself. I took the answering machine into the bathroom because it was small and closed off, and somehow that made it feel like the right place for this. I turned off the light, so the only glow was from the little numbers on the machine. The darkness made everything feel more intense. The sound of my own breathing suddenly seemed too loud. I pressed record and started asking questions again. My voice sounded strange in the dark, too loud and too soft at the same time. I asked, "Is anyone here? Then, do you need help? And, why are you here?" It felt like I was talking to an empty room, but there was this knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I was actually hoping I would get nothing, that it would just be the same silence as before, because deep down I already felt that there was something in our apartment. I didn't really want proof. I just wanted to feel like I was wrong. After what felt like forever, I stopped the recording. My hands were a little shaky when I picked up the machine. I turned the light back on, because I couldn't bring myself to listen in the dark. I stepped out of the bathroom and into the hallway, feeling like everything had gone quiet and still in an odd way. I pressed play. At first all I heard was static and my own voice asking questions. I was about to stop the tape and roll my eyes at myself when I heard it. A voice. It was faint the first time, mixed into the static, but it was there. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't my sister's voice. It was something else. My heart jumped. I rewound the tape and listened again, this time focusing only on the sound in between my questions. It was clearer that time. A voice said, "Help me." It sounded strained and distant, but definitely human. After that, another phrase came through. "Why are you angry?" Somehow, the more times I played it, the clearer it got. I couldn't tell if it was a man or an old woman. The tone sat somewhere in between, almost rough but also thin, like an old voice that hadn't been used in a very long time. I felt this strange mix of fear and shock wash over me. Part of me wanted to throw the answering machine across the room and run outside. Another part of me couldn't stop listening. I must have replayed that short bit 10 times in a row. Each time the words sounded sharper. "Help me! Why are you angry?" It felt like whoever it was had been waiting for someone to listen. And now that person was me. I finally forced myself to stop and went to find my sister. She had come back inside and was about to head to her room when I grabbed her and dragged her to the machine. I didn't explain much. I just told her to listen. I hit play and watched her face as the voice came through. The change in her expression was instant. At first she looked confused, then her eyes widened and the color drained from her face. She listened in stunned silence, then pulled back and stared at me like she wanted me to tell her it was some kind of joke. I didn't have to say anything. She knew it wasn't. She freaked out. She told me to turn it off, to stop playing it, to stop doing whatever I was doing. I felt guilty, like I had opened a door that shouldn't have been touched. We both felt so uncomfortable, so unsettled, that we didn't want to stay there that night. We called our other sister and asked if we could sleep at her place. We didn't go into every detail. We just said we were creeped out and needed somewhere else to be. She said yes, so we grabbed some things and left the apartment behind, the answering machine unplugged and sitting on the table. You'd think that would have been enough to scare me into never trying again, but curiosity can be a dangerous thing. Part of me kept replaying those words in my head. "Help me! Why are you angry?" It felt personal. It felt direct. I started to wonder who it was, what had happened, and why they were still there. The fear didn't go away, but it sat side by side with this need to know more. So I kept recording. Over the next days and weeks, I did more sessions. Sometimes alone, sometimes with my sister nearby, but I didn't always tell her when I was doing it. Each time I recorded, I captured more voices. At first it was the same one, the one asking for help. Then there were others, layered in with it. Some of them said things I couldn't quite make out, just messy sounds between the static, like whispers in another room. Other times, certain words would jump out clearly, like they were pushing through just for a second. Around the same time, things started happening in the apartment. It wasn't just sounds on the tape anymore. It felt like whatever I'd been listening to had started listening back. At night, pictures would fall off the wall for no reason. They didn't just tilt a little or shift, they dropped as if someone had knocked them down. We'd hear the frame hit the floor in the middle of the night, and go out to find it lying there, glass rattling, nails still in the wall. We would fix it, put it back, and then a few nights later another one would fall. There was also this old-fashioned stereo that my mom had picked up from a second-hand store. It was big and heavy, with a stiff, old-style power button that you really had to press hard to turn on. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be nudged on by accident. One night, just as we were about to go to bed, the stereo suddenly came on by itself at full volume. The music blasted into the apartment out of nowhere, and we both jumped. The sound was so loud it made my heart race. We rushed to the stereo, and I remember staring at that thick, stubborn power button and thinking, "There's no way that just somehow slipped on." Then there was my niece. She was little at the time and didn't know anything about the recordings. She didn't know about the voices or the pictures or the stereo. But she always seemed nervous in our apartment. Sometimes she would be playing happily and suddenly stop, stare at the couch, and start crying like she was terrified. She wasn't looking at us. She wasn't looking at a toy. She would fix her eyes on one empty spot on the couch, cry, and cling to whoever was closest. It was like she saw something there that we didn't. Every time I recorded, there were more voices. One day, I was sitting on the couch reading the Bible out loud. I thought maybe that would bring some comfort, or at least make me feel a little safer. I decided to record while I was reading, just to see if anything would happen. When I played it back later, I heard myself reading, my own voice steady and clear. Then, right in the middle of a quiet part, I heard a man yawn. It was that very normal, bored kind of yawn you might hear from someone sitting across from you. Right after the yawn came a cough, short and real. It sounded like there was someone sitting in the room with me, reacting to what I was reading. Another time, I decided to ask a direct question. I pressed record and asked, "How many of you are there?" I let the silence stretch and then stopped. When I played it back, there was a long pause after my question, and then a single word came through, very clearly, like someone leaning right into the microphone. 7. That one word made my skin crawl. At first there had only been two voices I could recognize regularly. One of them, I eventually found out, was named Jillian. The other belonged to a woman whose name I never fully caught, though it came through in pieces a couple of times. From bits of information and things I picked up later, I learned that Jillian and this other woman had died in our apartment some time before we lived there. The details were fuzzy, nothing officially confirmed, but the story fit too well with what I was hearing. At first, I thought maybe it was just those two. Two spirits, two voices, two presences stuck where they had died. But then that 7 came through, and suddenly the idea of just two didn't feel right anymore. The energy in the apartment kept getting heavier. It wasn't just one weird thing every now and then. It became constant. Small things out of place. Strange feelings. The sense that we weren't alone, even in an empty room. I began to feel watched, especially when I picked up the answering machine. It was like the more I paid attention to them, the more they paid attention to me. The thin wall between us felt like it was getting worn down. Then the phone calls started. Our phone would ring, and when we picked up, there would be silence. Not the normal kind of silence either. Not background noise from a TV or someone breathing softly on the other end. Just a flat, empty sound with cracks in it, like the static I heard on the tapes. Sometimes, the machine would pick up and record a message when we weren't quick enough to answer. When we played those messages back, they didn't sound like regular callers. They sounded like EVPs. Those broken, layered sounds with odd gaps and faint voices buried in them, not words spoken directly into a phone. It was like the same energy that came through the recordings had found another way to reach us. By this point, I was scared in a way that went much deeper than a jump scare. It felt like I had lost control of something I had never really understood. The whole thing had started as a curious little experiment after a movie, and now it felt like something had followed us home from the dark, or perhaps woken up from inside the walls. I started telling my mom more about it, about the voices, the pictures, the stereo, my niece's reactions, all of it. She listened more carefully than I expected. She didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was crazy. In her own calm way, she said she believed me, but she also didn't want to say it too directly when I asked, "Do you really think this is happening?" It was like she was afraid that if she acknowledged it clearly, it would grow. Finally, she told me something that stuck with me. She said that they knew I was paying attention to them now. That was why they weren't stopping. She told me I needed to stop recording, stop reacting, stop feeding it. Around that time, I also spoke with several psychics over the years, 5 different ones, at different times, none of whom knew each other or knew the whole story. Every single one of them told me the same thing in their own way, that I am a sensitive, that I'm an old soul, and that I act like a channel. They said spirits are drawn to me, not necessarily because I go looking for them, but because they sense that I can feel them. Each of them warned me to be very careful about who or what I try to contact, because I'm not just picking up random background noise. I could be opening the door to something that doesn't have good intentions and doesn't want to leave. Eventually, all of that sank in. I realized that this wasn't just some creepy game or something to satisfy my curiosity. It was serious. It had reached a point where it felt like it was getting out of control. So I made a decision. I stopped. I stopped recording. I stopped playing with the answering machine. I stopped asking questions into the dark. I unplugged the machine and eventually got rid of it. From that point on, I never owned an answering machine again. To this day, I still feel tense when the phone rings unexpectedly, especially at night. It's like part of me is bracing for that strange, empty silence on the other end, or for a voice that doesn't belong to anyone living. Even though I'm not recording them anymore, the memories of those messages and those voices haven't faded. They're still there, replaying sometimes in the back of my mind, especially that one broken, tired phrase. "Help me." I learned the hard way that once you open a door like that, it isn't always easy to close. Even when you stop inviting them, the feeling of having been heard, and having heard something call back, never completely goes away.